Sayonara, baby. And otherwise, even when Brenton is in the chat and he's like, man, you guys got to try out this new type of soy. And we're like, okay, Brenton, seriously. But we still let him say it without erasing his messages. So yeah, but we're excited. And so we love Brenton. Brenton, I'm pumped about the possibility. I told you guys that there might be a debate between Brenton, and this is not, it's not confirmed, but we might have a future debate with Brenton against a big name YouTuber that he debated in the past, actually. So it wouldn't be that surprising. Well, it's surprising, it's cool, it's epic, but it's interesting because they have a history, you could say. And Sabin, thank you for being with us. Am I pronouncing it right? Let me know. But we're glad you're here, Sabin. And so thank you guys so much for all of your support. We love you guys. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Brooke, for your help moderating. And oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Twitch chat, that I've been so behind. Oh, Brooke said, are you going to get emotes for us here in Twitch? Let me figure out how to do that. I heard that it's a cool trick you can do in Twitch. And so thank you for reminding me about that. And it also reminds me that, hey, yes, you guys, I am excited, and I appreciate you guys. Let's see, Larry Let's says, if I come on for a debate as Let's Farm, you should mod that account too. It's the one I use on Discord. Thanks for letting me know about that, Larry. Just remind me, and I'm happy to. And Steve McRae, manager, says, G-Man? I don't know what that means. Steve, I highly doubt you're Steve McRae's manager. But, that's so funny. I'm sure you're teasing him. But thanks, CEP2 Plet, who says, thanks, James. Thanks so much, friend. That means a lot to me. I appreciate your kindness. Daver says, Jay Dyer versus Cosmic Skeptic on atheism or veganism. That'd be epic. I mean, if Jay Dyer wanted to do veganism, I'd be open to it. I don't know if he does that topic. But thanks, Simon Renz, who says, have a great night, pal. Appreciate it. You too. And Soldier of Science says, if I have a great idea for a website for you guys, imagine a site where your users have an avatar that can join into different rooms and debate with each other while watching debates. That would be epic. I noticed that during the debates, like so many people are debating each other in the chat. That's awesome. But yeah, I am pumped, you guys. I'm excited. Oh, and then that reminds me. I almost forgot. Our Twitch. I have just posted our Twitch in the chat. And so if you prefer Twitch over YouTube, that is pinned at the top of the chat. And so that way, like, we're pumped. We love partying on Twitch as well. And so Leonardo Chetri, thanks for being with us, my dear friend. And Soldier Science says, and people can actually purchase items to smash each other with. That's funny. That would be epic. Foreign objects. That's right. That's funny. Did we get to 150 likes? Because I want to show you these shoes. I'm excited about them. We're close, you guys. We're at 147 likes. Roy Lindsay says, Jay Dyer versus Chi Jump. That would be epic. I don't know if Jay Dyer, do they get along or do they not? I can't remember. Did they have like a fight or something? But Louis Burnett says, I'd love to hear a debate about whether gambling should be legal. That would be cool. That's a fun debate. It's an interesting, like, ethical topic too, about like the potential of, like, one, you obviously want to reduce harm, and that's why you're considering making it illegal. And then also you're trying to, like, not infringe on, like, liberties too. So that's also another, like, ethical argument the opposite direction. So that's cool. Brooke Chavez says Twitch is very chill and laid back. I am glad to hear that. Yeah, it is like kind of like it's like a more, like, you're able to read the chats, because once in a while on the YouTube channel, the chat is flying so fast that you can't even read the messages because it's so fast. But Roy Lindsay says, I was just watching that dumpster fire from a few months ago. Both Jay and T Jump were terrible. I don't want to slam them when they're not around. But Worldview Detective said, they debated on Killstream a while back. You can find it on T Jump's channel. That sounds interesting and juicy. I think I had seen that before. And then, let's see. Alex Gordon says, Tom and Jay don't like each other, but they probably debate again. Hey, maybe. Yeah. That's thanks for letting me know that, by the way, Alex Gordon. And good to see you, Alex Gordon. Yeah, I mean, just look forward to the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, you know, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, you know, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. You know, but your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And like, yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that, you know, have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not. going to spurge on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're gonna fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, oh, I could do it. And I'm gonna go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm gonna be successful. And one day I'm gonna have my own apartment. And I'm gonna have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm gonna have my own possessions. I'm gonna see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
This game, it's an old game that I played with the black pieces against Duvid. Duvid is a very methodical person and scientific player. He loves to theorize everything and then test it to see if it's foolproof. He has an interesting YouTube channel with a similar nature of content, which I will link in the description, and he covers some of the most important World Champion games from 2020 Horde World Championship. So, in this game, we get starting position. I will just go step by step from beginning to finish and explain everything in a philosophical lens. So, in general, White has two plans. He can either play for the attack, or he can play to close Black's counterplay. Those are the two main plans in any given position, really, where he's trying to build a winning foundation. So,
hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Duvid. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Looking forward to the show. I'll hand it over to you, Duvid, for the introductions.
Hey, thanks a lot. Yeah, good to be back. Had a kind of exciting week, at least intellectually. Nothing super eventful. I don't think I appeared on any streams, although I should be back with Charles Moskowitz. It turns out it looked like he got a 7-day suspension for some sort of possible anti-vaccination claim against him, but his 7-day suspension is over. It had nothing to do with our debate on Zionism, although, because that's what we do. That's probably what we'll continue to do. So, I don't think either me or Charles, didn't take that personally. If you see Claire Call, she time-stamped it. She had another one, two Jews calling each other heretics. And then she had this one labeled two Jews calling each other anti-Semites. And to some extent, if you clipped it like that, that's kind of was the theme of the episode was Charles grilling me down and calling me an anti-Semite, God forbid. And then I probably, spit it back in his face. It was no, you the anti-Semite. So God forbid, hopefully it won't degenerate. But no, that wasn't the reason that we didn't stream the last 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he had a 7-day strike. So this gentleman I've been playing chess with, who at the time I sniped a game. Now he's better than me. He reached a higher rank than me. But at the time, he was pretty good. We were about even, so to say, and I got a game off him largely by surprising him in the opening with something that he hadn't seen before, and is actually something I copied from the Horde World Championships that I streamed on my channel. So that game was probably a week or two after that, and I had copied that opening from the Horde World Championship and was able to snipe a game off him. And probably now he's probably improved and would be able to beat me now, but he showed that game in some of the lessons. So people like chess is just the pure strategy of what's going on in the brain. And I didn't watch it live because he's not on YouTube anymore, and I like to two-speed this stuff. So YouTube is the only one that lets you two-speed it while it's live. So I had to wait for him to upload on BitChute, but Vince wants to come on and talk about that. It looked like Brett Devia's streaming. If he wants to come on, he's got some mic qualities, but he's an interesting character. He's got Eastern leanings. I think could be a good streamer. So if he wants to come on Week in Review, like it might pay to get his mic a better mic sound up, because you got to think about that, the sound quality. I had some research this week. I thought me and Jennifer, I have more stuff to read about Dayananda Saraswati and the Arya Samaj and the Gaudiya Math, the ISKCON Hare Krishna movement. And really, you could see it in a line of successionism from Hindu nationalism, which is based on great leaders of multiple sects. And so I have a piece of literature that records kind of so how Bhaktivinoda Thakur of the Gaudiya Math lineage sets a tone for Dayananda Saraswati to follow in terms of a natural progression and development of Hindu nationalism, even though they disagreed. But I'm going to read a selection that is purely talking about Aryan invasion theory and how they responded to that. I saw this interesting video. Maybe we'll talk about it later. This from Harvard School of. I'm not sure if you want to put up those pictures now from the Harvard School of Public Policy that had these studies on like the percentage of blue eyes and the different genes and hair color. And I mean, we've been talking about this.
Are you talking about the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to play that with no sound while you read, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that might be interesting.
Cool.
And but I was just, because we've been talking about this blue-eyed thing for a while. So and now we're going to be talking about the Aryan invasion theory and the postulation that the original Aryans were distinct because they were blue-eyed people. And just to say that what was the postulates, what would have been that would have made people hypothesize that this might be true and recognize, oh, this is probably the pattern, the correct pattern, that there was this ancient civilization of upright people. And the distinctive thing about them was that they were blue-eyed. And then where does that come from? Is it basically taken from the Vedas? And so we'll look at the history of it in Dayananda Saraswati. So, this video is the Chen School of Public Health. It's funny now, Harvard School of Public Policies, funded by the Chinese. And Harvard, they don't call it that anymore. But, it really was one of the centers of eugenics. And even till today, like Harvard's probably officially against eugenics, but in some way or form, like people who experiment with eugenics do it so they could get into Harvard. And anyone who's familiar with the type things they do, breeding for lighter features is still probably one of the single most common, things. So you could see, like in the chart here, the genetics, they're saying that, blue eyes or light hair is really unique genetically to Europe. It's found in other places, but in percentage wise, that, northern parts of Europe, it's, even like 70% of people are blue eyed. And you see the hair color also, and then also the interest of the Jews, that you say blue eyes are to some extent a rarity. What does it mean that so many Jews are bearer of blue eyes? And if you think like, the Jews had to migrate from Israel to the Middle East, have a population explosion where there's millions of us, tens of millions of us, that 25% of us could bear this sign of essentially the European. And so just interesting to think about, and you probably need MTH just to understand these things. Then we're looking back at how people tried to understand the world, specifically related to Aryan invasion theory. So, and I also have a bunch of stuff on 3D printers. I thought an interesting way to go for Week in Review, now that Jennifer is, might be pumping out her little
yeah, I mean, I'm like a chicken
tables
with a bunch of eggs, basically.
Like quantum periodic tables. And yeah, so we'll do a deep dive into 3D printing. And actually, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Lowell. Like, we'd almost like, going to be business in Lowell, and we're going to be doing the production, making a web page, and then, something like something happened. And, I'm not, he's in Jerusalem, he might have had a private issue and chose not to share it with me, but, not much communication with him, but, believe in providence. But 3D printing is
I
an
think he
extremely
sort of has his own sense of time. Like he seems to be. He said he wanted to start in April, so I'm willing to wait.
So it could be it's on. Like you're going to see 2 weeks. We're going to be streaming, 2 times a week again, from Jerusalem, and so hopefully that's what I'm expecting. But saying I don't have any guarantee. We don't have any contracts. Saying they're in we're in completely different places across the globe. But yeah, hopefully it's going to happen. No guarantees. And it's saying like Lowell's not really, he didn't like give us like a full like schedule or something that we could be certain. But yeah, so hopefully that's going to happen, and we'll be a part of it. Charles Moskowitz also, we thought like, maybe try to up his tech, and it just didn't work out. Like, he got a ban on YouTube. And I'm not sure if he's together or, it takes a lot of listening and, to have like tech advice where me and Jennifer could even try to help him in a way that he would efficiently be able to stream and do like basic things, like have the name of his stream tell you who the guest is, or like basic
or not
simple
be broadcasting 2 streams at once. The one with video unable to do comments because YouTube doesn't like multiple streams, and so you have the audio where you can post comments where there's 2 people, and then the video where you can't, where there's 7 people. So it's like, come on.
Yeah. So
I mean, the big part of the enjoyment of the Duvid experience is the chat, and if he had that figured out, I think it would be better all around.
Yeah, I was
little
even
things.
like,
And he didn't even take up our offer for help, which is disappointing.
yeah, I was even being interactive with the chat, helping him develop an audience, and like I even, Jennifer's a nice woman. I didn't have to do like much arm twisting, but I even convinced Jennifer to be willing to help Charles for free, to make like a Zoom session, and spend a little bit of time helping him out for free, and like he wasn't even together enough to accept the help. So and like me and Jennifer have been doing computers for a while, and I have done computer stuff for all types of people over my days, probably hundreds. From Hasidic Jews who didn't know English that well, even like rebbes and businessmen, to eccentrics in Manhattan, music business, just people who wanted basic stuff like getting on Facebook or email or all types of stuff that professionally I had a little bit of schooling for, but it's something I always did till today. Like I still basically spend hours every week just helping people with their computers, because relatively intuitively I'm pretty good with it, and there's a lot of people who aren't, and so that's what we do. But people don't listen, and it's extremely difficult to teach someone how to do something when they don't listen. And even someone called me today, the other week, and it's actually a friend I might stream with him, Antariksha Das, Hare Krishna Prabhupada disciple. I noticed, like, because I was going to a restaurant and like I wanted to put the phone down, but he was just talking, and so I thought like like maybe he wouldn't notice if I just put the phone down and didn't say anything. And I was right for like 10 minutes. He just kept on talking, and he asked these questions sometimes like, like he's waiting for your response. But because I had the phone down, I was listening, but like I didn't give him a response, and he just kept on talking. So it's like, does he actually listen to I respond? That's just a rhetorical strategy that he used, like, but he doesn't actually want to, to hear you like yes or no. That's just part of a communication strategy, and relatively that's pretty common. It's even the best of us probably use that as a rhetorical strategy. You have to be really a humility. Listening is a humility factor, and
I wouldn't call it a rhetorical strategy, because to me rhetorical implies you're trying to get a point across. This is more of a compulsion. When people talk at you and they're not really, it's not an interactive exchange, right? They're just like blah 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 and this and this and this about me, and then what they're doing is sort of simulating their own ego. They're using you to make their own ego seem more real. What they want is for you to like almost act as a calibration tool, and this can be not maladaptive. I think most of the time it's pretty maladaptive, because it doesn't actually have real communication. It's just sort of you're off in your own little bubble hallucinating a worldview.
Yeah, so this is the pretty interesting stuff. Hopefully, we're going to get into it more. So, why don't I do a mantra? And I'm actually going to go back to Sanskrit and do some Hindu stuff. And did you have that Om Namah Shivaya? I mean, not I'm sorry, the Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya um, link. And
I
I'm
don't
not sure
know.
if you're.
I'm not sure if did you actually send that one, because I have like 15 links that you sent me, but I've only got 3 videos, which is the Manfred Kaiser seminar, the Horde guy.
No, it wasn't a video. It was just the Wikipedia link to the mantra. I mean, if you don't have the link, it's just the Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And are you familiar with the mantra?
Sounds familiar.
It's pretty common in saying, like, probably even Arya Samaj, they chant it. It takes a different meaning in the Hare Krishna movement because if you're in ISKCON, anytime before they give a class, that's how they start, like the Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya, and that's like a prayer that's said before the study of Bhagavad or Bhagavatam. And Vasudevaya is the author of the Bhagavatam. And in the story, there's also a deity, Vasudevaya, and they say Vasudevaya is Krishna. But the story, I guess Vasudevaya has 7 days to live in some curse, and spends the last days of his life trying to serve Krishna, discover the truth, and he's the narrator of the Bhagavatam, and the major magnum opus of Sri Prabhupada of the Hare Krishna movement, the translation of the Bhagavatam, which is the narration, which I guess is considered Puranic literature. So we opened up with Arjun, and I actually spoke to Arjun, Siddharth, who I went to University of Michigan with, and chanted with, and even discussed these things tens of hours. So he ended up on modern day debates against some friendly atheists, agnostics, defending Krishna, and encourage people to watch the whole thing. But this guy Arjun from New Zealand, Hare Krishna devotee from New Zealand, teamed up with him, and he gave arguments similar to what I was saying from an empirical perspective. And I thought I spoke to him. I reached out to him on Facebook, and he responded, and we called over Facebook, and I spoke to him for like an hour. He streams on various topics, and actually he knows that guy T Jump, so it's possible maybe there'll be a debate between me and T Jump from modern day debates. And I mean, this T Jump is a professional debater, but he seemed relatively friendly, and he seemed actually very interested in Hinduism, and he appeared on Arjun's channel like semi regularly. But so just saying that Siddharth makes the argument that you could tell the Bhagavatam, the Puranic literature, is true because of the astronomical, the cosmological predictions about the age of the universe. I encourage people to look in it. But one of the things that T Jump mentioned is like, how do you know that this is the authoritative literature? And according to him, he's saying like, yes, the Puranic literature is the authoritative literature. And obviously, like I read the last few weeks, Dayananda Saraswati was like, no, the Puranic literature is not the authoritative literature. And so, the mantra, you could be a follower of Arya Samaj, Dayananda Saraswati, and say the Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya mantra, but they don't necessarily mean the same thing in ISKCON as when they say the mantra, because when in ISKCON they say the mantra Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya, they're verifying or stating that the Bhagavatam, the Puranic literature, is the essential Vedic knowledge of God. And so I'm not sure you're familiar with
a non-Vedic text is the essential Vedic text. I think what you mean is which is considered authoritative in Hinduism, quote unquote, aka Sanatana Dharma. Yes.
Yeah. So saying what is the main scripture to look at to understand, for man today, or even to the most authoritative of all the scripture, and say it's a dispute among various sects of Hindus. And so you're just saying that even a mantra like this, the meaning of it could be disputed, could be said by different sects who have a completely different, sectarian understanding of which scriptures are authoritative, and in the very same mantra could be, intending on a certain nature. And so I was explaining to Arjun, like if you look at like Arya Samaj and ISKCON are extremely similar, and we're going to I'm going to read from part of this, and sorry to go through the process, but I think this is important. We get up the level and saying like Jennifer wanted to do a debate on Aryan invasion theory, and there wasn't it's false. Whoever was going to debate against her was guaranteed to lose anyways. But there wasn't even someone who was like knowledgeable enough to make an attempt to be embarrassed.
Well, Norvin did. Norvin thinks he won that debate against me. Just to be fair, I don't agree with him, but I do believe that is his opinion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Norvin read an article or two.
Well, he did debate me. I believe we've actually debated twice, once on Gandalf's, once on Luke's, about Aryan Kangs.
Yeah, so I mean, props to Norvin for stepping up in there and saying that Marshall
getting a beat down
was here the other week, but but we're going to see how this is all related, and also to Europe and the question of identity and the universal understanding of the Vedas, and even if you say, is there some universal knowledge that comes from the scripture, and you can't even establish what is the scripture or the corpus, or say, like, well, there's dispute, there's canonization. So let me chant this nice Hare Krishna. This one I have it on my YouTube, and I used to chant this one with Siddharth actually when we did Harinam. I have on my YouTube multiple times. We did Harinam, sometimes in Detroit, big crowds, mostly African Americans, and it seemed kind of like a war chant. We even did it during fireworks, and like gunfire started going off. So like we were chanting during the fireworks in Detroit, and like gunfire started going off. Like thank God nothing happened, but like people started running, and like if you're from Detroit, that's not actually that uncommon. That so the gunfire would start going off, and like people would start running, but so we were actually chanting this tune then, and it makes me think like a Bruce Willis movie. Like this is like Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, like the marching line when you're going to the facing the opposing side, and kind of like the Bruce Willis where like the you start going towards the opposing side and they're coming towards you. Maybe you draw your sword and you're preparing for battle, and then the two lines hit, and then like you look down, am I dead? And you see the blood all over the place. It's like, oh, thank God it's the other person's blood, like a Bruce Willis movie, God forbid. But not even think that, you're thinking like the Bhagavad Gita in the which I mentioned, Arjun, he did not argue the historical Krishna, and I thought like anyone who's familiar with trying to prove the Torah as true, even Rabbi Professor Gottlieb of Or Samayach, who I've mentioned many times for his arguments against evolution, said that the historical Krishna is actually, in the why someone should believe in Judaism, because say the historical narrative of the Bible is somewhat verifiable, or you have to look that how did you fool so many people to believe in a false narrative, and he said the only other narrative in the world that is comparable from his research is actually Krishna, and that you could look that Krishna is likely as a historical figure when you start looking into it. Was there a Krishna? And is it like Krishna was this great man who became mythologized into a god, or was it just a legend that became a deity? Or you say no, there was in fact a reappearance of the creator of everything in form, and that form was Krishna, and there is substantial evidence for it. So let me just chant. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare. So that's just a two-part one. And in Detroit, one of the pujaris there always chants that together with the Om Nama Bhagavate Vasudevaya for whatever. When he does that tune, he attaches, I think it might have been a Vishnu Nujana tune or an early tune that for whatever reason that Hare Krishna was chanted together with Om Nama Bhagavate Vasudevaya, like when a person opens up with a class. So, that's probably a good chant to really delve into some of the scholarship. And we're going to put the Aryan invasion theory. How did the Gaudiya Math founders, lineage of the Hare Krishna movement respond to it, versus how did Arya Samaj and some of the other, so to say, fathers of Hindu nationalism respond to it. So let Jennifer say anything that she wants to say, and then maybe I'll read from this book.
Not at this time, other than to say, yeah, thanks for bringing the subject up, because it is quite interesting.
Yeah, we might suffer a little bit of viewership to be a little bit more intellectual, but that's fine. So maybe just like the first hour or something, we got up the IQ for at least like a handful of people, so we could at least like make some money or something, and then maybe have a little more laid back, chilled conversation. But like you can't make money if you don't have high IQ content. And more than just the money.
I mean, come on, this is the highest, is most intelligent stream on the internet.
That's why some people are watching.
We're so good that people are afraid to ask questions because they know the answer to be right, and they know they're afraid to hear it. So that's what we're contending with. But okay, whatever. Either way, I think it's because we're starting, because it's daylight savings time, right? So there's a shift. I think it'll probably pick up in a bit, but I don't know. The numbers seem to be pretty. They seem actually to sort of oscillate with the lunar cycles. I've been trying to like synchronize it up, but no, I mean, we should do whatever makes you want engaged, because it's all about the longevity.
Yeah, and we got to advance the research. We got to be on the cutting edge of ideas. And it's saying just because no one came to successfully defend the false theory of the Aryan invasion theory doesn't mean that we shouldn't be advancing our scholarship. Kind of like
you're absolutely right. It's good to go through history and realize just how right I've always been. Hi, Conops. I guess now it's like, Rumpelstiltskin or whatever, where you say his name and he shows up. That's probably the wrong word.
Okay, I mean, it's good. He needs to hear this. So maybe just because he showed up, he'll have like a little concentration to learn something important. Okay, you ready?
Yes, be my guest. Thank you.
Okay, this is a common author. Maybe people heard of him, Bryant, and he wrote a book called Quest for the Origins of Vedic Culture, the Indo-Aryan Migration Debate, and has a whole history of it, starting with largely in Europe. I'm saying like the historical understanding that acharyas and swamis had understood the Vedas. Had some religious context to what the ancient Aryans was, or even the histories and the lineages that the various people believed or had tradition of what had happened, versus in Europe, starting really 300 years ago, even probably 400 years ago. Spinoza is probably already influenced largely from Vedic Eastern literature, and they see that this ancient Aryan nation in the Vedas, and for whatever reason, there are people that
I'm not sure if they talk about nations per se. The quotes I've seen are references to qualities, as in like good versus bad.
Well, you're talking to how people in Europe, when they first started translating or receiving this literature a few hundred years ago, understood it even if it was incorrect, and saying, okay, it almost certainly was highly inaccurate in how they translated or how they looked at it. versus someone from, so to say, within the tradition or religion trying to explain it. That's the important thing when I'm going to start reading, is that there becomes somewhat of a consensus of really these colonizers, these God forbid mass murderers and rapists and pillagers and horrible people that colonized India. And they said, this is your religion. We looked into it. We understand your religion. And not only is it not true, it's not even you. It was another people from another place that put this upon you.
It was the Europeans.
Well, that's a different. They're saying that was
That was
not,
basically what the
no,
implication was.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to read this guy. I'm not sure Jennifer really understands this. It's saying there's two different parts of the Aryan invasion theory. The part that the Aryans were like European or blue-eyed people was always an extremely small theory with extremely limited evidence, although it's possibly like in Nazi Germany or a sizable chunk of people. Most people in Europe did not think that they were descended from some Aryan nation of blue-eyed people. That was only a fringe movement of people. However, the consensus of almost all of European academia was that whoever this ancient Aryan people were, like forget the blue-eyed thing, we're going to talk about that though, was who created Vedic culture, and it wasn't the people from India. And if you're in India at the time, these people are killing you, these people are enslaving you, these people are making you subverted to their will, and there's really nothing you could do about it because at the time they had traitors within their country and superior force and brutality to enforce this lie upon people. And it's like, well, why are these blue-eyed men enslaving me and killing my people and savaging my land? And saying because they look at you as savages, uncivilized people, and the very thing that you hold the most sacred, they say it's not even you. It's a different people from a different place that created all that stuff anyways. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And so we're not, like the blue-eyed thing is really a minority opinion. So say but so if you go to any institute today, like no one's going to tell you the blue-eyed thing. Like I'm saying, there some of the history you'll see some of the people did talk about that, but all of them are going to tell you the Aryan invasion theory. All of them are going to tell you that there was a people that didn't originate from India that came into the Indian the Indian subcontinent, the land of Bharat, and created that culture. And if you look at any course, any literature, any book in Western culture, all of them are going to say that. Even though most people in the West are so dumb, God forbid, that we haven't even read our own books to know this false theory that we're all supposed to believe.
Yep. Did you want to start reading?
Yeah, so let me just...
can we get a date on this real quick? Just so people have an idea.
This book?
Yeah.
It's
just approximate,
I have to do a Google search, so I'll just put the title in the chat and someone else could search it because I already have the page set. So just that's really, you need the multiple truth hypothesis to understand this, to look at what are the axioms, what are the overlapping axioms. So Aryan invasion theory could have nothing to do. The majority of people who subscribe to Aryan invasion theory did not think that they were blue-eyed people. There was a significant, subset, probably less than 10%, probably even less than 3% of people, because Aryan invasion theory was largely accepted by everybody in the West, that claimed that those different people that went into India and created Vedic culture were, in fact, blue-eyed people. But saying that is a minority opinion that we've just been talking about, as where Aryan invasion theory was basically considered that science is proven. It's a fact. And, so this book covers what this evidence supposedly was. And most of it's actually linguistic. So I'm going to mention this point one more before I start reading, is the largest reason why people believed in the Aryan invasion theory and even possibly the blue-eyed theory was that they thought language and race was connected, because almost all of the evidence that intelligent, scientific-minded people that put it forward believed in was linguistic. And the reason why they consider that evidence, because they thought that, like, basically, like, languages are races, and whoever this nation that spoke this language in the past is probably the same language. They didn't look at like a evolution of languages, and they didn't. They had different axioms about how language worked, and one of the axioms they had is that language and race is mixed and inseparable. And so when they started translating languages and texts, they saw that the words are very similar, and there's like actually a lot of evidence from Finland where they start translating Vedic text, and then they see, like, these are the same names that they call all these places in Finland. And so there was substantial evidence coming out at the time as they're learning more about the East that whatever these texts are in Sanskrit are indicative of what created Western culture. It's saying that's when you're in the West at the time, and from what they understood from the world, coming from the Greeks and the Bible and the Enlightenment, towards the knowledge they start get when the translations from the Sanskrit starts coming, and they see that there obviously some dissonance between what they had thought the narrative of human history is and what the Vedas are saying. This proposed ancient Aryavarta or Sanatana Dharma and all these things. But one of the key factors that they notice is the similarity between words and languages, where it becomes clear that the Sanskrit language is some sort of key cursor for European languages. And so when you're looking at it, there was genius, and it was some of the greatest minds of the time that created the Aryan invasion theory, and they were extremely educated people that spoke tens of languages and knew the place names and mountains and various things. And there was some archaeological evidence, but really almost 90% of the evidence that still stands today is all linguistics. So so most of this book focuses on language and linguistics. So people want to know more about the topic, and for anyone who was going to give forward a defense of the Aryan invasion theory and try to put evidence forward, it would mostly be linguistic. And so I'll let Jennifer respond to that. But people have to have that in their mind before I start reading how people in India started responding to these theories coming out of Europe.
Yeah, sure. That's cool. The linguistic thing is interesting because you can see it happen a lot with the national partitions of Europe historically, where they basically equivocated between the two, try to get, for whatever reason, people to identify with a language group over an ethnic background. So this does appear to be more of the same. I would argue maybe there's even 3 definitions for the Aryan thing, because the one is the question of whether there were ancient Aryans/Aryas that built swaths of civilization. 2 is where they originated, and 3 is whether they had blue eyes, grumbles.
And even don't dismiss Aryan invasion theory because some element claim that like they were blue-eyed people, but just say the evidence at the time where they're looking at the Vedas, they're looking at some of the Sanskrit literature coming out of India, and they could see that it's the basis for Western culture. There's so much in this literature that is clearly the basis for Western culture, so much so that a lot of the words that are used in this ancient literature are the same words that are appearing across cultures, and then saying that the majority of the evidence is largely in place names, saying like, why would it be in Europe some mountain was called by the native inhabitants, and if that's some Sanskrit term or something, and how that relates to migrations, and the evidence of migrations are very sparse, but the evidence of linguistics is very strong, and the field of linguistics is very complicated. It's actually the research that I'm doing, with supposed to talk on Lowell's show in next month. Hopefully it's going to happen. Professor Isaac Mosenson, I mentioned him on my channel, who's doing the same thing with Hebrew. And he said, like, no, it's really Hebrew. But it's saying that at the time, if they see that there's this ancient scripture that seems descriptive of the precursors of humanity, that to postulate that there was an ancient race to go along with that ancient scripture, and that possibly we could be lost members of this ancient race, was, so to say, within reason. It's almost like a Judaized concept of like, like I'm a Jew and there's this ancient scripture and it's true and it's affecting the world and humanity. And not only that, I'm a direct descendant of the people who wrote this scripture, and I'm here to decipher the deep secrets of the world to you because of that. And so, it's kind of like taking that into the Aryan culture, where they're saying, wow, there's this ancient scripture that we just discovered from India, and it really accurately describes so much stuff. It's got to be some truth to it. And it might be us, because look at the similarities to the words. Saying like in the scripture, even though it's written in some completely different form, it calls things very similar to how we call it today. And so maybe we come from that ancient race. And so there's people in Europe that had reason to believe. And then you're saying like, well, look at India. Those people have dark skin, dark features. In Europe, people have light features. So that they say, well, like maybe it's us. And at least you're saying there's a logical process that you could see that it was a pattern going through people's minds, that they would try to come to this conclusion. Let me just share this on Facebook.
Yeah, it reminds me of that meme where it's like, I made this, and then, no, I made this, and then it's on fire. It's like, it's funny because it's like, well, who's going to speak for the Veda in the modern day? It's like, well, let's check your eye color, then you can interpret the Veda. Solid science. I thought you were going to read a passage, David. I'm still sort of waiting for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to share this on Facebook first before I started. Okay, so I'm reading from the middle.
Yeah, cool.
I encourage
I'm looking
people
forward to this. And
I encourage
go ahead.
I encourage people to look more into this book if they want to, understand it more. So for thousands of years, Hindu society had looked upon the Vedas as the foundation head of all knowledge and the mainstay of Hindu culture. Never have our historical or religious records questioned this fact. And now suddenly, this last century or so, it has been propagated that the Vedas do not belong to the Hindus, and they were a creation of a barbaric horde of nomadic tribes who descended upon North India and destroyed an advanced indigenous civilization. The first generation of Indians who undertook the challenge of mastering these unfamiliar methods of scholarships did so under the patronage of the auspices of the British themselves. Thus, they were hardly in a position to challenge any of the conclusions being produced. Most of those who did submit to such authority were completely co-opted by the power of European intellectual prowess or dependent on the patronage of European institutions, and so accepted the new version of things unquestioningly. For those who were disposed to critique the colonial version, however, but who were outside the pale of mainstream faculties, the new unfamiliar disciplines such as archaeological and linguistics seemed formidable. This must have created a deep sense of frustration, especially for religious Hindu intellectuals. After all, if the Vedas were being shown as not accurate with regard to mundane, verifiable, historical, and temporal matters such as the chronology and homeland of the Aryans, why should they be trusted as repositories of ontological knowledge? We recall Jones and Maurice's parallel concerns regarding Old Testament historicity when they encountered Indian sources of knowledge. Either the first chapter of Genesis are true and the whole fabric of our nation, or the whole fabric of our national religion is wrong. And the arguments principally found in the high assumptions of the Brahmins, could their extravagant claims be substantiated, have a direct tendency to overturn the Mosaic system and with it Christianity. Similar concerns are evident whenever any traditional society encounters modernity. In 19th century Bengal, one can sense the tensions involved in maintaining both faith and scriptural validity and intellectual integrity in the Sri Krishna Samhita. This book was written in 1879 by Bhakti Vinod Thakur, a high court judge in Jagannath Puri and father of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who initiated the father of the guru, who I'm sorry, my lineage is off. I should just read. The founder of the Gaudiya Mouth and Chaitanya Sampradaya. that was to become the influential sect in eastern India and Vrindavan in the Hare Krishna movement. Bhaktivinoda's reaction to the Aryan invasion theory, as outlined by Shukavak Das, is the earliest orthodox Hindu perspective on sastric historicism that I've uncovered. Unable to refute the historical formulation of European scholarship, Bhaktivinoda adapted the tools of modern critical scholarship, inciting Western authorities such as Wilford, Pratt, Playfair, and Davis, at least nominally accepted the proposition that the Aryans had indeed entered India from the northwest, although he negotiated with reason and argument his own date of 4463 BC for their arrival. However, Bhaktivinoda did not allow this historicization to undermine the transcendence of the Vedic and more specifically the Vaishnava Bhagavata Dharma. In the introduction to Krishna Samhita, Bhaktivinoda states that the scripture is of two types: Arthaprada, knowledge which deals with twist of my tongue, I apologize. Bhaktivinoda states the scripture is of two types: Arthaprada, knowledge which deals with phenomenal events, matters such as history, philology, linguistics, anthropology, and archaeology, and so on, and Pramarthaprada, knowledge that deals with transcendence. Accordingly to Bhaktivinoda, Arthaprada, even though derived from sacred scripture, is answerable to human scrutiny and analysis, and therefore can be adjusted and corrected according to time and place. Historical details are negotiable. Pramarthaprada, in contrast, is inaccessible to human reason. It is transcendent and beyond the purview of human interpretation and speculation, although realizable by direct perception of the soul. Bhaktivinoda, in line with many other Hindu reformists of his day, concluded that much of the Sastra is aimed at attracting the neophyte religious consciousness by means of superhuman stories and fantastic time calculations. In 19th century British Bengal, however, such accounts alienated many of the more intellectual and westernized urban Bengalis from their religious traditions. The result was the creation of the spiritual disenfranchised Hindu intelligentsia, whose intellectual needs made them vulnerable to modern Western ideas, who are likely to be dismissive of traditional religious perspectives. This was Bhaktivinoda's target group, to attract the minds of this educated but disoriented class to the Pramarthaprada essence of the Sastra. He was quite willing to utilize critical analysis to negotiate the Arthaprada portions, such as the question of Aryan origins, in accordance with intellectually authoritative sources in his day that were at his disposal. The time were dominated by European methodologies such as linguistics and archaeology. Then Bhaktivinoda had no difficulty adopting these methods and the conclusions they produced in order not to alienate those influenced by this type of rationalism. As a spiritual leader, his concern was to retain his contemporaries within the Vedic fold, specifically the Krishna-centered realm of the Chaitanya tradition, while simultaneously encouraging them to engage intellectually with Western critical thought. As for his more traditional-minded colleagues, Bhaktivinoda could only appeal to them to try and understand the spirit of his historical formulations. When folded hands, I humbly submit to my respected readers who hold traditional views that where my analysis opposes their long-held beliefs, they should understand that what I have said about Dharma applies to everybody, but with regard to matters which are secondary to Dharma, my conclusions are meant to produce benefits in the form of intellectual clarification only for qualified specialists. All the subjects which I've outlined in the introduction concerning time and history are based on the logical analysis of Satra, and whether one accepts them or not does not affect the spiritual conclusions. History and time are phenomenal subject matters, and when they're analyzed according to the sound reasoning, much good can be done for India. In this way, Bhaktivinoda salvaged what he considered to be the essential aspects of Vedic and Bhagavatam tradition from the firing line of any potentially embarrassing discoveries and conclusions of modern historical research. His absolute transcendence could then reside securely out of harm's way, safe from issues of historicity. Bhaktivinoda did, however, invite future scholars to re-examine and improve the external historical part of his formulation, such as Aryan invasions, when developments in appropriate fields permitted. It took time for Indian scholars to adapt to learn the methods of Western critical scholarship to the point where they felt comfortable enough to actually challenge the status quo. The first outright voice of opposition against the Aryan invasion theory were not raised until the end of the 19th century. They were inaugurated by prominent religious figures whose discourse were in direct political and religious response to the hegemony of British intellectual power, which was portrayed as untrustworthy in the face of Vedic Sabra Pramana scriptural evidence. In 1882, Dayananda Saraswati, founder of the Arya Samaj, protested. In the face of these Vedic authorities, how can sensible people believe in the imaginary tales of the foreigners? No Sanskrit book or history records that the Aryans came here from Iran and defeated the inhabitants of this country in battles, drove them away, and proclaimed themselves the rulers of the country. How can the writings of foreigners be worth believing in the teeth of this testimony? Elsewhere, Dayananda drew the literal reading of the Mahabharata to claim that the Aryas were the sovereign rulers of the whole earth, but he did not make some efforts to. But he did make some efforts to familiarize himself with European scholarship, and in the 1860s employed a Bengali to read him Muller's translation of the Rig Veda. His choice of Tibet as the homeland of the Aryans reflected the preference of Europeans such as Kant and Herder, influenced by Orientalism, critique in ways that partially paralleled from an Aryan perspective the Neo-Savioism of the South. His Samaj was dedicated to reestablishing the pristine monotheistic purity of the early Aryan Vedic literature and jettisoning the later polytheistic accretions, superstitions, and corruptions that had accrued during the Puranic period. The Theosophists, there's a little more. Did you want to say something? You want me just to finish up with the
Might as well just blaze right through it.
Okay, the Theosophists, who established their principal ashram in South India, retained their belief in the Indian homeland well after such positions had long been considered passé in Europe. Olcott, as noted earlier, considered that the Brahmins have their own chronology and no one has the means of providing that their calculations are exaggerated. We Europeans have right to more than suspect that India 8,000 years ago sent out a colony of immigrants. Blavatsky likewise stated that it has now become very clear to me that Scandinavian, Egyptian, Greek, Central Asiatic, German, and Slavonic gods were nearly all born in prehistoric India. She also attempted to make the case for the antiquity of the Vedas, juxtaposing the least age we can accord to the human race, namely 240,000 years, with Max Muller's statement that the Veda represents the very infancy of humanity and when hardly out of its cradle. She quips that it really seems the duty of the eminent Sanskritist and lecturer on comparative theology to get out of the dilemma. Either the Rig Veda hymns were composed about 3,000 years ago and therefore cannot be expressed in the language of childhood, or we have to ascribe them to immense antiquity in order to carry them back to the days of human mental antiquity. Aurobindo, who was kept abreast of European knowledge, expressed his misgivings some years later. The indications in the Veda on which this theory of a recent Aryan invasion is built are very scanty in quantity and uncertain in significance. There are no actual mention of any such invasion. The distinction between Aryan or un-Aryan on which such matter has been built seems on the massive evidence to indicate a cultural rather than a racial difference. The absence of any mention in the Vedas of an external origin of the Aryans is the single most repeated objection raised by Indian scholars, an issue to which I'll return shortly. Vivekananda, the first prominent Indian religious figure in the modern period to ignore the prohibition of Shastra against crossing the seas, and the first to address an audience in the West, not only objected to the Aryan invasion theory, but also issued a rallying cry to scholars among his countrymen to oppose it. And what your European pundits say about the Aryans swooping down from some foreign land, snatching away the lands of the Aborigines and settling in India by exterminating them is all pure nonsense, foolish talk. In what Veda and what Sukta do you find that the Aryans came into India from a foreign country? Where do you get the idea that they slaughtered the wild Aborigines? What do you gain by talking such nonsense? Strange that our Indian scholars too say amen to them, and all those monstrous lies are being taught to our boys. Whenever the Europeans find an opportunity, they exterminate the Aborigines and settle down in ease and comfort on their lands, and therefore they think the Aryans must have done the same. But where is your proof? Guesswork. Then keep your fanatical ideas to yourself. I strongly protested against these ideas at the Paris Congress. I'd been talking with the Indian European savants on the subjects and hope to raise many objections to this theory in detail when time permits. And I say to you, to our pundits also, you are learned men. Hunt up your old books and scriptures, please, and draw your own conclusions. After Vivekananda's death, some notes were found among his papers containing 42 points jotted down in a book he intended to write, 10 of which dealt with issues connected to the Aryan invasion theory. However, it remained for others to take up Vivekananda's stirring call to arms. The conclusion. We have seen how Aryanism was co-opted in all sorts of contradictory but not necessarily conflicting ways by missionaries, colonialists, orientalists, anthropologists, nationalists, and all manner of other ideologues in Europe throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The Aryan connection was configured in support of just about any agenda. A parallel situation holds true for India. Politically, in terms of its European connections, Aryanism was welcomed by some as evidence of equality between the colonizers and the colonized, and could even be invoked to elicit assistance from the English Aryan brethren. In other discourses, it's heralded as proof of the spiritual superiority of Hindu Aryans in comparison to materialistic Western Aryans. In terms of its ramifications in the Indian political scenes, it was deferred to as proof of Brahmanical Aryan superiority over the rest of the subcontinent, or contrarily as proof of Brahmanical Aryan exploitation of the same. From religious perspectives, however, the theory is more fundamentally troubling, at least from Brahmanical viewpoints. It completely undermined traditional concepts of history and portrayed the wise Aryans of yore as little better than marauding barbarians. It was also on the basis of scriptural evidence for the first voices challenging the basis of the theory, as opposed to co-opting it for ideological purposes, were raised. Suspicion of the theory based on scriptural testimony or lack therein remains an explicit or implicit factor in much indigenous Aryan discourse. The science known as philology in the West was to provide the terrain for the first forays by Indian Sanskritists against the conclusions of their Western peers. And the majority of the book is then more about linguistics. So hope people enjoyed this. You got to really up the IQ on these people. And, this is important. You're saying this is like one of Jennifer's single main things. It's like she's like the world champion at this game that no one even knows how to play anymore. So she's like all ready to defeat people who are, and it's funny because if you go to University of Michigan, Harvard, any major institute in the West, and you look on the books that, God forbid, we're too dumb to have even read anymore, they all say that this theory is true.
Well, I mean, it's not that unsurprising because a lot of the motivations in history are ideological. It's hard to deny, and this is just another example of that. And also, it's sort of fueled by European narcissism, a la con ops, right? It's like the saying goes, "You don't look a gift horse in the mouth," as my grandpappy used to say.
Oh,
I know
Vince
Vincent
here.
has joined, and I had
He
an
had his big show on
absolutely
Adam Green, but
I had
that's
an enjoyable convo with him this week, and I'm looking forward to our stream that we're going to be having, I believe, Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern. You there, Vincent?
but since Vince is the Hindu, so before he does his week in review, I know we had a big week, stream with Jennifer and Adam Green. Let's hear what he has to say about what I just read about Aryan invasion theory and the response of the great Hindu nationalists.
Okay, Vincent, we can't hear you. Are you there? I had to mute you before, so you have to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll see if he gets his. I can't unmute him. I had to mute him when he popped in before because he had an audio on. So yeah, I guess we'll just keep going until he comes in. But yeah, we talked about the premises of logic, and it was interesting because it always sort of comes back. It cycles back to axioms and consciousness all the time, because everything is sort of backstopped by axioms and consciousness.
Yeah, if you can't get a person to discuss axioms, you can't really have a good conversation. I mean, you get like a lot of preaching, or rhetoric or dialogue, but if a person doesn't know the rules of logic, they don't know how to break their beliefs into axioms or understand how conclusions are drawn from axioms. It's hard to have an intelligent, productive conversation. If you become like Vince or something, where you could become you've prepared things. You might have things that you understand well, so you don't really listen and have a conversation. You just kind of wait your turn to prepare and say your presentation. But that's not sufficient for public discourse to just to wait to prepare and give your preparation.
I'm sorry, Jen, I was away. Am I invited to come?
Oh, hey, Vince. It just reminds me of some cheesy quote from a movie of like, people aren't talking to listen to each other. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. probably butchered that one, but yeah, welcome, Vincent. And yeah, we were just about to say, I guess, what's up? What's your week in review? And I was mentioning about our delightful chat about axioms, and we eventually got onto the subject of consciousness.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about, because it all started with the question of whether or
You're
not
cutting in and out a
God
bit.
is inside.
Are you maybe not very close to your internet? Because it seems like that. You know, when a phone is not quite good reception, you're kind of cutting.
Let me come back in.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else noticed that.
Yeah,
But
let me
he's just
come back
cutting in
in.
and out a bit. But yeah, what I'll do is load the diagram that I made subsequent to our conversation there. Oh, we've already lost Duvid. Okay, yeah, so I made a diagram consequent to our conversation, because what I'd like to do is sort of set these things up in terms of two-dimensional logic. So right now, like I don't know if anyone's actually studied logic in university, but it's a bit of a clusterfuck. It's not very intuitive. So if we do this and sort of package everything as a set of axioms or a single axiom, you can sort of map them out in terms of the conclusions that they come to. Because if you use the universal definition of consciousness versus the biological definition, your answers are going to look different. They're both going to be correct in the context of those axioms, but you can't just switch between axioms. And if you have them, everything sort of partitioned in terms of those axioms, because they're slightly different. I mean, in a way, you could argue that they're contradictory because we aren't using identical definitions of consciousness. Well, perhaps not contradictory, but unequal. So you could argue, well, which one's more correct? And it's like, well, they're each good for what they describe. You just have to understand what is their domain of application, because it probably seems like when you're starting off that the biological definition is going to be more important. But it's actually the universal definition that's most important, because that's the one that is the integral one. Because the universal definition transcends the biological definition. You can arrive at the biological definition vis-a-vis the universal definition, not vice versa. Okay, so go ahead, Vincent, if you're ready. Are you ready? Hello?
Yes, I'm ready.
And wanted to just say a shout out to Josh. Just saw you in the chat, buddy. Nice to have you join us tonight.
Hi, Duvid. How are you? Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Good job on Adam Green. I guess streaming a little bit. I don't know if you heard that part I was reading on Hinduism and the response to the Aryan invasion theory, and kind of how Hindu nationalism arose as somewhat of a series of responses from various leaders of different movements to Aryan invasion theory, and that kind of, from a certain level, leads to eventually Hindu nationalism, the complete overthrow of the British.
Well, I hope Hindu nationalism is not a reactionary movement. I hope it's organic. I hope that it kind of has its own soul from which it arises, rather than kind of David, did you hear what I said, or were you gone for a second?
I dropped out a second, but yeah, I heard you.
Okay. I hope it's not reactionary like that. I hope it doesn't exist like Nazism. You need the Jews for Nazism to exist, basically. It's like it can't exist without them. So I hope that Hindu nationalism is not the same, like it can't exist without being simply a resistance against something else.
But there's a history to saying like India was defeated, and it was defeated largely by the British. And the East India Company, Aryan invasion theory, was largely created and funded by the East India Company. They're the people who originally paid Max Muller in the beginning, was the East India Company. And so if you were in India at the time and you were subverted to foreign rule, and this was what the people who were ruling you thought, that your own culture, God forbid, not only does it suck, it was created by a foreign group of barbarians. And, so obviously there's going to be reaction to, that type of persecution. and to make of it, saying how are these people in India going to respond to this? Like, your culture sucks, God forbid, and it was created by a group of barbarians that plundered your homeland.
Well, they better outgrow. I think that they have outgrown and are outgrowing being a reactionary movement. Then I don't think that it was all reactionary.
Well, see,
And
they actually had to overthrow the British. I mean, that was, like like the reason. Only you can't have Hindu nationalism. Like, Hindu nationalism now, what I'm saying, like, at the time, it's like of course they needed to overthrow the British, and saying reaction to being a slave, God forbid, if the only way to relieve yourself of slavery is to kill your master, most people are going to probably kill their master, God forbid. And so I don't know what you mean reactionary. So you say, like, yeah, a modern day Hindu, like a Jew in the Holocaust, and you're saying the reason I'm doing Judaism is, God forbid, to get revenge against Hitler. That you could be a Hindu like that, where it's like every time I chant Krishna's name, it's another strike of revenge against the British. And you're saying, like, no, that's not the right reason to try to be a Hindu. But I'm sure if you're Indian, saying it is a group strategy. So you're saying, like, this strategy defeated the British, whether it's true or not. Me being a Hindu is part of the strategy that defeated the British.
it needs to be bigger than that. It won't work if it's that small. It needs to draw from every stream. It can't just draw from being a reaction against imposed British. If it didn't start out like that, it has to become like that. Yeah, if it didn't start out like that, it has to become like that. So, Jen, are you here?
Yep, was just tuning into the convo, and what was excited to recount our convo on your stream because I thought it was interesting. Like, most people have a hard time following trains of logic, but you seem to be able to follow a bifurcated 4-step logic process. So I was encouraged by that because it is a bit disheartening when people can't even follow like one logical step, or they don't understand that that's what is the argument being made.
Yes, so I was getting it. So this whole thing is predicated on the philosophy of whether or not God is inside the creation, because the Judaism and Islam say no, it is not. Christians, I think, say it is, and it brings up the question of your belief on that kind of determines whether or not you practice idolatry. And then we started talking about avatars, and Jen does not believe in avatars because she believes in a purely impersonal God that cannot incarnate with a personality. So she
No,
likened.
I said that the God is imbued with impersonalism, and that being alive is a personal thing. That's basically what I said.
Being alive is personal.
The
And
personal
then,
is a subset of the impersonal. That's basically the argument.
right. So, but it can't be, if it's coming in personally, it could never be the entirety of God, because you can't have the infinite and the finite, is what you're saying.
I basically liken it to the periodic table. It'd be like, well, if that thing took birth, what kind of personality would it have? Well, it's not really defined because its qualities are not subjectivized or personalized, or however you want to word it, right? It has qualities, but they're not human qualities or exclusively human qualities.
No, they're not. So then we got into the question. There's still the question about idolatry, because I think Jen believes that everything is conscious, which means that everything can perceive.
I
which
didn't say
means
everything's conscious. I said there's two acceptable definitions for consciousness, and one of them is panpsychism, which is that everything, universally matter, is imbued with what you would argue is sort of like a basic consciousness, which
which
was
you said
quantum. That's the quantum interpretation, because observation is waveform reduction and everything is a waveform, and
right. You
waveforms
said
reduce.
right. You said that perception is waveform reduction. So
Perception, I don't think I actually said that, but I would say that it's a form of waveform reduction. Waveform reduction is more general than just perception. Because we have to,
right.
because we were like sort of going into the ideas and we realized there's a bunch of different words like perception, observation, awareness, consciousness. Like those are all slightly different meanings. So
Mhm.
we kind of realized that it was an extremely difficult question, and we're going to have a future stream to go into it. Maybe like I was thinking we'd go into it from the ground up, because at some point, if you want to like get to the end of a chain of reasoning from the basis, which takes a while sometimes, you have to sort of commit to one of the axioms. Like, are we going to go with the subjective ones or the objective ones? Because the result won't be this. The definitions for what comes out as like what we define as consciousness are going to be different vis-a-vis the two axioms. I don't know if that's quite clear yet, because you did try to go from logic in one set of axioms to logic in another. Like you tried to apply a result of one to the other. So I'm not sure if you understand that why you can't do that.
I guess I'll come to understand. Um, but the way we ended it was that my question was your perceive. Okay, everything can perceive. So I was wondering if it perceives, what does it perceive? Because, but then you said an idol cannot perceive senses like sight, sound, hearing, but the question was, well, then what does it perceive?
Right. And then the answer to that is the measurement limit, which is the 3+1 space-time dimensions pervade the universe. So basically,
Okay.
the rock knows that it lives in a 3+1 dimensional causality, and the proof of that is that it occupies a 3-dimensional shape. Okay, so mathematically, we say like we construct all these objects like lines and planes, but those things don't actually have any material representation, because the spatial dimensions are what you could argue, like you describe them as like a trinity, an entangled trinity. They always
Of
occur in threes.
an entangled trinity of what?
Time-like observations. So there's no such thing as a flat surface or a like straight line. Like a one-dimensional object doesn't exist. A two-dimensional object doesn't exist. Only three-dimensional objects embedded in a temporal causality exist. That's sort of a mathematical approximation that we've deluded ourselves into believing is real, but it's not. Like these concepts are only defined in our minds. Like, could you prove that there is such a thing as a line the way math defines it? Not really. Hello?
Right, because it's always taking up some volume, right?
Exactly. Basically volume, but it's not quite volume, because when we think of volume, we're thinking of something that is outside of time. But that's not the way to look at it. Causality unfolds inside of time. It's really time that's tricky, because it operates simultaneously on multiple orders. Differently, like in observably different ways. So it does get a little bit abstract, but it's all very logical, and it ultimately boils down to principles about continuity of information and this idea of parsing the different universes into finite sets. And again, I'll draw back to like Plato with his elementals. That's one example of a transcendent parsing, because the idea is like, okay, we want to take all the elements in the total causality and break it down to a finite number of quality sets. That's the basic approach. And then you have
Yeah.
numerous universes, quote unquote, that you can impose to strategically organize your system.
Yes, then we did get into the question of elementals because we said that there's obviously two different kinds. It seems that when you say elementals in these philosophies, you mean something more purely scientific, whereas I always perceived the idea of elementals was that you assigned personality traits to the elements and
It's not
then
it was qualities, right?
qualities, but you said that they can't have human qualities.
They're not. They can though. That's what Ayurveda is. They can be personalized because remember the personal is a subset of the impersonal. It's just that they're not exclusively personal qualities. For example,
Well,
hot. Hot's not exclusively a human thing because the sun's hot, right?
well, but okay, it can't have exclusively human qualities.
Well, what I'm saying is that by definition, elementals don't have exclusively human qualities. The goal of an elemental system is to parse causality. So it was basically their attempt to do what we have done with the periodic table.
Right. Right. Exactly. But you said that, like, okay, we have different definitions of numerology. Like, yours seems to be a lot more scientific, whereas mine was based in irrationalism and the occult. You're saying you said that that's superstition.
Well, we would have to agree on a definition for numerology. I think that would be a starting point. So if you're just generally saying numerology is a strategic canonization via sets, if you want to make it that generalized, then technically the standard model is numerology. I don't know if you want to go that far, right? But it's hard to get a working definition of numerology because it can be argued to be quite a generalized definition.
Well, you have to tie it into non-science. Or you don't have to, but I think that when most people think of numerology, they are not thinking about science. I'm not thinking about science when I think about numerology.
That's why I tend to not use the term, even though maybe it could be used. I don't want to. It's the same reason I don't want to use words like astrology. Right? So I agree that numerology is the right word. It's just that like we need to basically look at like redefine the term as being neutral rather than pejorative. You know?
Okay.
Because
Mhm.
like could counting coconuts on the beach be considered numerology? Like could just say, well, isn't math numerology? So it's kind of like it's vague. It's about as vague as astrology, right? You kind of tell what someone's alluding to when they say it, but you don't really know the nuts and bolts of how they're actually drawing any of the conclusions that they're accessing, quote unquote. But yeah, it's like very much. It was a lot of fun because it was like a very strategic, step by step excursion into the basis of knowing things. Because like once you actually get that level of it, you can go wherever the axioms lead. But your arguments are always only ever going to be as strong as their axioms. So, do you kind of understand the difference between the two definitions of consciousness, or is that a little bit
No,
hazy still?
I have the first one, but what's the second one that everyone else uses?
Well, I would say there is nothing because if you ask most people, like even intellectuals, allegedly, they'll say like they will not give you a very good definition. And they'll be like, well, humans are conscious, but like animals aren't. It's like, okay. So I think we touched on that a little bit, but I said that the definition for biology to make predictions in biology would be to say that life is conscious and non-life is not conscious.
But you're saying that that's not true.
There's levels of truth. Everything is only as true as its axioms, right? Like there's no such thing as an objective understanding of truth when you're a subject. Our very ability to understand truth is predicated on being subjectivized. You can't turn around and then objectivize that which is intrinsically subjective.
Okay.
Hey,
You're on mute.
I got kicked off the call somehow. Sorry about that. Where did I get cut off?
Levels of truth.
Yeah,
And so,
like do you understand the argument that as subjective beings are understand like the reason we can ask questions is essentially because we're in human form, and human form necessitates subjectivity. Our ability to ask these questions in the first place necessitates human subjectivity. Do you understand that argument?
yes.
So human subjectivity is a biased perspective. So it's essentially making it impossible to ever get that objective perspective on the universe, because the only reason you can have a perspective at all is because of subjectivity. So we can have a bunch of subjective perspectives, but it's outside of our capacity to have an objective perspective. Like we can't know the truth of the universe in the language of the universe, because our ability to have language in the first place is predicated on subjectivity. Like you think of life as being a magnifying glass for universal consciousness. Hello?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah. Okay. So
So if you want to, the thing is that it's a lot harder to reason vis-a-vis the universal axioms than the biological axioms. Because if you want to make predictions about human consciousness vis-a-vis the universal axioms, then the definition of consciousness is a non-trivial photonic waveform.
wait, John brought up a
Sorry, the definition of life is a non-trivial waveform, not consciousness. Sorry, go ahead.
someone wanted to know that does the spirit need to be inside the body to think and ask questions?
No. Because when your body dies, there's still residual energy in your mind. Because your body, it's like, think of it like you fill up your car with gas, right? And you're driving into the desert, and you know that there's no gas stations there, but you can still drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a period between death and like what you could call crystallization, where there is a cessation to fluctuations in the mind. And you could think of that as basically running out a gas tank, because you still have a residual, like just like the energy powering your mind now is not from food you ate 10 seconds ago. There's a digestion process, it takes anywhere from, 20 minutes to years, or not years, but you know what I mean? A long time.
Well, wait, I want to hold on. I don't know if you answered. You're saying it's running out of gas, but when it does run out of gas,
Yeah,
can
it's
the
like
spirit-
it's crystallized. I would assume, I can't remember exactly, but I would extrapolate that it would be like a sleeping state.
so the spirit cannot think when it is the spirit unconscious? Wait, no, that's a bad word. What type of consciousness does the spirit have in between bodies?
Well, are you familiar with the saying yoga shishvritti nirodhara? Do you know what that
No.
means? Yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind. So the
Okay.
idea is like it's possible to have it's a mind either way, but it can be in a fluctuating state or in a stable state. So energetically speaking, because there's a finite energy in the mind, it eventually reaches a stable state, whether it's enlightened or not. The question is just whether it's eligible for reincarnation at that point, whether it has unresolved desires, aka magnetic attraction towards a flesh. But thinking is...
Wait, do you lose self-awareness when you're in an unfluctuating state?
The way to think about it is you have an ego, and that's a lens that is wrapped on top of basic consciousness. So the ego is the subjectivizer. It's the collimator that renders a personality. And in my system, ego and personality are the same thing. And the ego has 3 eigenstates, and those are thoughts, emotions, and sensations. So within this axiomatic framework, it would be described as thinking away your thoughts, feeling away your feelings, and sensing away your sensations. And what's left after all those are used up is a residual crystal of the ego or personality, which is what takes birth again. Hello?
Mm-hmm. Okay, but
So thoughts are, imagine like thinking and feeling, that's like running through the gas. Eventually run out of gas. Right?
You run out of gas, which means the car
Well, can you think when you're asleep?
Yeah.
Well, you can have a dream, but if you're asleep, it's just blackness.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I imagine it's something like that. Like the intermediary portion, I think, is the scary portion where the mind is losing energy, because it's like, oh my God, if you're identified with your thoughts, it's like, oh my God, I'm melting. So there can be a panic in that, which is what the point of the death rites is to ease the transition. But after a while, I imagine there's a settling into maximum entropy state. Welcome back, Dubid. Yeah, so I don't know if this guy in the chat, Garius Jarfar, is the same guy who sent me like 5 emails this week with nonsense prose. Don't do that. If you're going to send me an email, make it make sense, please. That would mean a lot to me, because, if it doesn't make sense, I'm not going to interpret your gibberish. I don't have the time for that. Okay, yeah, if you want to present Dubid, I've got you screen shared now.
Yeah, so let's do our word of the week. And I actually mentioned this in one of the chess servers, because it was very related to this chess variant called Crazy House. But so the word of the week this week is epiphania, which is 2 Greek words put together, apho and phenia, which phenia usually means to appear, and apo like out of, to appear out of. And it was coined by German psychiatrist Klaus Conrad in 1958, publication on the beginning stages of schizophrenia. He defined it as unmotivated seeing of connections, a specific feeling of abnormal meaningfulness. But on a simple level of the Greek, and it's possible it was that he made the word up, or that it actually was an older word, is that it just means to see patterns that other people don't see, to appear out of. That epiphania was people who see things that aren't there. And I actually saw this word on, I think I remember this word. This wasn't an SAT word like we did last week in Telekey, which I think was actually an SAT word. Epiphania is probably even too complicated to even be an SAT word. But it's used in neuropsychology for understanding schizophrenia, people who see things that aren't there, hear voices, and recognize patterns that are invalid. And it's also related to the gambler's fallacy. And it was on Al Jazeera, related to conspiracy theory and QAnon. And they called like epiphania, like schizophrenic, where people are seeing patterns that aren't there. Like there's an elite cabal, God forbid, of, whatever. I'm going to repeat it. What I said was relatively reasonable in terms of patterns that people see that that there's corrupt, and that people in power have a tendency to take excesses like raping and pillaging the countryside, God forbid, and saying anyone with a position of power is going to have a tendency to do that. But turn to like a conspiracy theory where you actually see things that aren't there, like Pizzagate or something, or where you're saying that there's a crime ring. And so this would be mainstream university where they might use this word, and they're saying like signals, and so I scroll down to the pictures, say like hand gestures, like masonry things, like Vincent is Illuminati, and saying like here's all these people that are controlling the world. They're doing these gestures, and I remember looking at, there's some truth to this because I've read the Masonic literature, and you could look at these things as universal signals that that maybe person. There's different ways to understand it, but here they're claiming that this is like apophenia. This is just crazy people, schizophrenic, seeing patterns that don't exist. Like just because you have these Masonic books that describe certain like gestures and signals, and then you have like all these celebrities, and powerful people doing it. That's apophenia. That's like a schizophrenic trying to make meaning out of nothing. And then I was mentioning Kabbalistically, the Kabbalists generally held that crazy people really aren't crazy. They actually see the truth in some way. So you're saying a schizophrenic sees things that aren't there, but really they are there. Like to the average person, they're not there. And your average normal person, the reason they're normal is because they don't see these things. But the fact is that these things are actually there, and crazy people are not crazy. They're not thinking that they hear voices that aren't there. They're not thinking they're seeing things or recognizing patterns that don't exist. They're just capable of recognizing patterns that your average person wouldn't be able to recognize. And it's related to like chess strength or something, that like in a game like chess, it's very clear what's the difference. Like apophenia of like he saw the path forward, he saw the combination, and another person just missed it. He saw something that a mission was able to see something that your average player couldn't see on any intellectual level. You're like Vince or Jennifer's theory that there's levels of understanding. So from like Canops, Jennifer's just crazy. It's apophenia, and he sees that like she's just a mad woman who's claiming these patterns that are completely in her head, in reality have nothing to do with reality. And at some level you could take that logical position and say like, no, I don't accept your patterns. I think you're just a schizophrenic apophenia who is recognizing patterns that don't exist at all, period. And so the multiple truth hypothesis is going to create a framework to say like, no, those patterns probably do exist, and the person probably did have at least some validity in their true function to think that this was the template pattern to use to try to decipher other information. And so it's basically rational actor theory, where everybody, including our mistakes, and it'll come down to the cognitive dissonance, questions of decision making, free will, but basically even our mistakes, the rational actor theory could hold true. And so that was pretty interesting. I thought a lot about that this week, and think I've been having pretty good results at chess. And you say like apophenia, I hear voices, God forbid. Like I don't think I'm dangerous. Like I think like if you want to call me crazy, I think I'm a spiritual person. I think I'm in tune with the spiritual world, and the voices I hear are in fact real. But it doesn't make me dangerous or a bad person, or it depends what you call crazy. And even my way of looking at the hard problem of consciousness is that's how I understand consciousness. That's the correct understanding from Kabbalah and probably the Vedas of how you're supposed to look at consciousness. It doesn't derive from the material body. What the me who is thinking right now is not a derivative of my brain. And that's the accurate view. So when it's saying I hear voices, we all hear voices. That's how consciousness works. The voices in our head don't derive from our brain, they come from someplace else. And so clinically, you say like a good religious person is clinically schizophrenic. And so you even see the term apophenia, you just look at it like, to me it sounds like a good thing. But like, no, unfortunately, that's what they're saying. Like, no, these QAnon, these schizophrenic people who are just bound to seeing patterns that don't actually exist, and then doing stupid things and hurting people because they were so dumb that they believed in these patterns that don't even exist.
Oh gosh, yeah. It's a good question. I guess Vincent hopped off. He can come on, but I would appreciate you to make sense.
Yeah, I don't mind just talking. If a person like is I mean, even like Duvet Chill could be like a like interview style, like for your average person. But I don't mind hearing a person out if they could. It's like Alan Dershowitz who takes calls, like, but be concise. So like, I don't even mind talking about anything or hearing anybody say what they think is important, as long as they could do it in a way that is concise or is making sense. Like, but I actually have a lot of stuff in. I thought week in review just to keep this exciting and intellectually interesting enough for me and Jennifer. And I was saying, like, and also really to demonstrate it is easy to make money if you have, so to say, a high IQ. And it's like my theory of consciousness, a high IQ is a spiritual phenomenon, that intelligence and thought, not just the spiritual element of the soul, but even intellectual capacities, in my estimation, are largely performed in the spiritual realm. But to say if you have a propensity to be able to understand math and science, to monetize that skill is quite easy. And so so I thought maybe going over 3D printers would be an interesting thing, because it's a really interesting technology. You see Jennifer's like might be pumping out her 3D periodic tables, and just saying like it's probably the key to helping people understand it. You see, like, even a person like Vince, who he's not scientifically illiterate, but he doesn't really have enough training to understand Jennifer's theory, could probably get some grasp of it by a 3D printed model of the quantum periodic table.
Yeah, I think it would help, because then you can see the measurement limit more obviously. Like, you can see the symmetry in the periodic table and what the 3 plus 1 actually means. Because the 3 are on the outside and the 1 is on the inside, whereas on our scale, the 3 are on the inside, the 1 is on the outside. Like, you've got Earth going through time, time's outside of space. So it's certainly counterintuitive, and that's why I was saying, like, practically speaking, you use this stuff, you're not going to use a universal definition of consciousness, because you don't need to, because you could do biology with a much more simplified definition. So it's not about correct or incorrect, it's about what's the right strategic axioms for that particular application.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to go straight into 3D printing?
Yeah, I've got it ready here, so I'll pop that up.
You have the whole slideshows, or is it easier for me to screen share and just control it on my
This
side?
is probably better if you just say when to advance. And right now I'm on Pratyush Shukla's presentation, so that's probably better, because it'll probably be easier for people to read. And I can just tap forward.
Okay, so go ahead to tap forward. And unfortunately, I'm on a delay, so I'll look on these slides on my own page. So you see the content page. If you go to slide, what is 3D printing? And you see there's additive manufacturing, or 3D printing is a process of making a three-dimensional solid object of virtually any shape from digital model. 3D printing is achieved using an additive process where successive layers of material are laid down in different shapes. additive manufacturing. The term additive manufacturing refers to technologies that create objects through a sequential layering process. Objects that are manufactured additively could be used anywhere throughout the product life cycle. So, it's pretty generic. This tried to find, and so this whoever created these slides, thanks to who did it, Pratyush Shukta, and these were, they're over a year old, but relatively recent. The general principles divides into modeling, printing, and finishing, because that's the advantage. So you could just scroll through the slides. I'm not gonna read it, but maybe if you go to the 9th slide, stereolithography. So this is what I wanted to get into, the actual science. If Jennifer wants to give any comment, but historically it's always been this process of modeling, printing and finishing, or printing would be building, and now that you could do a digital diagram, and instead of trying to figure out a process for how to make it, like injection molding or detractive manufacture like CNC, like carving something where you have a bigger piece and you cut out everything that you don't want till you get what you want, as opposed to additive, where you build it one step at a time, exactly the way you've drawn that. So what I want to get into these slides here is going to be an overview of how exactly does this work. So do you want to read, Jennifer? Is this interesting enough that you even want to read this?
The stereolithography? Yeah, sure. Stereolithography is an additive manufacturing process using a vat of liquid UV curable photopolymer resin and a UV laser to build parts a layer at a time. CAD, or computer-assisted design programs, help users create STL files for the 3D printers to read. STL, stereolithography file format, a file format which uses many little triangles to make a three-dimensional plot of the object's intended surface.
You could go through the next few slides if you want, because I want to see these various techniques, because there's a handful of techniques to or understand what exactly is happening when things are being 3D printed, and what is the difference between so fused deposition modeling is an additive manufacturing technology commonly used for modeling, prototyping, and production applications. And so we say you have like an extruder, and you basically have a laser that shoots through a glass that heats up a strand that's being fed into the machine and melts it, and that extruder is on a robotic arm or some sort of either 2 or 3-dimensional way, where it's going to print one layer and then the next layer and then the next layer till it's done. And if you look at, you want to go to the next one, laminated object manufacture, because there are various methods to have a 3D printer. So it's not like there's 3D printing is a technology that includes countless processes for doing it. And so that's what we're going through. These are just basically different methods of 3D printing that go about a different strategy for doing it. You want to read the laminated object?
Laminated object manufacturing, LOM, is a rapid prototyping system developed by Helicis Inc. In it, layers of adhesive coated paper, plastic, or metal laminates are successively glued together and cut to shape with a knife or laser cutter.
You want to do selective laser melting also?
SLM made its debut appearance back in 1995. It was part of a German research project at Fraunhofer Institute, ILT, located in the country's most western city of Aachen. Like SLA, SLM also uses a high-powered laser beam to form 3D parts. During the printing process, a laser beam melts and fuses various metallic powders together. The simple way to look at this is to break down the basic process like this. Powdered metal plus heat plus precision plus layered structure equals a perfect 3D object. You there, David? Hello? David? I think you're muted.
Yeah, I muted myself because I coughed. I apologize. So if you want to go to the binding jet technology, I'll read that one.
It's on.
BJ is a 3D printing process that uses two types of materials to build objects: the powder-based material, usually gypsum, and a bonding agent. As its name suggests, the bonding agent acts as a strong adhesive to bond the powdered layers together. The printing nozzles extrude the binder in liquid form, similar to a regular 2D inkjet printer. After completing each layer, the build plate lowers slightly to allow for the next one. This process repeats until the object reaches its required height. The four popular materials used in BJ printing include ceramics, metals, sands, and plastics. And you see these are different in the sense that it doesn't build up. It's a platform that goes down. And you could scroll through. We don't have to read these, but see there's organ printing, which you could actually print organic material in a similar process, and more in these slides. I'm not sure if you see slide 16. It's kind of a cool example of bio printing where you could print one cell at a time. And I said God forbid, COVID-19 is a bioweapon, you could print a virus. Like saying you literally could print a virus like this at a base pair at a time, where you build 30,000 or however long, and saying we have the technology. That's what I said. Like for tens of thousands of dollars, you could buy a machine that prints genetic code, and you could have organic 3D
This
printers.
is hydrogel, not individual atoms. Or sorry, individual biological compounds. This is hydrogel droplets. And looks like their selling point is that they can be printed horizontally, which is really neat.
And I guess slide 18, if you have any comments on that, that's a cool slide.
Yeah, very interesting. It'll be an interesting century, to say the least. Have these machines, that people historically artisans historically would have salivated over these things, and just how precise they are. It's always a little bit spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I have better slides, and we'll get more into it maybe over the weeks if there's interest. But yeah, you could get these down to like millionth of a millimeter extreme accuracy, and hopefully we'll go over some of the techniques more, and I'll show some papers if people watching actually want to do some homework. Do you want to do the fourth wave ones also?
Sorry, is this a different slide set?
I gave you 3 slide sets.
All right, cool. So I'll just go over to
the fourth wave, and then there's another one, Patel 3D printing technology in pharmaceuticals, but that one's
yeah, it's just taking a minute to load, but it'll be up there. So I'll put the
longer one I'm just going to put in the chat. Like that one's mostly words. So we'll just do the ones with the pictures. So I'm going to put this longer one that has like 60 slides in the chat, and you could just X that out. It's actually too long.
Sorry, for whatever reason, it's not loading here. So I just have to give it a minute. It seems to be thinking about it, but right now it's just a big white screen.
Yeah, so I put in the chat I had to take out the www dot because it was too many characters. The link for this longer slide share for anyone who wants to learn more about it. You want me to just screen share this last one?
Yeah, it might be an idea because I'm not sure what's wrong with this. It's just this 3D printer stuff's not loading. Yeah, so David will get his presentation up and we'll be along in no time.
You got it? You see the fourth wave?
It's loading, yep.
Okay, so this is Junsu Kang, and this one's actually 5 years old already, but it just had a little stuff. So the simple way that I say, you could even in a high school science class, you could make a 3D printer. So a three-dimensional structure by additive manufacturing, and you see here laser source, elevator, vat, layered material, and there you go. You got a 3D printer, and little timeline, 1981. You see articles about 3D printing. 1984 is the actual first prototypes of more like the idea to come to fruition. 1992, you start seeing layer by layer building parts. 1999, already have engineered organs for medicine, lab grown organ through printing process. 2002, a kidney was printed. 2005, open source collaboration. To 2006, and then 2008, you get the first do-it-yourself printers. So it's already almost 15 years ago, you start seeing where you could buy for a few $1,000s a 3D printer in your house. To more now, the quite a bit. You have solid, liquid, and powder. So solid, where you heat a solid filament type plastic on the head, additive layer through a nozzle. It's most popular. It's pretty accurate, repeatable, high strength material. No changing once it dries. You could do industrial, all types of stuff. The plastic melting is the most common form of 3D printer. There's also liquid form that hardens, and powder, usually for metal, where you fire a laser to powder type polymer into the most precise laser printers. That's how they get down to like a millionth of a millimeter or something like that, because it's a laser beam, and they could even do it, I think, atom by atom joining at that level. So here, just some more graphics. Extrusion, like a fused deposition modeling here, where you see the plastic spool being fed in, and that will be melted and turned into the object layer by layer. Then you have light polymerized stereolithography apparatus, and then you have sheet lamination. Various methods: jetting, granular sintering. So jetting is the quickest method. So if you want to, if like Jennifer, had one day had millions and millions of followers that wanted their little home quantum periodic table, and she had to order for tens, thousands of them, selling off the shelves. One of these jetting ones would be the one that could print them very quickly. That's the fastest, reasonably accurate, possibly even different colors, where you could literally print like 20 of them, maybe even 100 an hour with the ones today. Some charts just about Google searches for 3D printing, the number of patents. Actually, if you go to 3D printing, battery technology, but 3D printing is up there for one of the larger fields to for modern day patents. If you look at the various areas that 3D printing is used for, consumer products, electronics, motor vehicles, a lot of robotics and various things. Metro Detroit, it's automotive or bust, because automotive is by far the most dominant form of manufacture, and there's all sorts of widgets, thousands of them, that go into cars. So 3D printing is you're very into but all types of medical, dental is a huge part, 16% here. And that's because they do fillings or various things that 3D printing is the best way. So if you've had a filling or a cap on your tooth, God forbid, or any replacement tooth, it's likely that it was 3D printed already for the last few years. This is already 2013 that they're saying 3D printing was 16% dental. So you see projections of how fast it's growing. Different companies, like how much you could save by having a 3D printer, by being able to print out parts. You could 3D print now plastics, concrete, like food, all these various things. Even for food's an interesting thing. Like,
That sounds like the Jetsons.
it could be.
Remember on those older shows when they were like having futuristic plot lines where I think it was Back to the Future where you could put the pizza in the microwave for like 1 second and it would ding. It'd be like 3D print your dessert.
Star Trek where it just materialized. But yeah, so there's a lot more to it. Here is 2 more articles. So anyone listening that wants to take this more seriously, I highly encourage them to. So, and put 2 more things. This one's like 20 pages and has a little bit more explanation. And, if you're high IQ, saying like programming, learning how to code, you need a little bit of money. Like 3D printers still aren't cheap, but it's the type thing where you could demonstrate your high IQ and get paid. Saying factually that this is useful stuff. Like even like Jennifer, she wants her she might have had a friend who had a 3D printer and printed out, but if she wanted like a prototype of her 3D quantum periodic table, she might have to pay like $20-$50, or she might have to go to a place to like rent. She might be able to get it down. Like if she knew what she was doing, she might be able to get it down to a few dollars. But like if she really, average person, it probably costs like $20-$50. And saying like if you're a smart person, you could probably make money printing things for people. And saying it's really not that easy to do. To some extent, but I'm saying to actually be good at 3D printing is quite a skill. You're saying like any person with money could buy a 3D printer, get templates, or maybe even figure out how to do something to their liking. But to be a good 3D printer is actually a pretty difficult skill because it involves modeling, involves understanding the connection between the model and how easy it prints, and also it's like being a patent attorney, being able to take a person's got an idea and they want an object, and you got to help the person by understanding what it is they want and helping them turn that into an object that you're going to produce and print for them. And saying that's the type service where it's like, okay, like Jennifer, she could get paid $50 an hour, probably like teaching boomers how to use their computer. But you could make, even hundreds of dollars an hour possibly if you understood 3D printing well. And it's just, pretty cool, awesome thing. Like, I think entropy, like if we had more money, it's like, it's not the first thing I'm going to buy. Like I would need like excess, probably like tens of, if I had access like tens of thousands of dollars, yeah, like definitely like 3D printer is one of the things. Like that would be awesome. I would have a 3D printer like running in the background, printing like widgets constantly.
Yeah, that's my friend's plan at this stage. It's like, I got to get another 19 of these things. I'm like, are you sure? But yeah, he's definitely excited about it.
Well, I mean, if he has to do his business analysis, like I was saying, if he's taking out like a huge loan that's going to like do interest, and it could put him to bankruptcy if he doesn't make enough money to repay the interest on it. Like, it could be a bad decision. And if it means he's expanding his business, saying like like proportionally that like right now he has one, and he wants to expand his business, so he's gonna like borrow $100,000 so he could have 20. He's like, like hold your horses, like maybe start with 4. I don't know, saying, but if he's done his business plan, it makes sense. If he's got customers, if he has got a payment plan, he's like, no, I have customers immediately, and if I had 20 printers, they would be running 10 hours a day, like instantly.
I think he's getting a couple customers, sort of. I think he's still in the discovery phase, not the monetization phase, but
Or he needs like 20 different type of printers. We're saying like to do the various things because
yeah.
he said there's different printers that have different capabilities and different models, like metal filament and different plastic, precision ones, larger stuff, quicker, more expensive, cheaper. But yeah, you usually you need to know your customer. You don't want to buy, and especially things like 3D printers that probably get obsolete relatively quickly. And so if you don't immediately need it for customers, you might find that your version is becomes obsolete relatively quickly, maybe even before you get much use out of it. So that by the time if it takes 2-3 years before you get that big contract, and then by the time you get the big contract, your printers may not even be able to do what the current market demands anymore.
Yeah, it's choppy waters because it's it's not a totally new technology, but still going to have some growing pains before it really catches its stride. I think what'll be like the yoking point for it to really get bigger is when you can start 3D printing the constituent parts of quantum computers. Because, do you understand what it would take to build a quantum computer, kind of?
No, honestly, I even took like 3 courses on edX. I've listened to 100 hours of lectures, and I'm not sure if you actually need like some sort of particle accelerator or a splitter. I was at because I showed the slides the other week when I went to Michigan State University's a particle splitter high. The name slipping me. I took a little of my medicine by saying, like, do you actually need one of those for a quantum computer? Like, I never really got that. Or if like it's an MRI machine
it's
where
extremely hard.
you would
hard
need
to
like an
understand.
MRI, you would need some sort of like particle accelerator to split the particles, or if you would need multiple. So honestly, I never really understood that.
Well, you have to sort of start by sort of realizing a lot of people who've spoken on quantum mechanics didn't really understand it because they kind of got stuck at the correspondence principle, which is this idea that quantum effects only manifest on the micro scale. That's basically the Copenhagen interpretation. I've got I want to pull up one of the articles that I had because it sort of relates to this. But
I mean, do you need a particle accelerator?
No, you don't, because we already life is a quantum computer. So we can have quantum computers that operate without acceleration. The key thing with quantum computers is how do you make sense of the observables? Because it's a question of we already know these regular computers could do a bunch of stuff awesomely. What is it that the quantum computer could do that the other computers can't? And the answer is model biological systems. So the news I thought that was interesting recently was photonic chip brings optical quantum computers a step closer. There seems to be some developments in that. So basically what that's doing is creating diffraction patterns with light and then using those diffraction patterns to model statistical distributions from which results are inferred. So the question is, how complex of a photonic field that actually reflects reality can we build? And it's going to come from multiple quote unquote qubits coming together to create a single hologram photonic entangled field from which the measurements will be derived and ultimately made sense of. And we already have a proof of concept. Like we have these photonic chips coming out now, but we have the proof of concept already in life. So life already has a quantum computer working at pretty much room temperature, like a little hotter than room temperature, right? So I'm not even saying we'd necessarily have to warm these things up either. What we need to focus on doing is generating these readable, entangled, coherent systems, because what the quantum computer allows us to do is to model systems, but then we have to turn around and be able to interpret what are these light signals coming out of the quantum computer? Well, what do they mean? I don't know if that clears it up. But yeah, you'd be printing like the qubits. on a 3D
So we
printer.
just separate it. In order for humans to manifest a quantum particle, you do need a particle accelerator. That doesn't mean that these quantum effects aren't occurring everywhere all the time. It just means like if you want an MRI machine, you want to shoot a neutron, or you're for some device, you need a supply of quantum particles. You do, in fact, need a particle accelerator. That's why when you have an MRI machine or these various things, that they do in fact have a particle accelerator in them. But you're saying quantum computer doesn't need you to create like a beam of neutrons or a beam of quantum particles. It's going to be able to manifest the effect of these quantum particles that are in reality all over the place, embedded in everything that we do, and you don't need to go through some process of extracting them from an atom.
Well, you will have to generate a quantum field, right? Because, I mean, what's the idea with a computer? The computer is modeling something in reality for you because it has a higher precision computation capacity. It's the same with quantum computers. So I've just looked up photonic computer in the news now. And yeah, there's quite a bit. So basically what you need is you'd probably need to start with a stable photon field. So it'd be like something like a laser, because you know how laser basically focuses because the photon, the natural state of the photon is a 3D, it's a blowing up balloon, right? So we got to get it to something that's more regular that our grug brains can get halfway around, right? So we want to bring it into a single focus beam, and then we want to have that beam go through some type of lattice, which we've engineered to be able to give us the answers that we're after. And it's not so hard to engineer these lattices because from our conversation we had with Akid Drum, we can literally train computers to do things like that, provided we have a sufficient amount of good quality training data. Yeah, so I've got one from Nature here. Photonic chip brings optical quantum computers a step closer. So I thought this was interesting. I didn't do too deep a dive on it, but as soon as they can get the chip operating independent of the program, that would be a pretty big step forward. So it can execute various quantum algorithms and is potentially highly scalable. So it looks like they're taking steps in this direction. So it's very exciting times for this, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more. But yeah, it's the 3D printer would be the easiest way to build the qubits for any type of quantum computer, because you use the training data to figure out what they should look like, then you print them, then you can use them.
Saying in the brain, the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis is that these microtubules that exist in neurons, whether evolved or were created, have the ability to harvest quantum particles, and built on a theory, whatever, of like electrical synapses, you have a micro effect much smaller than the neuron itself, that is likely transferring useful information. And in the form determines function of the microtubules look almost designed for the purpose of harvesting quantum effects, as opposed to a quantum computer. And you're saying that's the mystery of the brain and the mind, and these microtubules that likely harvest quantum effects. Like, what do they do with these quantum effects? How does it work? Is still basically a mystery, as opposed.
Well, not anymore, because now they got a computer validating what I said, which is essentially that this Heisenberg diffraction is your basic modality for chunking consciousness. Hey, there you go. Look at that word made another appearance. They even talk about that here, talking about uncertainty associated with the amplitude and phase of any state of light, right? So that's the nice thing about light. Delta E, delta T is greater than h bar, and we know what h bar is. It's wonderful. Like, there's this self-calibration. The fact that light is, constant in light quote speed is constant vacuum. Us understanding that is going to enable us to make these extremely high quality machines. I really look forward to seeing what comes out of this. I'm a little scared, but also excited.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. I think we definitely have to keep pursuing the advances and saying like, okay, 3D printer. Saying like you could at this point, a few $100s have a base model of certain level of accuracy of a 3D printer. For a quantum computer, it's still unclear to the average person, or to understanding what exactly it is, how it's going to work, to the resources required or finances required. What does it actually mean? And just looking on, I occasionally watch the German DW news, and they're saying already that they're going to have quantum computers in 5 years in multiple centers.
If I could just read from this article, the skepticism has disappeared in the past few years. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like someone explained quantum mechanics to everyone. It became clear that a relatively simple optical circuit based solely on squeezed light, as I predicted, beam splitters, devices that split beams of light in two, and photon counters could carry out a sampling algorithm, a procedure that takes a random sample of data at a speed beyond reach of classical computers. Why? 3 times 10 to the 8. It was also discovered that such an algorithm has many practical applications. For example, it is useful in simulating transition between states of molecules. Yuck. Who knew? Molecules were all animated by light. Oh, right. They've known that in chemistry for a century. And finding matching configurations of two molecules, a process known as molecular click docking. Thanks for listening.
Awesome. Yes, I put those 2 links in the chat for more advanced papers on 3D printing. Hopefully a few of you eager minds will read through it. And you're saying that's the quantum computers, that's one of the main recurring topics on Week in Review. But you're saying like a 3D printer you could have before you really instantly. If you have a few $100s, you could probably closer to $1,000, but you could get by a 3D printer right away. So it's it's not out of the reach of probably a good portion of the people watching. Not that you need a 3D printer, but it's something that you could just like, yeah, I'm gonna give myself a 3D printer. If you were in a business or had some sort of baseline where somehow you thought you were going to get a return on it as an investment, whereas you don't have like few $1,000s to just buy a device that is cool and even intellectually saying like, okay, me and Jennifer are scientists and like to create and design things. So a 3D printer is like pretty cool. Saying like we're constantly trying to describe complicated ideas, and imagine if we could say, okay, let me print out this 3D object in order to help explain what I'm talking about. So it's like yeah, it's a pretty cool thing that you could see intellectual people would like, and it's a big area of business. Like that in the future, it's probably a skill like learning to code. That in the future, knowing how to print will probably be a more and more important and marketable skill. So it might be interesting to do like a deep dive into these processes, and maybe we'll even get a few people on or something that will demonstrate these devices, or just things to look forward. Just something I was thinking about that was keeping my mind. And you think like money or something, like okay, like if you have a family or larger monetary expenses and you need to make money, as said, like selling equipment is an extremely good way to do it. And expense, the more expensive the equipment, the bigger the percentage commission. And 3D printers is a booming for like decades now. The number of 3D printer sales has been exponentially growing, because like you probably Jennifer, maybe she's a smart woman. She's got a degree in science and has worked as a scientist. She knows people with 3D printers, but like I would guess a lot of people probably don't know
I've
anyone.
Seen a $500,000 3D printer. It could print.
I think even in Detroit they have 3D printers in like
It printed one
in
of those
public
toys
school.
that would be like mechanically impossible because it had a bigger ball inside. Like, you know what I mean? A ball couldn't fit inside another ball, but it fits because it got printed inside of it. It's all very technical.
I think even like the kids in Detroit that coach chess have like a 3D printer. I mean, not like they like the school, like a home economics or something, but they've probably seen one and they had a class where they probably had like an assignment and they each ended up printing something. So I think like it's been incorporated into education. I know like some of the Jewish private schools that have better science education definitely have 3D printers, but it's still a little bit more on the expensive side. That it's not like printing where you need it like paper. You got to do it. You got to really have a printer, to be in university. I mean, you might be able to use like a public printer in university, like I did. They had public printers, and you could just email it to yourself, and they had stationed all over the place, like high speed public printers at University of Michigan. But like you really need like everybody has a printer, and it could become like that with a 3D printer, but it could be that 3D printing is more niche thing for engineers, artists, or other people, and it wouldn't be that your average person. But even like in the day of eBay, of Amazon ordering, like COVID-19 lockdowns, I wanted to do an update about COVID-19 also. So, but you was mentioning COVID-19 lockdowns, where you're just ordering everything from Amazon. That it could also be that you would just print stuff, like instead of ordering things, that if it was printable, you would print it. And that is a likely direction in technology. I was trying to tell my mom and dad that they should start doing like video messages to me, because like I help my mom and dad out with a lot of things around their house and various things. And a lot of time my mom, she just leaves like notes, like do this, like take this pot down, like make this bed, or whatever. And sometimes they're more complicated, and so she send me like a video message where she records what you want, what she's talking about, because sometimes it's hard in words, but if you just take a video, it's easy to explain. And that's something like a boomer, even my parents, probably could do, but it's difficult for like a boomer to figure out how to do it, even though the phone function, it's almost automatic. It should be relatively simple. But like, okay, we're all going to be boomers one day, and at a certain point the dissonance becomes too much to keep up with the new technology. That saying like, yes, even public school kids in the science schools in Detroit, um they you graduate middle school and you've done a 3D printer project. It's just like it's part of the curriculum. And because the technology has changed the world, and anybody who wants to give some sort of education, like, you gotta have a 3D printer. Like it's just like, who wouldn't have it's an interesting development, and it's somewhat physics. I mean, it's pure physics. How a 3D printer works is through pure physics, and it's understandable. Like the quantum computer, or a lot of Jennifer's theories are really quite difficult for your average person to understand, as where a 3D printer, even with just a high school physics background, you could probably largely understand, oh, that's how it works.
I think it's just going to take a little bit of time. Like when I first started talking about quantum mechanics, did anybody understand? Somebody actually, I was plagiarized quite early on in a little minor math competition thing. Go China. But yeah, it took a few years of repetition, and now people are like building photonic quantum computers. So it'll click eventually, because there's inertia to ideas. So they build up inertia over time, and there's a holding period. Like again, it could be predicted through quantum effects, right? Like you don't internalize 100% a belief the first time you're exposed to it. Welcome to the show, Master Beater. Got the Montreal vibes. We've got a bit of background noise, so if you could put on headphones, that'd be great.
Yeah, maybe if you don't mind, I'll do my quick COVID-19 update, because you want to be important. And I think Dr. Fauci was making the U.S. Sunday news rounds, but just so people have a good feel of what's happening and what to look forward to over the next few months and the next years. And it's interesting that Israel is so much ahead of the curve. but it is extremely likely we're going to have a fourth wave, and in numbers, the fourth wave will probably be close to as big as the last wave. We're in the U.S. We're down to like 60,000 cases a day. It had went over 200,000 a day. It had been at 150, 200,000 a day for like a month straight, and God forbid there was sustained huge death toll in America. Like well over 1,000 people a day died of COVID-19 for like months straight. So unfortunately, I was at Starbucks today and just seeing the event with my parents, and it's very difficult to social distancing. People are getting tired of wearing the masks. They had extreme measures, like in Europe, they're opening up again. Here in Michigan, it was very cold, and it's likely there's going to be another spike. But the vaccination and people who've already had it in various things, that the hope is that in the likely inevitable spike, that the death toll will be much smaller, although that is uncertain. So right now, I would say like it's possible that the worst is behind us. It's likely that the worst is behind us. How bad it's going to be moving forward, it could still be very bad. Like it could be, God forbid, even to less than half of the people who are going to die have died from this thing, and it could carry on for years. You have to see the variants and the various vaccines, and supposedly in Italy, even people are vaccinating. There's a new variant spreading. We'll see more of that. Say that in likelihood, we're going to see sustained lockdowns for at least another 3 years, and you're going to see various things like in Israel, where let's say that they quickly vaccinate over the next few months and get 80-90% of Israel vaccinated, and you can see how well it works. So if it works pretty well and they start opening up, so in America they said, once you're vaccinated indoors with other vaccinated people, you don't need to wear your mask. So in Israel, they disagree. They said, yes, even if you're vaccinated, you still have to wear your mask indoors with other people. And as it gets warmer, people are going to gather, and outdoors is at least 20 times less dangerous. We talked about the simple physics of the last year. The spread last year, like March, April, there's absolutely no reason for anybody to think that there's not going to be another spread like there was last year this time. The only question is the vulnerable population that's been vaccinated mean that the death toll is going to be much, much smaller? So that's what we're hoping. And then why is it going to last another 3 years? Is because you're not going to be able to have international travel and outbreaks till you have herd immunity. And that means till like 90% of all of humanity is vaccinated, and saying that you don't even have for anything. Like even measles, there's probably over 90% of humanity vaccinated for measles. But it'll take years to get anywhere even like 70% and around the world. And that means in all likelihood you're going to have outbreaks with a huge death toll at different places around the globe over the next year. So even if America, like Israel, we reach 90+% vaccination, and there's few cases here and there and deaths, but it's confined to localities. There'll probably be other places on the planet that might be going through COVID-19 crises like this over the next few years. And so things like opening up international travel and borders, the experts are saying not for another 3 years. So I thought people should know that, and it's just public information. We don't have to talk about that, but I didn't want to say that.
Cool. I had to mute you, but you can unmute if your sound is okay. Hello? Hello?
And that's actually everything I had for Week in Review. I mean, I don't mind talking. We talk a little more. Or if Master Beater is, he's here more for Jennifer, he has something for me. Or I could take another break and, let Jennifer ramble, or Master, and then come back and see how it's going. I think you have Brett Devaya, Gandalf, you did a chill stream. That's fine with me. Encourage people streaming, but, I'm basically always serious. So
we haven't gone over the analysis of the posture of the guys on the Bitcoin debate. Remember? I should send
Oh,
you
you
that
just sent me
picture.
that meme, but yeah, if you want to do that's fine.
But I mean, if you want to take a break, I don't know. Are you here? Master Beats, are you here?
You can't hear me?
You're a little low.
No?
What about you, Doobie? Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's massive background noise. I'm hearing myself echoing, so you gotta put on headphones. You're very low.
How about now?
A little bit higher, but still excruciatingly low.
Yes, let me take a break while Jennifer tries to help Master with the sound, and I guess if he has to hop off or can't figure it out, like you just ramble till I get back, or you could go over your stuff and we'll see what happens.
Cool. Talk to you in a bit. So let's try to see if we can get the audio working. Do you want to do a test?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is sort of exactly what I was doing last time. I think it was fine last time. I don't know what I muted or unmuted and did something weird. I don't know.
Do you have more than one audio input on your device?
That's the thing. It's an iPhone, and it's charging at the moment, so I can't plug headphones into it. So, yeah.
Oh, I understand.
Otherwise, if I don't have this speaker set up, I have to hold the phone to my head like I'm on the phone, and then it hangs up on you because this is on the screen. Anyway, this is, I think, as good as it's going to get. I hope you can hear me. When you're talking, I can hear you.
Yeah, the audience can't hear you.
All right. Well, maybe I'll hang this up and put a link again. I'll try again. It worked last time. I'll just do it
Do
again.
you have I mean, if you have I'm trying to think what else would work. Like a headset would work on a computer. I don't know if you have a gaming headset type thing. That seems to work pretty well.
I read like the 3D printing and why you want to print stuff again. That's what I wanted to get into. But I can't hear. If no one can hear me, fuck it. I guess I'll hang up.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think anyone can hear you. But if you could get like a computer and a headset or something alternative, we could probably hear you a lot better. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, so you have questions, Arun, Verna. You know, I don't have answers with regards to the virus. I wasn't there. You know, you're asking if China's using 3D printers to put up houses at the rate of knots. You know, these questions are not related to what's being talked about on the, like why would I know if China's 3D printing houses? You know, so yes, where spin waves and magnums figure into the whole quantum computing model. Well, spin waves. So what's that? Like, are you thinking spin quantum number? So I don't know what a magnum is either. Didn't they just build a skyscraper using a 3D printer using laminated melted wood in Norway? You know, that's not any type of question to be asking. It's like anecdotes. It's like, what am I playing Trivial Pursuit here? You're asking my expertise is science. These are not scientific questions, So I'm sorry, but like give me a break here. It's called Google, right? Like, don't ask questions Google can answer. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've got to step away for just a minute, but I'll play something I wanted to talk about just for a couple minutes. Is about reading like demeanor, and I thought this was really interesting debate because they were sitting on chairs that didn't leave as much to the imagination. Like, think of the typical interview chairs. You can sink into them, or there's a table separating the people. And so you can't really see their whole posture if there's a table. And so this one I thought was really interesting because not only do the characters take part of this debate, which is like a Bitcoin versus gold debate, not only do they all have what appear to be radically, different personalities, but also they're sitting in these chairs that sort of give away a lot more information about their postures. Yeah, so Arun, I'm happy to answer questions, but it's like if Google can answer the question, if it's just a question about like, stuff you could easily Google and not have any margin of error, it's like I'm not your secretary type deal, but I mean, obviously, always happy to answer questions that are, not easily Googleable. So maybe that's a good rule of thumb. Yeah. Never trust a man with a bow tie. That's a good one. I'll start this up and then it's really too bad about the microphone because I was really interested to hear what he had to say, and then there was someone else.
Public keys and
Well,
a wash cycle. It's
all right.
So there's a lot of very interesting innovation that Bitcoin Core itself has not embraced, just because it's such a conservative kind of tool. That may doom it eventually. I don't know.
It's this. It's the security layer again. And the miners are very antagonistic because they've got economic game theory. They want to maximize their profits, and until the miners see applications built on top of Bitcoin being used, there's no reason for them to lower the transaction fee. If you Google Bitcoin energy consumption, you'll see that of the 230 marketplaces in the world, and Bitcoin's really the only one powerful enough to be in that number, the rest of them are governments, Bitcoin ranks 41 now. It's more powerful in the country of Switzerland, Ireland, Algeria, Israel. Literally, there's more power that goes into protecting, clearing, securing all the messages on this transaction from being reversed.
What a waste of resources.
Yeah, I know. Just like a notary is a real waste of resources, and every single Shakespeare play practically is a notary public at the end of the
and protecting nothing.
And so is the banking system wasting resources by creating a lot of nothing and
before we do it back and
militaries.
No, I don't.
At the end
It's
of
so
the day,
hard for you guys to hear anything.
it's a notary public
I'm
you
going
can
to stand in
secure
between.
into.
Okay,
That's what
guys,
Bitcoin is.
Let's shut this down for a second.
Simple.
And I'm just going to stand here. So we don't do like a back and forth. Let's go to some questions. And rather than interjecting, we can take it one at a time and you all have a chance at answering the questions. Let us go to the first one.
Hi, I'd like to separate the discussion of Bitcoin from the blockchain because I see a lot of potential for the blockchain, and I know that even the Fed is looking.
You back, David?
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, I was just playing a couple minutes of that. Is that you? Oh, okay. I can really hear the clacking on the. I can really hear the clacking really a lot for some reason. So yeah, John says he can't hear anything. Not sure what that means, but I can see the audio dial moving just fine. Are you back, David, or do you want me to talk for a little bit?
I'm here. I just nibbling on some chips. So Master couldn't get his sound together.
No, he. I could barely hear him. Like I had to strain, and then the people in the audience were saying that they couldn't hear him. So figured we'd leave it for another time. I guess he's charging his phone or whatever. So. Yeah,
I could vaguely hear him. That like it was even like somewhat intelligible, but it was really like 10 times lower than it should be. It was just so something was obviously wrong. So I basically covered everything. So I thought this was a productive week in my thinking, and like kind of like the chunking, like a template, like the apophenia, where I'm claiming that I'm seeing patterns that your average person just doesn't perceive, and I'm claiming that it's true. And that's kind of, that's what a scientific theory is. And I feel like my speed reading, I read like 20 books, like I really pounded through. I read the Peter Turchin, like quite a few of his books. JF had covered. I read a few full books on the history of racial theory, just how people, historically understood what are these differences between nations and peoples, and just a historical view. And I needed to chunk, like there's a lot of information that I needed and that I didn't have, and so I read like 20 books, mostly online ebooks. And still gotta get, I still have like Bare Metal, E. Michael Jones. Like now it's been like 2 years, and his Bare Metal is still like right there on my desk. And but I think I needed, for the chunking exercise, and I think I might even be able to start explaining it, to see how this, chunking process is for intellectual thought in terms of templates for understanding complicated ideas and just storage recall of basic information. So like if you're trying to learn history, and why it might be, if you really understood a subject, that you could even remember 50, 100, 200 names, in a period, like you said, like, no, I really understand Arya Samaj and the founding of, the founding of Arya Samaj and Dayananda Saraswati, and could name like 200 people, in related to that, that was 120 years ago, by saying like, no, I understand it, and I have no problem recalling the names of hundreds of people that were involved. And like to be a scholar, like Gandalf, that you really would need to know hundreds of thousands of pieces of information and some sort of template mental understanding of how this occurs. So like I'm working, and it's going to be incorporated into multiple truth hypothesis. So like I'm not at like a publishing article level. I don't even have any streams that I plan on releasing on it soon. But say like we're trying to combine really cutting edge research in multiple fields, and just to build an audience of people that are familiar with these ideas. And obviously Jennifer is advancing her ideas at the same time. So I think multiple truth hypothesis is helping her to do that, because like how do you talk to people about things when they only have partial frame to understand it? And just go about what needs to be explained, what axioms do people know, what are the likely conclusions and problems you're going to get when people have conflicting axioms, and then to try to clarify people's karma. And usually you can't just do it logically, where you could explain it to a person that you're using these axioms, they conflict, and that causes bad karma. It's usually more anecdotal, and then historically, after suffering, a person could learn like a narrative karmatic lesson from their own personal narrative, or by reading the narratives, the pastimes of other people. First, me and Jennifer, who have scientific methodic minds, and you really are going to try to mathematize that. So maybe I'll even do one more screen share. Actually, I won't bother, but I have these Peter Turchin books, and maybe we'll look at later on population dynamics. And I'd mentioned some of this, like the predator prey models, but all the various models for how population flows and how to mathematize it. So Peter Turchin, who's written quite a few popular books that JF even covered on social cycles, or about like elites and economic cycles and cycles of all various sorts, also attempts to really break it down into differential equations. And he has a whole book that basically covers the main mathematical methods currently available for modeling population. So maybe get Jennifer to look at some of those, and you think, because you're really talking about taking the best methods currently available in all of the sciences to direct that towards trying to solve something much more complicated, like the hard problem of consciousness, or even the age-old epistemological questions of dualism, or cosmologies. Instead, to come around something like multiple truth hypothesis that could create a framework where you could actually see exponential growth and understanding of these ideas, because the multiple truth hypothesis is going to facilitate basically interdisciplinary studies. Where even my degree, like I took general studies, interdisciplinary studies, and saying mastering the art of taking expertise from multiple fields and combining it, which is actually quite complicated, and most people are at a loss for how to do it. So, we mentioned already at the beginning of January, I said this year, week in review is probably going to be a lot of focus on the science of expertise. I still have those books on my desk for like a month now because I realized I need to know a lot more information. So I think the speed reading techniques are working. I don't know if I test that or demonstrate it, but I've been reading a lot, like 1,000 pages a day, and I feel like more enlightened and powerful from it, and I feel like I can't even roadmap it out because right now what I'm trying to understand is so complicated that the research phase is really still largely ahead of me because there's just so much information and in various things, and it's like like even mathematics, to really know something you have to be able to put into equations, and you have to be really good with calculus and algebra, and like me and Jennifer, like we like we went to good schools and generally we're pretty good with equations and putting things in the formulas, but it's really difficult, and requires constant study. So thanks for week in review. I feel like we're making a lot of progress. I'm enjoying doing this. I think hopefully we're going to start seeing some practical benefits. Say things like 3D printing, and if Lowell comes back in 2 weeks and he's good and we're moving forward, that could be good too. Like Roseanne.
Oh yeah, Lowell shared the stream. So if you're listening, bud, thank you so much. Really glad you tuned in, and I hope that you continue to enjoy our and possibly even contribute to our streams in the future. I think he'd be a good candidate for this type of conversation because he is a deep thinker. Like I think it's sort of the kind of thing where you have to like dip your toe in a few times, sort of get used to the whole. There is a certain playfulness maybe that's not obvious off the get-go with a lot of this stuff. Like you kind of have to, because the nature of the material is so challenging, develop like coping strategies, and this sort of lighthearted humor, I think, goes a long way. It's important not to take oneself too seriously, right? Like nobody likes it when I sound like I'm taking myself too seriously, and I'm actually right about this stuff. So, what are the chances you're actually right about anything you think?
Well, servant, type. Don't take myself seriously, but take my my master seriously, and take my goals and my what I'm trying to do seriously.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that's like a principled thing. I don't know if you caught any of that Bitcoin thing. I mean, I wasn't really looking to talk about it, Bitcoin as a thing. I wanted to talk specifically about perceptions. I guess I was inspired by a conversation with Vincent and I, and as I was watching this just out of personal interest, I noticed that there's a lot of contrast between these guys and the girl too, but they were the ones participating in the debate, so they did the majority of the talking. But the only one I know here is Peter Schiff. I do watch him because he's hilarious. I wouldn't invest with him because his reviews on websites, the review that stuff are pretty atrocious, just saying. So, David, I don't know what you did with your microphone, but now I can hear you when you're on your keyboard. It's like loud, ultra loud clacking. So maybe you could change your
I was trying to eat a bag of potato chips. I mean, actually, corn chips.
Oh, okay.
So that would be what it was. So like,
So
like
Gandalf, you're no longer the only one interrupting streams with loud crackling bags.
No, I mean I kept myself muted, but I was saying when something happened, it wasn't working. But like, so if you were going to talk long enough, for like a few minutes straight, like I would have been able to finish the bag. But like then you talk for like 30 seconds, and then you want me to say something, so that doesn't.
Sorry. I wasn't respecting your crunchy preferences, and I got
be able to ramble for like a few minutes without requiring any like me to unmute to like affirm that I'm listening to what you're saying.
I guess I'm just such an insecure woman that maybe I just need my hand held the whole time. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things I need to work on. Yeah, Peter Schiff has a lot of attachment. So what Gandalf said is very interesting because he's well spoken. I mean, personally, like just from a purely subjective thing, I like the guy. He's got a hilarious and intelligent disposition. But yeah, I mean, he gets a lot of stuff wrong. And his willingness to continue like heptupling down on Bitcoin after all this time comes across as a slightly like maladroit to the point of buffoonery, right? Because it's like, generally people are pretty modest about their failures, and maybe a long-term call like Bitcoin's not gonna, hold value, quote unquote, which is one of the more recent claims about it. Note that when it first came out, this is not at all what they were claiming about it. This was not the selling point of Bitcoin. So yeah, it's definitely suspicious, but it's like you make that one comment and you just let it go, and it goes super high. And it's like, yeah, sure, if you made a bit of money, good for you, I guess. I don't see the value proposition in that. For same reasons Peter does, but I mean, obviously his investment strategy is not a winner because he's too much of a pie-eyed idealist. Like he thinks that if he wills it hard enough, then the world will start operating according to what's the ANCAP guy, Rothbardian principles. It's like free market's not real, dude. It's like free will. So at least realize you're not really arguing on a strong basis, on a strong foundation. If you're invoking the free market, weak foundation, weak as fuck foundation, because if somebody doesn't believe in that shit and it ain't real and you can't establish that it's real, you're effed. And that's basically that's the basis. It's like you got two flawed bases here to your reasoning, but still, at least there are axioms, which allows you to make plausible sounding arguments. But where reality contradicts those axioms, it's a bit of a disaster. But anyway, the reason I wanted to bring this up, and I think I rambled a bit about it before, was just that even in just this picture, there's a lot of information about like what you call nonverbal communication, right? So you could just go through real quick and start with Peter Schiff, it sucks because you can't see him. I'll just share the entire picture. I think I want to, because you need to see his shoes, because that was actually the thing that made me crack up originally. Like that was the original thing that caught my eye and made me want to talk about this one. So I'm just going to quickly load this image, and hopefully this is the right one. All right, here we go. So take a look at those shoes, like they're shiny, sort of like shoes, right? Like it'd be the kind of shoes you remember the Beatles where they were walking across the street. It's like the Department of Funny Walks. It'd be like, yeah, you'd be in those shoes. And if you look super close, he's literally got green socks on. That is not a joke. I'll have to zoom in because I don't know how big it is, but yeah, I'm pretty sure those are green socks. They're multicolored socks, actually. So he's got a really exciting demeanor, right? The man's sitting like he's got balls the size of watermelons. That's what I told David earlier, and he shocked face reacted to it. So we got that. We got the open jacket, the yellow, color of gold tie, right? And just the posture, it's great. It's like he's just chill. Like, what's his posture saying? He's confident in his views, and he's half listening to what people are saying, but he's also half sort of peering off into the distance of his Rothbardian aspirations. And then the other guy, no clue who that is. But he looks super like he's tasted something sour. So it's kind of like a curling of the upper lip where you're sort of super consumed with your own thoughts and also sort of disgusted at the prospect that everyone doesn't already agree with you, right? And you can see it in how his hands are kind of clasped. Like he doesn't really want to be there. He thinks he's too good for the interview. Whereas Peter's like, yeah, sure, I'll do the interview. This Peter Schiff guy like did actually go confront people during the Occupy protests. which was comical. It's like, I am the 1%. I want to talk about it. Like, I just have a reasonable discussion. Like, he's the financial version of Jerry Seinfeld, what's the deal with quantitative easing? And then you got this other guy who like loves the smell of his own farts, you could tell. And I don't know if you could really see his hair, but it looks like he spent a long ass time on that hair. Okay, so guy right beside Peter, his hair is like, yeah, he paid a lot of money for that cut, but like, it's not the main thing about him that's popping out. It's the glasses that are popping out, which is saying like, I'm a sourpuss and I fancy myself a big time intellectual. Okay, next guy, curly haired guy. Again, sorry that I don't know any of these other guys' names. He's sitting there, he's sort of slightly shiffish, but he hasn't gone full shift. You could see he's at the half shift right now. And you could tell he just really enjoys hearing himself talk. And it's in the hand language. I guess that's maybe not the right word for it, but you can see he's like chill. He's trying to explain something, but he's just fronting a little too much. So I would proffer to say that this guy's full of shit. Now this last guy is the most interesting because he kind of almost has like a dad vibe. He's like, sit down, son. I'm gonna tell you all about the financial system. It comes across, I'm not saying that it is, but it comes across as rehearsed. It's like, oh honey, how should I sit at this interview? I don't want to look like a dweeb, I don't want to look like guy number 3, right? I don't want to look like guy number 2. I don't want to look like a bottle glasses guy. So I got do my hair. I don't have much hair, but I got to make it look like I didn't really try to fix it up before I went out. Improvising a little here because this is something I'm still a little shaky on understanding, this level of narcissistic vanity. And then the girl is like basically, well, that her demeanor doesn't really give a whole lot of information. It's a little harder to do the girl because she's more just the moderator. So yeah, I thought it was cool to do that because I wanted to look at like the different ways of getting information about people and which one is actually the most accurate, right? Because at some point we have to think about our different sources of information and maybe ranking them in order of like what is the most valid and why. So I did another one where I like juxtaposed them with these cartoon characters that I found. So I don't know what you thought about that, David, if it was a little bit too cartoonish for you. How is my monologue there? Someone else just joined, thank God. But anyway, just to run through these cartoon characters real quick, like immediately what jumped out at me was that Schiff looks like Pothead Shiva. And this guy looks like, I think his name is like Dexter or something. He's a bad scientist. I don't know. My sisters watched the show. I didn't really get into it. This is the dude, Ehrlich Bachman from Silicon Valley, which you should definitely watch, especially because, the thing they develop in that called Pied Piper, the like software algo that they develop, is actually a really good metaphor for Bitcoin. And the other guy,
are all white.
Well, I think some of them might be spicy white. Oh, yuck. But yeah, then you got MacGyver, and I think her name is Daria. But yeah, she's basically a carbon copy. I thought that was kind of funny. Kind of like, anyway, there we go. We have someone new on the show. I think this is the person I have seen on the Wolfram chats. Is that correct?
That is correct. Hey, guys, what's going on?
Thank you so much for joining. Really great to meet you.
Yeah, appreciate you joining us. Welcome, Mims.
Likewise, I heard a lot of intellectual conversation and or things that I've been interested in, that I've been following around, just kind of trying to put together the little pieces of life here and there because we can, and it's interesting.
We said from Wolfram that you've been talking from Wolfram chats, like Wolfram Alpha, Stephen Wolfram.
Yes, he does a lot of things. It's very interesting when you actually start tracing back. It's like, how did I become involved with certain communities of people? It's like, all right, I'm listening to politics. All of a sudden, it's like, well, CNN's app is basically crap. I can only listen to so much Fox News radio all day. Oh, look, here's a YouTube thing. What's this?
I'm keeping those on my desk, the Wolfram books. Like I haven't got to them. I read some of his books, but his 2 textbooks, been sitting on my desk now for a good few months. But I'm going to get to them. Like there's still.
Do you have a new kind of science?
I have a new kind of science and a project to find the fundamental theory of physics. And I actually skimmed through the whole of the a project to find the fundamental theory of physics and watched quite a few interviews on it. The new kind of science I haven't really got to. So
he does about a live stream, at least working on it with some of the math folks that are helping him with, and like they usually go for at least a couple hours, and it is very interesting.
Yeah, I watched tens of hours of Stephen Wolfram, but I don't code.
It's so much fun because he is.
And I got his stump speech.
He's working on a problem that like I've been working on too, and I think a great instantiation of his method would be Weinstein's theory, which he's been cagey about, but I feel like that'd be like a perfect instantiation of it.
I hear a lot of the same Lagranges and stuff being referred to. Again, I ain't a physicist, I ain't a math person. I hear a lot of the same things, and I'm like, I don't understand, but you're saying certain words in certain series, and it seems to kind of be related to the same things.
Well, I think Wolfram's generally, his approach is like a branching structure. He generates these images that are iterations of rules.
That we hope seem to be accurate.
Yeah, so you could populate those with the rules from Weinstein's theory, which again, he's been cagey about, but I feel like, Wolfram might be able to coax it out of them. Because like apart, they seem to have sort of stalled, but I think together they could at least instantiate the method. Because these physics methods work better when they have some simulations. Like it would be better to have some simulations. Like if you're like positing a 14-dimensional universe, that's a big claim, right? And Weinstein is positing a 14-dimensional universe, so it would help to have some simulations, which Wolfram could theoretically produce, to go along with it to like pack that punch of, yeah, it sounds really hard. These concepts are super abstract, right? Like you hear him say spinners. It's like, what's a spinner? I still don't really have an intuitive understanding of what that means. But if you could just point to a diagram and say, well, here you go, there's an example. It's an abstract thing, but it's still real in the sense that I can render it on one of these graphs and then do comparison between them.
Right. The spin goes around the outside, around the outside.
Are you a streamer, or you just like basically follow Wolfram and talk about these, or you have your own unique streaming personality that you do also?
Oh, I have a YouTube channel.
You do have a channel.
And welcome, Gandalf. I'm sorry we cut off your stump speech, Duvid. My apologies.
No, I mean, I'm just curious if people are familiar with you, because like, you look vaguely familiar, but I wasn't sure if.
I get around.
Okay, great. It could be everyone knows you besides me, and that's fine. But or could be like this is your first time being on the stream, and so I was just trying to.
That is also correct.
He sounds like crazy guy who's effed up the stream before.
I apologize.
Or Orville Reviler.
I know an Orville, but not in those combination of words.
Oh, maybe I'm getting them wrong. I don't know.
I do ruin everything though.
Huh?
So you know Gandalf already?
I'm familiar with White Wizards.
I'll let you talk with Gandalf. Like, do you have something specific for me, or I'll take a few-minute break because like my mind's a little spinning all over the place. So I'll let Gandalf initiate you here, or try to figure out what the value proposition to talk about our audience, and unless you got something specific for Duvid.
I have one question for you, Duvid. Is it just me, or are there actually two gens here at this moment?
Well, in the Hangout, there's two gens because that's
okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm not seeing double. Thank you.
I mean, intellectually, she's like like just one of her is like two of them, but that's just how she produces the content that she needs two different accounts logged into the Hangouts.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
I mean, she's the tech wizard here, actually. So give your props to your cool science teacher, Jennifer.
Thanks, Duvid. That's nice to say. You are not the only non-wizard.
Didn't know science could be so much fun until you met Jennifer.
Science is fun. Philosophy is fun. Like if that's what you're interested in, then it's so much fun.
I gotta start watching some of Duvid's interviews. I'm looking at all these things. I'm like, these are topics of interest to me. There's so much content. Where the hell do
Duvid is one of the most interesting characters you'll ever meet on the internet because he is actually a man of principle. You might not agree with those principles, but it's interesting to see someone who's got so much experience with a certain type of IRL shit posting.
People that'll actually stand by like their words and like what they say
No,
and
like
actually
like people who say stuff as like
Mhm.
teasing people
Right.
to be charitable, right? Like not everybody likes getting teased, but you know what I mean, right? Or it's like I tricked you, I got your nose.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's banter.
Yeah, but it's the IRL one. Like there's the internet one that doesn't work IRL. You know what I mean? Like imagine dropping that stuff to just like IRL. It just
But
wouldn't
Jim,
work.
isn't that what Sam Harris said about like January 6th? It's like it was like looking at a YouTube comment section. It's like there were people there for a multitude of different reasons, some of them more positive than others. I'm
What does
saying
that
the
have?
real life and the internet are kind of starting to merge, it seems.
Oh, well, of course, but there's a time delay, and you don't want to be the one holding the bag of a shit conversation if you initiate it. Everyone else is just like, huh, that's not in my code. Does not compute. Do not recognize. Initiate NPC algorithm. You are evil.
Well,
You
we
are
just
evil.
don't go out of your way to be a dick about it.
I just prefer, I have my own little strategy worked out. I'm not saying everyone has to emulate it. It works for me. Something else might work different for someone else. Like, I think ultimately everybody just needs to be thinking of it as like self preservation and self improvement, hopefully.
Oh, I feel that. I get the vibe of your jive there. I see
But
Duvid has many.
the point is that Duvid is an IRL ship hoster. And so he's got this tremendously deep personality. And so, every time you listen to a new Duvid stream, you kind of get a new angle on things. And it's stuff I would never think of. Which is cool because it's like, damn.
I like that, and I have to give full disclosure. As a fellow half Jewish dragonkin on this internet stuff and things, gotta give a shout out to my fellow Semites. I feel like
you're in good company.
I feel like, and again, my apologies. This is just my particular opinion or anything. It does not reflect anything here. I usually do a disclaimer before I come in. I play Lydia's summoning of Beetlejuice. It's like, though I venture someplace scary. Okay, I ruined it, but I forgot what I was talking about.
As the person who openly recommends being a merchant, like embrace the merchant half of yourself and make that money. Like if you have a high IQ, I recommend 3D printing. But if you don't have such a high IQ, you could sell CDs. Thank God. So I just sold, as we were talking, Hootie and the Blowfish, Fair Weather Johnson, Eric Clapton Old Sock, Eric Clapton Back Home, A Boy Named Goo by the Goo Goo Dolls, and Let Love In by the Goo Goo Dolls. So I've actually never listened to any of these albums. I know the names of all these bands, the famous band, but I never listened to any of these. But they just sold, and I'm a happy merchant. So embrace it.
I feel like I'm being taken back into the mid to late 1990s with like 80% of those music selections. Did you buy those CDs from like Borders or something?
They may have been probably they were bought at a place like Borders or someplace like that when they were bought. But now, they're just from piles and piles of stuff that me and my father have a business or whatever. We accumulate in various ways. But yeah, so I'm just selling them, and so they're just merchandise. I'm just a happy merchant, and they're basically just merchandise. But I like doing it, and I embrace it. Like I don't think I'm bad for because I'm doing it. I think I'm good because I'm doing it, and I get to make some money.
You're being honest about the Duvid. I think you're actually onto something because like things tend to come full circle. All I remember is you remember those catalogs back from like the 90s. It's like get these like so many CDs and you'll get like 10 for free or something like that. You're like, oh, this seems like a great idea. And then like MP3s and stuff started to come along. So like we kind of got away from that, but now this seems to be a big push for actually having like physical copies of like different music and everything like that. And I'm wondering if even just out of nostalgia, there might be something for like the like aftermarket CD market or DVD market or something, because I'm hearing things about like within like Godzilla community, it's like Godzilla versus Biollante cassette. It's like, oh, let's go for like $400 or something like what?
It's all supply and demand, and unfortunately, UCDs, these were all buy high, sell low. So I mean, right now I'm selling them, and actually, like these were only like $12, $15 something. Like these were like $2, $3 each, and so okay, like I just sold 5 CDs, make like $12, and there's some are more, but like as usually you want to buy high, you want to buy low and sell high. So right now, CDs still have some residual value, but like nowhere near what they cost when you got them. I mean, used to cost like $20 for a new
$20,
CD, and the vast majority of CDs now, a lot of them are worthless, like only a penny. And actually, I have quite a bit of like Frank Zappa for sale, and I made a good amount of money because a lot of his CDs were like $10, $20. Not because he's not really the most famous person, but it's just supply and demand that because he wasn't that famous and he had his own record label,
There
that
were only
there's
so
not.
many at the time.
Yeah, so there's not, like a lot of people probably never even heard of Frank Zappa, but he has enough fans out there that it's possible that you could have even made money on a Frank Zappa CD. That if you had bought it for $20 at Borders when it came out, that now you could get $30 for it. But even that's unlikely. Even that is probably like a loss of money. That it's worth $15 now and it costs like $25 new. But you could buy in bulk products
If you got your
if you
use
get a
out of
hold.
it.
Yeah, so whatever source you have to get. But so CDs are still one of the most commonly, it's media mail. CDs, DVDs, books are things that generally go down in value and at a certain point become worthless. But as of now, there's still a pretty open market, and most major CDs still go for like $2-3. Shipping is the big deal because it costs $3 to ship one of these. So this guy bought 5 CDs. If he had bought them one at a time, the shipping would have cost more than the CD. But because he bought 5 of them, I'll ship it in one package. But I went over this, and I encourage people to say like, okay, like you're a Jew, it's not a mitzvah to be poor. I was even telling Jennifer, talking to Charles Moskowitz, that big debate. You like, money's one of our big things. You can't really talk on behalf of the Jewish people if you're not rich. And I mean, so you could be a scholar of Judaism, you could be a rabbi, but like everyone knows, like the Jews and the money. And if you want to speak on behalf of Judaism, like you got to be able to write really big checks, or people aren't going to think you're really representative of Judaism. And it's not really a conspiracy. Like you don't have to like subvert anybody. It's more merchant culture, where it's like, of course, like during Weekend Review, I'm selling CDs. Like I'm a merchant. That's a good thing.
How is that different than any other community?
It doesn't necessarily have to be different. Like you could have any culture of merchantry, but generally Christianity and large portions of the West that aren't endowed in like capitalistic thinking have a pejorative view of merchants.
The Pope
Islamic
has a pretty
culture,
nice
some
pad.
Indian culture, you're saying like merchants like might be a function of society, but you have to take a pejorative view. As opposed to Judaism, like the merchant role is generally viewed positively.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like providing goods and services to people as long as you're honest about it. I think one of the things that we've kind of run into, especially with the velocity of information, is kind of the maybe lack of forthrightness with certain things. It's like we're obeying the law, but just because it's the law and it's illegal doesn't always mean it's ethical per se. Right?
Well,
I
it's saying
think
if
that's where
there's, as a Jew, you're biased to think that there's nothing intrinsically wrong with profiting from being a middleman. And I don't know if Gandalf would posture an argument to say like, no one would even question whether you should be able to profit from being a middleman.
No, you can, but I mean, we should also try to avoid avarice and stuff like that, because if money is the only guiding force we're looking at, I realize it's not, but if we focus on that too much, it can kind of blind us. And again, this might be just based upon some of my personal experience. I spent upwards of a decade doing corporate sales, and don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't miss the money. The money was freaking excellent and everything, but just something about, like, for example, I can sell you the exact same roof for $25,000 or $20,000, and the only difference is the size of my commission check.
We got John here. John, Dr. Kevin B. here, the Canadian nationalist. who I think actually studied in university economics, but like had a more right-wing, anti-merchant.
I am studying the Bible right now. I'm studying for a test.
But weren't
Test
you
for the
studying
tribulation.
economics in university or business?
Something like that, yeah.
But
I grew up in a merchant culture, so merchant values have been bestowed upon me.
You had like a general positive view of a merchant, and when you went to university, you were like, I want to become the best merchant so I could become rich, and you didn't really see anything wrong with you like wanting to be a merchant.
Yeah, I think what happened was I think mainstream society basically diverted my energy and my knowledge and my drive towards something that was, to me, hedonistic. Now you could say maybe it's something ethnic because I'm ethnically German.
Or even Catholic, if your background is saying like as a Germanic Catholic, you're generally biased to be opposed to merchant culture, and it could be even why you find a haven in Islam, because Islam is also largely a merchant culture where Muhammad doesn't come to tell you that being a merchant is bad. Muhammad comes to tell you that you should be a merchant, but just do it in an honest way and give charity, as where Christianity and even possibly general German ethnic strategy doesn't view the merchant positively.
Like selling financial products that charge interest on it is not necessarily ethical, but maybe at the time it was just like, oh, it was the only job you had, and you had to do it to survive, basically.
I'm going to say, like, if you're in a Jewish school or you go to synagogue and you tell a person that, like, I'm about to buy a bunch of stuff from China because it's cheap there and sell it here because it's in demand so I could make money, that your average person, like, that's a good thing, good for you. That's what we do. Like, you didn't steal from anybody, you did something good and you made money, God's proud of you. You could sponsor Kiddush and make make a donation to the community, but that's a good thing. And it's a commendable thing if you're sitting around and you notice that there's something cheap in China and decide to buy some of it and sell it locally. And not only is it good for the economy in your community, it's such a good thing that you deserve to make money off of it. And saying Christian culture doesn't look at it that way, but internally in a Jewish culture, we probably look at it somewhat that way. That that's you're like, oh, like I'm buying some in China, selling, like, cool, good for you.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of issue is not necessarily with the medium of exchange per se, but I think it's what people have issue with money is that they feel their wealth is being siphoned off with the printing, and they may not necessarily articulate it, or maybe some can articulate that, but they feel that their work hasn't been towards something tangible, and it's just been basically parasited off of them towards servicing interest on debt.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. First off, all I remember was when our conservative president at the time, President Trump, was signing the up to $6.2 trillion stimulus in. Within about 30 days of that happening, the price of my little gas station snack cakes went from up to from 50 cents to 59 cents. I'm like, all right, it's like almost a 20% increase in a very short period of time. That got me concerned. The price of peanut butter's gone up $1 in the past year per jar. I'm like, all right, these things are happening. But as far as everything that's going on, it's just like, why do we have just such BS going on? What was the topic right before that? I forgot. I apologize.
Well, I was just we're alluding to the morality of making. I guess you could say in general the morality of money. And the different aspects and the different dimensions you can analyze that from.
It's a great method of transferring value. I apologize for cutting you off, but it's just when I look at something like that, I'm like, I got no problem with somebody making like a whole bunch of money, especially like if they're providing a great value, especially to society and people, and like you don't want to stifle innovation. But I think there are additional things that we should try to kind of consider in the meantime as well. And I think I'm not really a big fan of like hating on the player. I'm more of like, don't hate the player, hate the game. Just because when I look at the system and how it's set up, and it ends up being so complicated in so many different ways, there are all these different regulations. Don't get me wrong, we totally need regulation. We need reasonable regulation. We can totally argue about what that is. But just as far as actually trying to figure things out, it's like if we had a more simple system and things weren't necessarily so complicated, I think we'd have more people prospering as well. That's
Well,
the
what was
thing.
it? They got off the gold standard in 1971, I believe.
August 15th, 1971, the gold window was closed and the fixed rate of $35 an ounce was ended. And
That was not a workable model. And it involved confiscation. So these people promoting a gold standard don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Isn't civil
just
asset
totally
asset
agreed.
Not to
forfeiture
mention
still a
there's
thing?
not enough to have anywhere near a commodity-backed currency. There's just not enough physical fucking gold in the world. Silver either.
Why aren't we buying platinum that's less than gold right now?
Bitcoin.
Well, platinum
no,
has
there's
a
a
high
fixed
markup
rate.
value. Now we're talking about buying platinum. Now we're talking about investing strategy. Can we get some sort of grip on the combo direction? What the hell are we talking about here? We seem to be going 10 directions at once.
I like combos.
We were talking about the morality of money, and I was just say that it's a very complicated question. I was going to allude to wealth, like tangible wealth that you can actually grab and you can actually pass down to your next generation. I think maybe that's where I want to go with the conversation, as opposed to like, yes, medium exchange is very important. And cryptocurrencies are meeting that demand
Well, the
of
most
decentralization.
valuable thing you pass on is intangible in a way because it's knowledge. And material correlates
That
of
too,
knowledge
yeah.
are nice to have, but without a foundation of knowledge itself, they're going to be frivoled away carelessly.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. Actually, there's a passage that I could read that maybe would sum
No,
up this
John.
conversation.
No, John.
Yep.
This is not a place to promote false ideology, which is included
But
in what you're
it
promoting
ties
right now.
into the conversation, though.
He's giving it a
Not interested.
citation.
It's like,
okay, no, it's all right.
I don't want to debate Christian morality, unless you understand where I'm coming from. There's no point, and you don't.
When
Right.
it
So
comes
like
to
these conversations aren't fair because I have to bear the burden of knowing both sides of it, and the other person knows nothing of my position. So it's like, nah, I don't want to have that debate. Let's not open that door.
I was just going to say we all pass down a mimetic legacy.
Well, yeah, I mean, your biggest, like, people, when they're starting out, they want stuff, but then eventually all anyone wants is clout.
Well, clout can also equal stuff.
Well, sure it does. That's the first stages of clout is stuff. Never gonna have much clout as a raving lunatic hobo, are you?
Well, isn't that why people do crazy stuff and put it on the internet?
I think that's a anecdotal minority, but
Right.
it's
I'm just saying improper
right?
incentive. Sorry.
Well, the point is that it's in stages, but ultimately what people want is clout to survive death through their influence.
This is one of the reasons I think we should re-legalize dueling.
It's legalized in Canada.
It's also legalized in Texas and Oregon, I believe. You can essentially have a boxing match or a cage match. I'm talking about bringing it back to the old days where it's like, all right, one of our founders literally died in the wounds he received after a duel. It's like one of the people that wrote the Constitution died defending honor. And I think if we did have a more honorable society, and again, you don't have to accept it. It's just we'll know who like the talkers are and who the true believers are. Because I mean, if you're willing to die over honor, it's like, all right. My big thing is, okay, I keep on hearing people say things might get very bad. People might have certain types of I don't want these United States to be fighting over one another over freaking politics. At this point, I'm like, what ends up happening? It seems to be very often, seems like some of the same people coming up that are going around kind of being dicks or acting like, pardon my French, but assholes. My apologies to the French, but all I know is if there's a bunch of assholes starring stuff, it's like, all right, well, if there are consenting adults full of hatred, why not let these people engage in mortal combat under the doctrine of bodily autonomy? It used to be legal.
We want to discourage the activities. I mean, people could do that anyways, even though it, so to say, breaks the rules. And certainly in the U.S., generally, crime is punished after the fact. We don't prevent crime; we punish it
No,
afterwards.
it'll be illegal. It'll be a legal contract. That's what I'm saying. It'll be consenting adults. That's the thing. It also creates work for attorneys. It also creates work for insurance agents for underwriting the insurance as well.
Who's
And
going
it
to take
essentially,
that policy?
Yeah,
well,
but
it'll have to be passed federally.
I'm going to say the breakdown of society from like a like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, as society is breaking down and things are deteriorating. Like Aristotle, form determines function. We talk like the entelechy and the monads or whatever was saying, like the form of man and the human body is built to kill. When you look in the mirror and you see like what was the body, you say like, okay, I'm a man. I have self-control. I'm not going to do anything stupid. I'm not a violent person, but we're a human animal, and one of the primal functions of the human body is in fact violence. And generally the cognitive dissonance, the reason why humans are not violent constantly is because of long-term thinking. And that people on a short-term thinking, violence not only is what the human body was created to do, it is extremely logical. When you have conflict, you'll probably immediate short-term thinking, violence is probably almost always the most logical thing to do. There's another person problematic to me, and you just inflict pain on them as quickly and as much as possible to simple animalistic nature that from a Maslow perspective, yes, every human, that's subconsciously what the human animal is thinking. Any person that looks in the mirror and doesn't realize that that's actually what we're thinking doesn't know the truth about human nature. And if you're saying that there's something like a dharmatic nature where if someone calls out a person's honor, that the proper dharma is that they fight to the death, and it should be that the person is accepted that this is our dharma. God forbid there's a problem, we got to fight to the death, and the person who wins doesn't have to spend the rest of their lifetime in prison. It was just a dharmatic fact that it had to happen. And so if you're making that as kind of a natural law argument, that the penal code and the legal system has to recognize that dharmatically, occasionally people have to, God forbid, fight to the death, and that to penalize them for fulfilling their dharma is not logical. But I think that's not a common argument to make. Although I do understand the argument. I don't propose that you would need to make such a law, that's saying like, okay, if you're a man, you have to stand your dharma, that you don't need a special law. Like, you could hire Alan Dershowitz or, win by trial by jury, or, God forbid, you say like, I'll speak at your funeral. I'm sorry, like you do it to yourself, saying like a defense attorney, and, have the confidence in your action that the right was on your side, that your own citizens, your own peers are going to say that, like, no, I'm sorry, that man deserved to die, and that man who killed him doesn't deserve any punishment.
Yeah,
but,
physical fighting is like a pressure release valve, and if there is no pressure release valve, then the pressure can be very destructive to the person experiencing the aggression.
Yes, and that's extremely unlikely to be the movement of society, especially with the direction of technology and the computer knowing everything, where really there's no reason for these mysteries to remain. Like the computer video and surveillance technology is the largest your detriment to the ability to do crime. And if you have a breakdown in law and order, which largely we're seeing today, that the long-term planning, why shouldn't I just, God forbid, kill my enemy? It's saying because long-term, it's going to be bad for you. That short-term, you might get rid of your enemy, and even on a permanent basis, if the logical calculation, like my world would be better if the world didn't have this other person in it, and God forbid if you kill them from now till forever, they're not going to be in the world, and that will always be good for you. But you're saying from a long-term planning, he's like, no, you're probably going to get caught. You're probably going to go to prison. There's got to be, there's going to be bad karma. There might be reincarnation or very post-death karma for such an action. But on a short-term thought, that the person be like, yes, the most logical thing for me to do right now, God forbid, is to kill this person. Is someone should recognize that yes, that probably goes through all people's minds relatively regularly and objectively from like axioms and logic. You could say like, yeah, you're making a reasonable argument that like, yeah, violence is a good thing and you should do it. And so as society breaks down the long-term planning, where a person doesn't look like they have a good future, and then they become more willing to
more likely
jeopardize.
to engage in such behavior.
Yeah, so it's like I wouldn't, like defending my honor, I'll step down and whatever, walk away from the fight because like even if I win, I'm going to lose. But you're saying like no, like society's going to break down anyways. So this point, like no, I will defend my honor. And me and Jennifer have had this conversation in Gandalf, and you look at it like yes, there is a dharma, an obligation, and one of the obligation is defending. And sometimes you could have such a bad karmatic situation where basically it is our dharma to fight and kill each other. Like, okay, I've never met this man. Relatively, he's a good man. If we met under different circumstances, we would probably be friends. But unfortunately, due to the dharma and my duty to my people and my neighbors and my way of life, puts me straight up against this other person who has the opposite dharma to defend his people, his way of life, and so on and so on. So and that's like the Bhagavad Gita, like past karma and circumstance has already created enough karma that even if we're blameless currently, there's really nothing we could do besides actually kill each other.
Jen was right. I totally respect you because you're the first person that's literally laid out an argument like that against this concept that my base reaction is this person is just arguing about it because they want to act the fool and not have any repercussions. So I can respect you for that, good sir. No. I actually agree with you because
it's Aristotle, basically. It's basic Aristotle.
I personally think it's a terrible idea. My whole perspective, again, as you laid out there, was if the potential is potential civil war, or we let the assholes eradicate each other, thereby implementing a form of entropy into a pressure cooker system. That is my view. And the sheer fact it also has historical precedence is another factor that I have going in there. And let's just face it, if there's so much hate right now because of the internet, and just because proverbially you don't necessarily have to worry about that knuckle sandwich per se, about saying something to somebody's face, I feel like we're incentivizing people to say very mean, salacious things that they may not otherwise do. I mean, even Microsoft at one point, when they were talking about pulling like Microsoft Azure or something for some people's backends, they're like, we feel like people are acting inauthentically on the internet. Now, a lot of people laughed about that, and I get that as well. Dude, I pitch myself as a half Jewish dragon kid on this internet stuff and things. Scalies are people too. But at the same time, it's like, all right, I can support freedom of speech, but we used to call those fighting words back in the day.
We try to do it scientifically. I mean, this week in review, and like there is a science in cognitive dissonance, and like so streaming, you can't punch a guy in the nose through the computer. You could punch your computer. It's not going to be good. It's not going to affect me. It's going to affect your computer. But saying if generally you have fight or flight, and let's say half of people or all people, majority of the time, are going to choose flight, but a certain percentage of the people, a certain amount of time, are going to choose fight. And as a function of what we'll call general conflict, bad karma, however you want to mathematize it, into dissonance that comes into society, where it's like there is so much about society, it makes me so sick, I want to punch basically everybody in the back of their head walking down the street, God forbid. And you're saying when basically everybody walking down the street feels that way, violence is a function of it. So like if you're an Orthodox Jew, and it's like, okay, like Orthodox Jews are getting beat up in Brooklyn, there's a certain like pulse of bad karma, of conflict or crime. They say as bad karma increases, God forbid, like Orthodox Jewish kids get beat up in Brooklyn. And like it was just some random guy, he didn't know the guy, but conflict was so much they saw an Orthodox Jewish kid walking down the street and decided he wanted to punch him. God forbid.
What
And
I'm
it's just
saying
an
is,
example, but it could be
right.
any sense where there's basically a function of dissonance. Saying like I have Twisted Sister here for sale. Also, like we're not going to take it anymore, and it's like it's a trigger.
I used that in a music video like a decade ago.
Where it's like it's not even within your free will. So it's like if you're like on World Star, where it's like he called a black man the N-word. Like of course he attacked him and beat him.
We used to call those fighting words.
Well, yeah, I mean to that level where we're saying like no, I mean it's dharma, and it's not even really a matter of free will. So I mean thank God for COVID-19 and lockdown right now, because you're saying like no, I was at Starbucks today and I could feel people are ready to kill each other. God forbid. Saying people exhibit impulse control, but like just walking down the street, like I could feel that karma you're talking about, and like I don't know if Gandalf or John or Jennifer agrees with me, but like
I've been receiving aggression from people since I was a kid. So trust me, I know now you guys are getting what I've lived through since forever. So have fun with that. But just to come back to what I think the spirit of what you're talking about is, memes is you want to be able to formulate that, and I would say there exists a natural human aggression, and if we don't acknowledge it, we will never get to the hypothetical solution. We can't get to the answer of what's the best way to channel it, i.e., duels, right? We can't. I'm not saying that is the best way. I'm just saying it's a hypothetical answer, but you can't answer the question unless you acknowledge that it's there, and that it's just it's an institution. It's a human institution. It's there. It's part of our legacy. We don't want it dominating our behavior in such a way that it causes deleterious effects, and just go from there.
I'm just saying if it was legal, give people... The whole point is not to actually implement actual dueling in these United States, because you basically end up back at the Coliseums and everything like that, because we'd totally be monetizing it and everything. We're already doing it with YouTubers fighting each other.
But this is how it's always worked historically. And to think that you can avoid it is insane. And to think you can avoid it results in these horrible things being said on the internet about people.
Yeah, I think it's like your Governor Cuomo and the sexual harassment Me Too, come down like that for violence, is that there's going to be video, there's going to be witnesses. So historically, like if you beat someone up and no one talked, or if it was just you and another person, it's hard to prosecute a person's word or whatever evidence. But the direction of technology is there's going to be pictures, there's going to be video. And if there's not, it's because we purposely made it so there's not. Because like in public spaces, the technology is so good right now that you could basically have video recordings in every public place. So if you're going to take like a level like dueling, where you're saying like, yes, I did hurt that man, God forbid, and I will justify my actions before whoever asks, and not like through violence, but because before a crowd, I will explain to him why I did that. And the average person is going to agree and say, yes, that person deserved that violence. I think that is extremely unlikely. And with the power of technology, you're probably seeing like a Demolition Man type dystopia. But like literally that, like the AI is going to pick up just like on Facebook when, just like you mentioned that comment, that buzzword, the AI picks up on and bans you in public. Like like your aggression, the computer the AI will recognize your dissonance rising and the likelihood of you using aggression, and you'll get like like if it's a chip in you dystopia, like it would just instantly shock you or something like that, like, oh, aggression, he's about to hit somebody, like shock to like. But I would say that's more likely than returning to dueling, and because like I'm more direction of technology. But at the same time, if society falls apart, there's almost no chance that we're going to be able to universally implement the technology. So right now you have the shadow government ran by the big tech companies thinking that they could keep everything under control through the power of technology. So it's like, of course, the system is so rigged that people like you want to kill other people, but we got technology and the cameras down so much that even though we know 100% that the desire in your cart is to kill us, we have absolutely zero fear.
I just want to give people the opportunity, if they're consenting adults, to engage in mortal combat and potentially go to whatever god they wish.
Yeah, I mean, but from policy perspective, you say, okay, like you've entered a dirty profession, say like a John Jones
I
type
also
things,
may be a
and saying like,
psychopath.
okay, you say like I'm a Cassandra, and saying like no, but like someone like assassins or something like they're bad guys out there. Someone's got to be an assassin. But like no, I mean, don't like give some like soliloquy of like why assassins are like these great model citizens. You're saying like no, okay, if you're a psychopath and you're saying like God created everybody for every function, and so there has to be violence at some point to enforce power, and you want to use that for good or something like that. But like no, I mean, there's almost no scenario here where you're going to have some sort of benevolent use of force agreement. Like and it's like Stephen Molyneux saw Mikado Gottfried. It's like even in Canada, like you can't even spank your own kid. Like let alone like somebody who says a trigger word to you on your street. Like you can't even spank your own kid anymore.
I thought you said dueling was
What
legal in
happened to
Canada.
just challenging into a debate?
No.
The taster will step outside. We'll
No.
debate.
Well, that or no. Actually, no. Dr. Kevin, sorry, but that's exactly the whole point of this mental exercise. Is number one, if you mess up and you know you messed up, you could just apologize. That's the big thing. Number one, we did the whole point of the duel is so you don't have to get to the duel. That's why you technically had seconds and stuff like that to try to get it out there. But at the same time, it's like, okay, if people entertain the idea that if we actually brought back dueling, the sheer fact that we're entertaining this idea right now makes you go, it's like, and then you get to where Dr. Kevin was. Well, why don't we just actually debate ideas?
Well,
that's what the courthouse is.
In the tradition, Brahmins are not supposed to engage. Priests are not supposed to engage in battle, so they would settle their differences with a debate. But I guess tradition incorporates the fact that laity is not capable of settling its differences through debate. I don't think we have any evidence to suggest otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if you're a Kshatriya, in proper dharma, like you have to fight to the death a question of your honor, and even like if you're defending a duty, like like a family, a group, a people, a building, dharmatically, that's why I said like our Congress, they're cowards. From a simple dharmatic perspective, they ran like cowards for their lives. They're Congress people. They represent the country. They should have stayed even if it cost them their life. Like what kind of coward runs for their life? You're a warrior. Even if you know it's going to cost you your life, you're not allowed to run. And you're saying,
They're
because
also
there's
not
dharma,
allowed
you're
to
saying reincarnation, and even it's like, okay, I ran today and I saved my life. You're saying like, no, there's reincarnation. There's some sort of karmatic punishment post-death that if you're a coward, it's better to die with honor than than to be reincarnated. Whatever punishment is going to come for violation of dharma. So if you're making like a Jennifer argument that that's natural law, that however the government and powers at be create laws, if it goes against natural law, it won't sustain itself. And in a modern scientific management perspective, looking at how quickly can you evolve the human species, and saying like, yes, we could put cameras and actions and we could record everything everybody does, but it turns out people still want to beat the hell out of people. It doesn't matter that they're being recorded and everyone's going to know about it and they're going to be punished later. Like, it's like, you're a Jew, Israel and Palestine. It's like, there's suicide bombers. They keep on coming. Or, it doesn't matter how you build the wall. They just keep on coming.
I'm saying rather than engage in illicit combat, we have a legal means for people to take out their aggressions and stuff. So I'm just saying, if that was the honorable thing to do,
let's get even more epistemological. You're saying like a soul leaving the world. So you're saying there's two people, and you're going to have an agreement that the world, there's an agreement the world can no longer contain one or the other of them. So you got two separate entities, and they're coming to an agreement that one of them's got to go, and both of them agree. And you're saying that there should be some sort of mechanism where the rest of humanity is going to look at it and be like, fine, like that happens sometimes. And or from a reincarnation angle, if you're say like, okay, maybe that's so from a legal mechanism, but it's like John David Ebert and his like God forbid like female relations where it's these dancing souls where every carnation these people get reincarnated and have a fling with each other, but and more commonly it's a cycle of kill and be killed where one person kills the person this incarnation, then they have to be reincarnated, and the next incarnation the other person kills the other person, and it's a cycle that repeats. And it's actually some sort of conservation of physical laws that even if you vanquish your enemy in this lifetime, it's possible you say like no, it's every lifetime it's me who wins and vanquishes the same enemy. So this guy comes and tries to kill me every lifetime, but I kill him, and the next lifetime the same thing happens. Or is it a cycle that goes back and forth where one guy kills the other, and the next lifetime it's the opposite?
Is that the plot to Wonder Woman 1984?
Well, I mean, it's actually the Vedas and Kabbalah. You're saying Wonder Woman was written by Jews and probably more based on Kabbalah.
No, I thought her lover Kate was reincarnated.
Yeah, I was saying, I mean, because it's a Jewish concept and it's a Vedic concept. And you say karmatically, is there punishment after death? If you killed somebody, even if they deserved it, you're saying, so legally you say, okay, that society is deemed that it was a fair duel and only one person walked away and the other person's no more, but there's going to be no legal repercussions to the person for the action. What about your soul after death?
You don't need to kill each other. I mean, you don't need to do pistols at dawn. You could do long swords till first blood. Heck, you could play a Magic the Gathering game or a game of Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon. I don't really care. It's a match of honor.
No, I mean,
exactly. No. It depends on how far.
What's the result of the conflict? Let's say it's resolved and it's nonviolent. What's the result? Is it a higher social standing for the winner? Because if there's no consequence,
if you're willing to put your life on the line, I mean, I think that says a lot. Let me ask you this.
Do you understand the problem that like somebody gets triggered by something I say, and then the next thing you know,
Jennifer, let me make the basic point. If you're a Kshatriya, you're required to, like, someone challenges your honor, you're required to put your life on the line. It's not, an option. And saying, so if you're not a Kshatriya, that's basically the sign of a Kshatriya, is that they're willing to put their life on the line in a fight for their honor at any time. And
right,
it's okay.
so it would be considered improper to challenge anyone other than a Kshatriya to such a duel, right? So for me to have to say, no, I'm not fucking dueling you because it's against my principles, due to wanting to espouse priestly qualities, and then I have to sit with the stink of not having seen fit to defend my own honor. So there are problems, but yeah, you need some way to resolve satisfactorily the result of quote unquote irreconcilable differences. You need a way to sort of tip the balance when these instances of aggressions arise. And yeah, sure, ideally it doesn't involve violence, but like I'm more interested in
dramatically to make the point, even if there was a chance you were going to beat me, like you're an MMA expert, and the odds were 10,000 to 1 that you would handily beat me, even if to the death, no problem.
Man, at any given Sunday.
But I mean, God forbid, as a Kshatriya, I would still be required to take the fight. It wouldn't matter. They say, oh, like, no, like, look at this guy. Like, he did MMA. Look what he did to these last guys. Like, you're Kshatriya, it doesn't matter. You're required to stand up for your honor, even if you have zero chance.
How often do you think? My perspective of that is actually the
you
opposite.
Agree with that?
Like,
I was saying that's the Vedic Dharma. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the.
Oh,
Vedic
no.
Dharma.
If somebody has offended Dharma, you're supposed to end them.
Even if you have no chance, even if realistically,
you personally, no.
I mean, it's like in the, like Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon, like he's on the island and you see like, the guys, like they fight, like and the one guy who refuses to fight is is punished. He's killed. But saying yeah, even if you're one of those guys and that like, they're going to have you fight the big guy and he's going to kill you, it doesn't matter. Like, you're called on, you don't have a choice. You got to say yes. And it's the dharmatic. That's what it means to be a warrior. And then, so if you're calling out people's honor and you're looking at one thing, okay, like, you're tough, you trained to be, like, you've been trained to fighting. This is what you're ready for. You're waiting for someone to take your challenge. But But then you say karmatically, what happens when you win? So I'm a Kshatriya, and let's say I'm weak, but I just fulfilling my dharma to stand up to you, and then you say, okay, but he won, and then the other side has an obligation to avenge my death. So okay, you might have been able to beat me handily, and I just I was just like an honorable Kshatriya that stood up when I had to stand up, but because I was an honorable Kshatriya who stood up when I had to stand up, my fellow Kshatriyas would have to avenge my death, and hence the cycle repeats. So you're saying like, no, there could be a stand-up agreement where it's like, no, like my death doesn't have to be avenged. And you're saying like, no, like you might beat me, but like my death will be avenged. And there's nothing you could do. There's no agreement that's going to stop that my death being avenged.
Citation needed.
I'm just going to say how many people still follow that exactly. I have no idea. No, you might be completely
sure
right.
This is not a principle of Dharma as far as I understand. It's
avenging the death. What is? I'm saying that's why battles
it
escalate because of the requirement to
what started the Mahabharata?
Escalation. I mean, sorry,
No.
But then two consults consent.
It was
to an
insulting
honor
the
match.
woman with the the endless sorry, right? Where they
the duel is the proposed resolution to the conflict unless somebody apologizes or something.
Well, it started over a period of time with dice and dishonoring the woman, with Krishna coming and saving her by making her sari extend, all these various things, and it eventually ended up in the death of millions of cousins and brothers killing each other. And at the point where they were already on the battlefield, the dharma was so bad at that point they did actually have to kill each other. So that's where we look at the escalation of bad karma. Where right now, it's okay, like yeah, no big deal. But like at a certain point, it's like no, like that dude killed my brother. Like I can't just do nothing. The dude killed my brother.
Had the original transgressions. Sorry.
God forbid.
His brother was killed.
I'm just saying hypothetically, but he's saying in the epics, like that's what happens. Small things escalate.
Killed? Well, yeah, exactly. It wasn't a death that set it off. It was because of the dishonorable things, and it was an offense to dharma that precipitated the need for one tribe to go, or not tribe, but one family to go to war with the other.
Yeah, like the Ramayana or something. It's like a simple, small things that escalate.
The Ramayana was a god having to take birth because of a tyrant king who was worshiping the Vedas instead of God.
But if you follow, you notice that there's a small escalation where dharmatically.
I don't see how having a tyrant king is a small escalation. It would appear to be a horrible, oppressive ordeal for all in the kingdom.
I feel like we're arguing scripture.
We are arguing scripture. Duva's trying to say that dharma is something that it isn't, and I'm just telling him like, no, I'm sorry, your interpretation is factually incorrect here.
Well, it's like, as a fact, if you're a warrior, the warrior's action could only be justified by the priests. So they're saying you could be a warrior and a good warrior, but you only get a prize when the priest says you did a good job, and if the priest doesn't say you did a good job, you go to prison. So I mean, you're a warrior, like you don't necessarily know what you're doing, who you're supposed to fight, and it's the priest decides whether you get punishment or prize.
Based upon the law, and the priest is kind of offering a get out of jail free card if the law doesn't abide.
Well, they're saying, are you a good guy or bad guy? Like, was that guy a bad guy and you stopped him and you deserve a prize? Or are you a bully who wronged an innocent person? And the priest, historically, I'm saying in the sense of dharma, is the officiator of.
I think the
societal,
idea with a duel is that you're not invoking a judge post the duel. That's the whole idea. If you're going to invoke a judge, it's pre-duel, then the duel happens, and then that's it. That's the whole idea, is that there's no consequence to it.
Yeah, and it's like no priest is going to.
You nip the escalation in the bud. That's essentially the concept.
Well,
this
that's
is
how
actually
they used to do it. I mean, when was dueling abolished in the United States? It was not that long ago, as far as I understand.
In the past, like 100 years, the big issue was military officers challenging each other. This was the same in like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Most like. The thing is, it's still technically legal by non-lethal means in like Texas and Oregon, of course.
A non-lethal duel?
You can have a boxing match or a cage match, essentially. But the thing is, could you do pistols at dawn or something? It's like, yes, there would be basically you would ask for an apology. If somebody doesn't apologize, you could demand satisfaction, challenge them to a duel. They can accept, they can deny, and of course, there'll be always a multitude of folks saying, "Duel me, brah," like this, or just it's like, "Oh, hold me back." It's basically to get folks to maybe it's like, all right, I can say salacious things. This potential exists. Maybe we should have better discussions. Maybe in a more honorable society, but I actually got to run. 5:30 comes early in the morning, so
It was
this
nice
has
of
been
you
a
to drop by, and thank you for sharing your opinions and furthering the discussion. And we hope to hear from you again real soon. Nice to meet you.
thank you all for having me. Peace out, everybody. Be safe.
Nice to meet you.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Interesting tack.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things to think about.
I mean,
Yeah.
people will behave differently if there's always a chance they could be challenged to a duel. But
Well,
if
real
you're going to run
perception needs.
society that way, there has to be tangible consequences for every single, F up, right? Like if you challenge someone to a duel, but then you don't show up, that's basically got to be something horrible, right? Like there's got to be
Checks and
certain
balances.
protocols. Well, there's got to be protocols and ethics because it's all about an agreement. And acknowledging something like duels is saying, well, there are limits to our capacity for agreement. And when all of the alternatives have been exhausted, there has to be this pressure valve. Otherwise, the alternative is undesirable.
Yeah, and this karmatic argument is largely flawed because, I mean, generally, if you're looking for, say, okay, there should be dueling or you need like illegally, what you want is some way that there's not going to be repercussion for the action. You say karmatically, that's impossible. You can't have an action without reaction. And certainly, like you're talking dueling, especially to the death, that's the gravest of all actions. There's no way to have no repercussion. It's okay, but we live in a legally bounded society where there is a law. And if you say that it's protected under the law, or like, dharmatically, maybe the priests have the power of the law and the priests have okayed it. So if you're saying the likelihood that the priest would okay it beforehand is extremely unlikely, that you say, like, you're going to go to the priest and ask for permission, the priest, like, almost guarantees going to say no.
How would you
If
know that?
Well, I mean, it depends on the society, but saying
Yeah.
generally,
I mean,
the
if
role of the
dueling is
priest
going
is.
to be a social institution, the priest would be more likely than not authorizing it.
Well, I was saying that the role of the priest is to bring harmony and peace between fellow man. So, I mean, you could have a society where the priests don't fulfill that function, and instead was okay that the function of the priest is to officiate violence in such a way to say this was violence conducted under a fair manner and is not going to be repercussion. But generally the laws of karma, like post death, or even the family, or even the Bible, you have a city of refuge because the Bible recognizes that when you kill someone by accident, that there's a blood feud, and the family of the person might take it as an obligation upon themselves to avenge the death of their family member. And whether that's noble or not is disputed, but you're saying it's such a tendency that you could expect that people are going to try to avenge the death of their family, that the Bible created the cities of refuge managed by the Levium, like an element of the priestly class, specifically for people to seek refuge from people who have a blood feud against them, and families that want to avenge the death of a family member that this person caused. But the priests of the city would have enough authority that people would recognize that even though they have a blood feud and reason to kill this person through the power of the priest, that they would see that it's not a good idea to carry out the avengement of their tribesman's death. And so this is, and dharmatically in the Vedas, and saying there's like filial piety. Some places, like even some places in the Vedas, I'm pretty sure that avenging the death of your brother or some or comrade, that's a requirement. It's like it's a duty of a kshatriya that I mentioned the Ramayana, but like the stories that have it, plus like just straight code that said like, no, that's your duty. You're a warrior. You got to do it. And the amount of dharma saying that you're not supposed to look into the consequences. If your dharma calls you out, you're not supposed to factor in, do I think I'm going to win or not? You're saying it's my dharma, and even if I have 0% chance of winning, I'm going to do it. And if it's not my dharma, even if I'm guaranteed to win, I'm not going to do it. So a warrior, the main thing they need to exhibit is self-control. And as I did concert promotion and security, and security, the main they like you beat someone up, you get sued. It costs you a lot of money. If you have to use security to bounce somebody out, you need security to do it without hurting people. And like God forbid, a lot of people get into security because they like beating people up. They want to hurt people, but like saying that's bad for business. So you have to be good enough with security that you could handle the situation, saying like, yeah, I'm comfortable in a situation of violence, and so comfortable that I feel I could dismantle the situation, bounce somebody out without anybody seriously getting hurt. Remember, like in Manhattan, they call it the walk of shame, and saying like, if you don't know anything about violence, if you never had it happen to you, it's when you get your arm like twisted behind your back, and you can feel that pain in your arm, and like then they walk you out of the club. But it's like in Manhattan, like God forbid, I've seen that like 100 times, and it's saying like but it's saying you use security in a way that they know, like if you hurt that guy, you break that person's arm, it's a guaranteed lawsuit. From a certain level, it's like it's not just like maybe he's going to sue. It's like guaranteed he's going to sue. There's guys with they're free lawyers everywhere on the billboards, just waiting for cases like that for a chance to sue. And in any situation like this, like of course it's going to escalate. There's no way that you're going to have a priest or something like that and he's going to absolve you of the karma. You might have someone that absolves you of the crime, and the priest or the cops and the judge decides that they're not going to press charges, not going to have a repercussion on you legally, but karmatically, that will probably affect you the rest of your life because you cause damage to another person. Their family, and the other people are always going to know that.
What about punishing the parents? What about punishing the parents of the child? If
I mean, he
the
didn't even
child,
seem to acknowledge it. I'm just saying meme coming on. But I mean, to me, that just seems like undeniable logic. If you want to argue, certain what should we do about policy or codes of ethics, or even to acknowledge that generally Kshatriyas don't get to beat up who they want. They get to beat up who they're told to, and they only get away with it and not punished when the priestly class okays it. And if you're like a cop or something like that, you need a warrant from a judge. And like anytime someone gets injured, there's a review committee, and you can go through the review committee and get an award afterwards, and it turned out you're a hero. But there's no guarantee, and that every time violence is used, it's going to go in front of the committee, and they're going to have to examine it. And if there's any question of unjustified use of force, you're going to have to suffer some sort of repercussion.
right? What I'm saying is like if
you have to accept, like you're saying, you can't be a Kshatriya in today's society if you don't admit to that. And that's the breakdown of like this guy's like, no, I kind of just want to beat people up. And it's like, no, you don't get to just beat people up. Never. 0% chance. Is never going to happen. And you're saying like, yeah, you want to work for Duvid, you want to get the big bucks in security. You're never just going to get to beat someone up. It's never going to happen. Like you got to have that level of self-control where it's like, yes, Duvid, I'm never just going to beat someone up. Like, I know I can't do that. And it's saying like, no, but in today's society, like that kind of self-control is rare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying like to solve the undermining issue as opposed to like, because I think he alluded to something about a lot of these people, they get away with slander and they can, libel people as they at will and see no consequences to it. And the way I looked at it was that he saw like the legal avenue was waning when it came to punishing this type of behavior. So he was suggesting a policy of dueling, which is actually legal. But I'm saying if you really want to get at the crux of the issue, you need to punish the parents for these kids who do like libel and basically stir up shit, for lack of a better word, in order to actually incentivize upright next generation, as so you won't need so many checks and balances and policies, harsh policies such as dueling, even to think about.
Are you seriously saying you can't see the use of dueling?
Well, I'm not saying I don't see the use of dueling. I'm just saying we're try to suppress it as much as possible in
Well,
the long term.
you know that suppressing stuff has unintended consequences that are often terrible, right?
What I'm saying is incentivizing good parenting.
Does
Because
punishing bad parents incentivize good parenting, though?
yes.
No. Only education does that, and a culture of knowledge. Punishing
So send them
will
to
not
re-education
make them good
camps.
parents. Did I say that? Do I
I
need
don't know.
people to go to a camp for them to get educated? Are you in a camp right now? No, but you're still
Not yet.
able to get education. It's a state of mind, right? It's like, yeah, people can be taught, but you don't magically become a great parent because there's a threat of punishment from the state if you're not a good parent and your kid says something bad on the internet. They're different things. Non bad things being enforced by law versus good things growing out of a culture, not the same.
Well, isn't it?
I'm
Well,
not
what's
saying
incentivizing good parenting nowadays?
um not much. Perhaps the
Hmm.
will of the parents themselves.
Mm. And what are these parents? They send their kids to school to where they have to wear masks and they have to conform, and anyone that speaks up is basically ostracized from the mainstream society.
Hmm.
So it's like the state is incentivizing people to like what
Be
is
dependent
moral,
on
what
it.
is not. What?
Is incentivizing people to be dependent on it.
Uh,
The
in a
state is,
sense, yes, but
yeah.
also the state has responsibility to incentivize good behavior
Does
or
it? Does
incentivize.
the state have a responsibility to do social programming? Because that's really not the principle upon which the Western states are founded. That's like
In
what you're describing is socialism. At nowhere is it stated that the state has a positive duty to enforce ethics and morality. The only thing it's stated in the U.S. Constitution, at least, is separation of church and state, explicitly
Right, but
implying
they're
that the
supposed
state.
to instill values into the society in general. In a way, it's still instilling values of freedom and independence,
I'm not saying
and
it
it's
wasn't a lie. I'm just saying that
mhm.
freedom and independence is not the same thing as the state engineering morality.
Engineering like religious morality in private life.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, that's the thing is like we've been free for so long, and I think there still needs the way they're going at it is nowadays is uh, very malicious, and there's a lot of ill intent behind it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing to instill people to behave in order to bring up the next generation that will be uh,
Based on what moral
upright,
principles?
religious principles.
What religion? Most people are atheists. Hate to break it to you.
Well, it would, if you want integrity, if you want transparency, and you want people who go into government in order to uphold those values, as opposed to those who are corrupt and in it for just job security,
Everybody's in it
you
for
would.
job security. That doesn't make someone corrupt to want continuity of their job.
Well, when you serve the state in any capacity, when you're a public servant, you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. Do you not?
and it's written in a very nebulous, vague way, very wide to interpretation via legalism. And so you're essentially defining an abstract principle. How does that work out in practice?
Well, when those abstract principles are not followed, it basically turns into anarchy.
Well, what are the principles? Are any of them
Or
realistic?
despotism, sorry.
Are any of the
Pardon?
principles realistic? What are the principles?
Yes.
Well, what are they?
The principles of
Canada?
not sinning before God.
That's not the principles of Canada. That's your LARP
you
fantasy
can
about
you guys hear me?
religion. Yep. Welcome back. You sound
Right.
fine now. You sound fine, by the way.
Okay, cool.
You sound okay now.
The freedom of expression, freedom of religion. Nobody is supposed. Well, the government
right, so
can't.
freedom doesn't exist in our universe. So now you're saying the government's going to legislate against something in favor of something that
freedom of
doesn't exist.
expression, freedom of religion. Well, they already are, like, to a certain extent.
So how exactly do you go about implementing those principles? It's not exactly easy to implement them. I mean, you can see when people's freedom of expression is being infringed on, but it's not clear exactly how to stop that from happening, is it? Because there's really no such thing as real freedom of anything. And as long as you want to pretend and deceive yourself that that's possible, you're not ever going to have any self-governance because you're believing something that's not real. And you're also believing that you're owed something from the state. Not real either.
Aren't they supposed to uphold the Constitution?
How would you uphold that exactly? How does one uphold something that has no evidence of existing?
Can I maybe say something here?
Go ahead.
I think the I think what Buddy's saying is that like what we think the government is supposed to be something and do something. It's not. Like traditionally, like our constitution in Canada anyway, and like our government is we have to look at government. The way we're supposed to look at government is kind of like the fire department. We agree on having a fire department to put out fires. We all pay for it. We all agree that we want this thing to put out fires. The government's like that, but it's got progressives have like hijacked it piecemeal over time and given themselves more and more power to infringe and intrude more and more into people's day-to-day lives. It's not supposed to be like that. Traditionally, that's why there is separation. That's why there was church and state. These were bridles on society. Like no one was supposed to be in charge of other people. God was supposed to be in charge, right? And the reason, the way you separate
that's the ultimate
church
divine.
is sort of social. You need to have the social fabric, and then you agree to have a fire department or a government to have a military and basic defense and stuff. You don't have the government as a moral authority to fucking teach to make the curriculum for school, like all this stuff now that the government's doing. That's why the government sucks at doing what it's doing. It's performing functions it's not supposed to be performing. That's why it's fucking doing shit job at what it's supposed to do, because it's spreading itself too thin doing shit it's not supposed to do. Okay, rant over.
Well, you are right about it is a divine law that has inspired, and it ultimately inspires the system of law in the West. In that God is the ultimate judge, even if you can't get justice through the courts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well,
no
God
matter what
is
level.
immaterial. That's what I'm saying. That the laws and stuff are vague enough to catch crime. You know, it's not supposed to be moral. It's supposed to be neutral. Justice is blind. It's supposed to all of our systems are supposed to be neutral. It's us who are supposed to be either good or bad actors. The system is supposed to be neutral. You know what I mean? It's like the fire.
Yeah. De facto,
the fire
yes,
department
it's
doesn't
supposed
have
to be
fucking
system.
trans
It's supposed to
opinions
be
and
neutral,
climate change opinions. Like if the fire department started talking about climate change and trans rights, you'd be like, this is retarded. You put out fires. And we've been slowly getting used to the government doing more and more and saying more and more and doing this and changing schools and bit by bit. But like, imagine tomorrow if the fire department was like, oh, blah blah blah. What? Shut up. Put out the fire. Like, shut the fuck up. That's what we've allowed them. We've let them in. We let the door open. We left the door unlocked.
Well, like the size of government, like that's one thing, but it's also the people that capitalize and in it for their own material gain is the real issue here. It's a lack of
Everybody's only in it for their
religious
material gain, though.
moral
Everybody.
restraint, right? Because basically grew up in a secular society, atheist society that basically says material gain over any other principle. Like now, like even if you pray before you eat or you prostrate, you kind of looked at funny, like you're in some weird cult, where it wasn't like that before, but it has deteriorated over time, and that's why it's religion. Religion's very important. Religion is Latin for religare, which means to hold together. If you don't have any like religious basis in how you act, I mean, you can have all the checks and balances in the world,
Yeah, of course, I agree with that
and
100%.
none of it will really
That's-
matter if there's people in the government that basically, in a de jure way, say that this opinion is allowed and this isn't. I think the one thing too is the opinions that they are promoting is
The government
against
shouldn't have
natural
any
law
government
or
shouldn't have
against
any
God.
opinions. They shouldn't have any opinions. It should be
Yeah.
us
No,
and our opinions. That's the thing is,
opinions?
that's what people in the chat I was talking about, like shadow governments and shit. Like that shit's so fucking annoying and retarded. There's no like, yeah, sure, yeah, maybe there is a shadow government, but it's not a practical thing to talk about. It's the same as like the left talking about white supremacists and white supremacy. Like saying shadow government is like the right wing version of that. It's like it's
No,
like
it's just
amorphous. It's like let's talk about corruption. It's there's a scale of corruption.
I'm just saying that there's higher
0 to
forces, that
100%.
the people in office are controlled by superior forces. So I'm saying really
Of course.
almost
Yes,
everyone
they are.
agrees. So we're
Yes,
saying
no,
it's
but
the
what I'm
shadow
saying is
government
it's practical
because
to
when you go into City Hall, you don't talk to the person, you talk to the shadow of the person because the bureaucrat or even politician doesn't really work for you or the government. They work for the
No, I understand the
superior
concept.
forces.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that most people getting worked up in the conspiracy sort of world of side of things is discrediting the real skeptics in the world because they're making us all look like flat earthers when what the focus should be isn't
It doesn't matter though.
obvious
It doesn't
shadow
matter how
government.
people look. I'm saying there's a fact of high birth or low birth. So if you took low birth and you're upset about it, who cares? Saying like, I know you want to kill me, and the reason you're not going to kill me is not because you don't want to. It's because you're not going to be able to get away with it. You're going to get caught. You're going to get stopped. It's going to cost you your life. So the system is designed to say like, of course you want to overthrow the system. Of course you want to kill everyone in power. That's why we have to do what we're doing to you to stop you. And so if you're looking at the system from a certain perspective where it's a mirror of so everyone knows that the people that they see on TV or in the government are largely disingenuous in some force of representative so you as someone who took so to say lower birth, you weren't raised in City Hall, you weren't raised among the elite who are controlling things. There's an information asymmetry and you have to deal with that. And so you could just look in the mirror and say like, you're right, Dave, I'm sorry, I do want to kill the elite. So say, but I use long-term planning and I recognize that it's not the best strategy to go on. And even though that's the natural inclination for me to be upset that I took low birth and take revenge on the people who have the things that I wish I had, that you're going to take an alternative view or you try to take, sort of say power for yourself. You can go into City Hall and say, well, maybe I could be the one in City Hall. And then you become the shadow force because to be the power in City Hall, you need these greater forces behind you. And, or, like the Trump perspective, like, I'm working hard, I'm selling my seeds on eBay, and eventually I'm going to be the one controlling the shadows. And, it's really a science to it. And the opinions don't matter, because the system is basically looking like, I don't care what you say. I know your intention is to try to kill me. You have to prove to me otherwise. That's why we're clamping down. That's why we're surveying everything that you do, because even if you don't admit it, everyone knows that we have to do this because you can't control yourself from trying to kill me. And saying like, well, what kind of crappy world do we live in where that's the case? And say, well, unfortunately, that's the world we live in. What are you going to do about it?
David, I always just wonder, when you go on this, I've heard you say these kinds of things many times before. You seem to live in this world where there's spirals of tit for tat violence that seemingly can never end.
Yeah, that's the assumption is that I mean, and really, I because Gandalf probably actually read this. I read like 4 Peter Turchin books in the last week, and you could almost mathematically, scientifically say it from a struggle of resources or like a greater Vedic or Kabbalistic picture where you're talking transmigration of souls and taking higher or lower birth based on things of previous generation. And as a smart person, you recognize that power is accumulated by tribes and families and extended networks of people over long periods of times, even generations. And if you're recognizing that from the outside, you have to come up with a strategy. So say it's natural that the people who have the resource, the people who don't have the resources, have a natural tendency and desire to kill the people with the resources. And if you look in the mirror and you don't admit it, you don't have an accurate view of human nature. So the elites, they know that that's the case. They've studied this. They know that that's human nature. So they have to design the system in a way to prevent you from killing them.
I would argue that that's not actually maybe the best way of looking at the history. I mean, the people that want to.
Sorry, if I could just quickly interject, guys, if you don't mind just muting when you're not talking. I had to mute Peter there. So yeah, go ahead, Gandalf.
Yeah, it's not the people that utterly lack in resources who rise up and kill the elites and try and take their shit. Historically, it's usually people in the middle classes who are aspiring, who do everything that society tells them they need to do to rise, who then find themselves without a place at the musical chairs of elite social status, and it's disappointed middle classes who rise up and then try and take the shit and kill all the elites above them. I mean, this is the French Revolution thing.
I was saying, if you recognize whatever your situation and how much access the resources that you had, and so you either need the resources granted toward you or you have to take them. And if you're in a society where you have access to the resource, the way to take it, we're saying if you don't have access to it or the fair distribution of it, violence is actually the most logical means. And certainly the elite who are trying to protect their resources have reason to assume that if you don't have resources, the most likely thing you're going to do is try to use violence to gain resources. It's like, no, like I'm not going to try to use violence to gain resources. Like, of course you are. You think I believe for a second you wouldn't use violence to gain?
But I can.
That's an interpretation of human nature and the system as designed has to compensate for that with you're just a working assumption. You think like Roman times or various you occasionally have to really torture and teach people a lesson to know you're not getting those resources, Gandalf. You took low birth and those resources have already been taken, and I'm keeping my eye on you because I know you want them. Why shouldn't the person be justified to look at it that way?
Well, you've read Peter Turchin. He talks about the fact that there's an overproduction of elites, and it essentially becomes a game of musical chairs where there's more elites than chairs available for these people to get the status and resources they desire. And that's what causes revolution, not the fact that there's a great number of people that lack resources.
Whatever level of lack, that they're saying the natural condition, that violence is the most natural conclusion that your average person, whether it's an elite or a commoner, is going to think of to get resources. So a person might get a job, or follow the government, do the rules, go to university, but they only do that once they've concluded that the first logical option of violence or stealing isn't going to work. But the assumption, the human nature, you're saying that of course the person only gets a job or goes to university and training after they realize that they can't just take things that they want and get away with it. And you're saying no, there's more benevolent nature. There's not, Duvet is not that everybody, really wants to steal and kill people and they realize they just can't get away with it and therefore they work and get an education. So you're making a Freudian type argument, or, you put replication, what's at the heart of people or the system. And then you look, okay, are the elites overly paranoid? Or the controller of resources is saying the elite, the government right now, where you're looking at the government is saying the government is so important. It needs, COVID-19, we need to distribute these resources, but there's a sizable chunk of our own citizenry that's trying to stop us. So what do? So you have to cramp down, and you have to create a police state. And it's saying that it's not necessarily people in power who made bad decisions, human nature. It's just people fulfilling the function, Freud's society of civilization is discontent.
There's another book you should read, Duvid, if you haven't, called Magic and Eros in the Renaissance by Culianu, I believe, is a Romanian scholar who actually was murdered in mysterious circumstances in Chicago in the 1980s. But anyway, he taught at the University of Chicago. And one of the things he talks about a lot in that book, and this is why, using a police state and overusing hard power is so dangerous, is that according to his model,
word like dangerous is a moralizing as opposed to a natural process. You're saying you need free will to moralize, because if there's no free will, it's just a natural process. People don't get to make a decision that's good or bad for you to say, you made a bad decision, you're a bad person. They're just natural processes.
No, that's not what he's saying at all. What he's saying is that when a state relies on hard power, i.e. police power, to enforce its will, its ability to use more subtle soft power, i.e. magical power, diminishes proportionally.
I hear the argument, but it's saying even that, like, the state has a deliberate decision-making mechanism where they choose to go down one policy or another, as opposed to a balancing of forces that is beyond the control of choice of the society. It's like karma. Like I said, conflict reaches a certain point, people start getting beaten up on the street. And it's not necessarily like a state starts making decisions and policy, although these things correspond. You're saying the state is descriptive, not prescriptive. The state starts describing things that are already happening, as opposed to prescribing things and then they happen. And if you're looking like it could be Russia, America, there's greater karma causing societies to fall apart at their fabric, and the result is largely the same in all cultures. And the governments, whether it's communist, totalitarian, capitalist, are all going to be largely ineffective.
Well, the overuse of hard power eventually breaks the state. That's the more fundamental point.
Well, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. The people, there's dissonance in fight or flight, and as bad karma increases, more and more people are constantly in a state of fight or flight. And that causes an increase of conflict, which eventually will be an increase in actual punishable offenses like crime and violence. And the natural escalation of events will be government trying to clap down on it, and execution of hard force of power. But saying the point I'm making from like the karmatic, it's a general increase in bad karma and conflict that causes this, and then it's just manifested in all these various forms. But the root of the problem isn't necessarily like some decision-making process or some body that chose one policy or another. It's because all that comes from a balancing of power and a balancing of energy or forces. And the reason why the energy and forces need to be balanced is because the high level of bad karma. And all of us could look at the situation and say, like, we got really bad karma. Look at society. There's really, really bad karma, such to the point where if you see, video or seeing like I just like popped on Road Star, and like people are really killing each other, like over nonsense. Like, people like hitchhike and the guy just shot him, and in like road rage and stuff like that. And I could see just going to Starbucks, like your average person just like looking at each other, just like back the F off or I will. And you could feel that like karma is something that could be de-escalated, where it could be like magically you're like, we're so upset, we're ready to kill each other. Then next thing you know, we're friends, and it's almost like a spiritual energy where I don't know what was getting over me. I just had anger or something got over me, and all I could think about was conflict, to the point where the energy is like I don't even remember what was captivating me so much that I desired conflict. And so mystically, you could be like, conflict could almost like disappear, and we could forget But resource distribution is more difficult than poverty. When people are suffering, people will do what they have to do to survive. So when people are scarce on resources, they will resort to violence and crime. It's a fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna think about all of what you said there. I think most of that sounds or seems right. I gotta think about it. I mean, uh, what drives crime and violence is not just mere scarcity of resources. I think that's an argument that is insufficient. I'm not convinced of it.
Well, there could be more to it. That's not the only driver. It's just that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that as poverty increases, people, if you work with the assumption, people are going to do what they have to do to survive. And generally, if you give people a positive view, like to judge people favorably, they're not going to do bad things to survive if they don't have to. But when it comes down to a question of survive or do bad things, the vast majority to people are just going to do the bad things. And usually that's going to come out, things like violence and theft. But could be any form. And saying from the perspective, he's not a bad person. He was just trying to do what he had to do to survive. And saying that's the reason why conflict escalates, because they're really not bad people. They really are just doing what they have to do to survive.
Well, we've created a society. There was an article. I like the term that an article in the American Thinker used about the just lockdowns and just that experience. I mean, what was accomplished was basically the dekulakification of the West, the American society, and when you basically shut all sorts of people out of the economy and then give them nothing a year later, but like $1,400 one time. I mean, you're creating a situation where there's just a lot of social pressure just building up and a lot of really confused and angry people. And so, yeah, it's resulting in all sorts of kind of really grotesque social violence. And the state is just responding by shutting people up who comment about it and not doing an effective job at mediating and distributing resources and assuring that there's some pressure release valves. The state's doing a very bad job right now.
Yeah, but that's why I was making the point. The state looks at all of us like ticking time bombs. You're saying, well, like, yeah, I could see like any minute any one of you guys is going to become a mass shooter. And so our goal of the state is to monitor you to see when you're about to flip so that we could stop you right before you flip. And unfortunately, the prognosis of the state is that's really the best we could do. And it's saying, like, of course, you want to flip and become a mass shooter, but if we give you a check for a little bit every few months and then scare you into thinking that even if you think about saying or suggest this, we will have you instantly recognized and arrested, that and unfortunately, that seems like the direction that we're going to be headed probably for the next few years, because the COVID-19, like the next wave, hopefully it's not going to be as many deaths, but in all likelihood, we're probably going to remain in these states of emergency with partial lockdowns like throughout the rest of this year, maybe even for a few years. And the censorship at a certain point, like you're going to be upset, but like, well, so what do you do about it? You've been upset for a few years now, and I've heard you whine, but you basically all you do is lose and lose and lose. So at a certain point, you're just going to flip and become the mass shooter, or you're going to somehow align yourself with the system. And so right now, the system is basically playing chicken with you and saying, like, go ahead, become that mass shooter. That's really the only thing you could do about it. But we'll catch you. We'll catch you. So you better just admit anyways, because even though the only thing you do, God forbid, is flip and become a mass shooter, even if you do, we're going to catch you.
Yeah, better management of just the social array of forces and incentives would make it so that not everybody would have to be looked at as a ticking time bomb.
Well, it's saying if it's a natural exhaustion of resources, because basically the system has became so rigged that there needs to be a reset. And karmatically, you're like, yeah, if everyone just got together and thought long term and made strategically some good decisions, we could get past it. But that's not the way humankind works. No one voluntarily relinquishes power resources voluntarily, and so the people who are sitting on it or the people who want it are going to see to it that there's going to have to be a great reset. But the great reset, God forbid, will historically be what it's always been. It's going to be war, famine, violence, economic collapse, because that's how the imperfect humanity works. Like anybody who's a student of history knows that no, we can't all come together and make a rational decision to avoid a catastrophe. You have to pick a side and fight and hope that your side wins.
Or you just have proper leadership that manages these things, which you seem to preclude in your very fatalistic analysis.
As a leadership, decided that that's what you got to do. They picked a side, and you got to fight. And so, unfortunately, because we took low birth, we don't have any options. You're just saying like, this is the decision they made. This is the fight. Take it or leave it. You leave it, it's going to be bad for you. If you take it, it's probably going to be bad for you. But if you leave it, it's going to be even worse for you.
Duvid, I think you need to write a screenplay for some sort of Mad Max series, and they can make it like Star Wars and have like social justice version number 12, and you can write number 13, 14, and 15.
No, I'm saying formulaic things. They're saying like, yeah, what I'm saying is formulaic, and you can make scripts like like our favorite Talmud scholar of the Twilight Zone. His name's even slipping me. But he was a Talmud scholar. But yeah, I'm saying these are more template narrative, even mathematical. And I'm trying to make a point where it's saying like, no, I'm not trying to write a script for a movie. I'm trying to explain karma yoga basically in the conservation of energy and make sense what's happening in a mathematical way. So you can look at like it's bad, and you could see the forces. Like if there's a big wave coming at you, and you tell you like the velocity and the force of impact coming at you, that's basically what I'm doing on a karmatic way, and saying like it's bad. We got really bad karma right now, such to extent that it's logical that we might go to war and there could be a mass casualty event, God forbid, bigger than people have ever seen, because that's actually a very logical thing to do. So, like from that recognition, maybe we could stop it. But saying the reason why, like we're going to war, the reason why conflict is increasing is from a personal perspective, that it's in people's interest and logical for us to do that.
And we just get bigger and bigger conflagrations as a result, and the karma keeps getting worse, and the bodies keep piling like cordwood. And for what purpose?
Because everybody's trying to fulfill their dharma, and saying that the likelihood that we figure out a plan to all get together is pretty small. And you're saying that that likelihood is smaller than the chance that I pick the right side to fight on and win. Or just a dharmatic question that is like, there's almost guaranteed there's no way I'm going to be on the winning side. Like I took low birth and I see there's going to be a fight, but there's no way that like my side's going to win, and after the battle I'm going to get some sort of reward. But I'm still an honorable person. Brutus is an honorable man and is going to fulfill his dharma, and God forbid, I don't even know what this battle is and why I'm on this side or the other side, but I'm an honorable man, and when it comes down to it, I'm going to fight.
Fight for what?
But I don't even know what I'm going to fight for. I just know I'm an honorable man, and the situation's calling for action, and I got to fulfill my duty. And saying that's the problem of the current state of humanity, because that's the way like probably like 20% of Americans feel right now, is like, I'm ready to fight, I'm ready to fulfill my duty. I don't even know who the enemy is, but I can tell there's so many bad things going out there that they're really, really bad, and when I find them, I'm going to do something really bad to them. And that's why I've like QAnon and all these things. You say like people are making really, really bad decisions, and it's running society over a cliff. And if I could just like, God forbid, find those people making those bad decisions and strangle them, I would be happy to fulfill that duty. And like, God forbid, like, okay, they're going to blame the Jews, they're going to blame this, they're going to blame the wrong person. But just from any level, any member of society, you say like, whoever is running society, they're doing a really bad job. And at some point, I got to stand up and fulfill. I'm an honorable man. What am I supposed to do? I got to fight, and I don't even know who to fight.
Well, there are three. I'll say this. I don't know if it completely supports your case or not, But three kind of markers have been passed recently, and there's a lot of public opinion polling that seems to suggest that this is true. And just for sake of argument, I'm gonna grant it temporarily. Is one, after the COVID and BLM stuff of 2020, for the first time, more Americans see other Americans as the primary threat rather than some sort of foreign actor like China or Iran or North Korea or whatever. So we passed that threshold. Thing number two is that after just all the rigmarole about the 2020 election, and I don't really care what's real or not because I don't like elections, period. But over 50% of Americans now no longer identify with either political party and want them replaced, and roughly 2/3 of Americans want the third political party. So we now have a lot of political dissatisfaction, much higher than like the last round a generation ago when people were interested in a third party, and only 20% of people voted for, say, Ross Perot to do that. So we're at a stage where a lot of faith in the system is disappearing even more rapidly than I would have guessed maybe in 2019 or 2020 myself.
Yeah, so I'm really making an argument of just dharma. I was saying from a certain point, a person has you have to stand up for something, and the problem with the current society is very difficult to know what's going on, what side is right, and the division lines, and also the sectarian nature where you have to dig in, pushing society to go one direction versus the other. You're going to acquire, so to say, enemies, and then if that gets escalated, is that I was just trying to make society a better place, and now all of a sudden, like I'm in a big war with these other people who are trying to push society in a different direction. And he's saying, just I'm looking at it, like a calculus, an integral of you have on an individual level everybody's individual dharma and obligation to society and to be a good person to their neighbors and their common man, and fulfilling their obligations. And then you have the collective societal dharma, and it's hard to figure out right now, which side is are we on, because there's such a big fissure in how to move society forward. And it appears like it could be an all or nothing, basically, that society's got to move one direction or the other, and it's going to be all or nothing with winners or losers. And if saying that from greater forces, let's say, was preordained to be that way, that there was going to be two great paths that were so different that only one of them could win out, and dharmatically it's unclear which one of those paths is going to be, that various peoples would be forced onto different sides of the direction that they think society should go on, and on an individual obligation that karma will escalate, that they brother has to wage war against brother. And that's what the Bible somewhat predicts in terms of Armageddon type things. But even on a simple somewhat scientific level, where you just say individual versus the collective, and if it's factual that the collective has to make an all or nothing decision in the direction that it's going to move, and then if you're an individual facing the uncertainty, looking at it, which side should you choose? And then if you did choose a side and you want to increase in the ranks of dharma, you find yourself pushing more and more against the people that are you don't like your vision for society. And if you look at this, you could calculate in a way there is no free will. It's just a series of prior karma that's causing people to act. Why are people acting the way they're acting? Because of their prior karma, and they're going to continue. The trend is your friend, and basically all people could be expected to double down. Trend reversal is a complicated thing. So how do you stop? If everyone just keeps on doubling down, eventually you're going to have Armageddon. So someone eventually has to give in and say, I was wrong. And instead of continuing to try to push society in my direction, I'm going to accept and live in society the way my opposition had chosen.
Well, eventually we're running into the Schmittian question of sovereignty. I mean, who has the right to make these decisions, and who stands outside the system in a sense to ensure that the system as a whole survives? Because sometimes you have to be the exception to the rule in order so that the rules themselves for everyone else can be upheld. And there's just no sort of common understanding or basis of trust to get that done. I noticed in the chat, for instance, I see Bear Trap. I have no more friends. I believe in all these hysterias to one extent or another. I can't build or not. It's like the lunatics broke out and are succeeding in convincing everyone that their lunacy is the right way of thinking. That's what's terrifying. People are literally acting insane. A lot of people feel like Bear Trap. I think, I don't know if it's a majority, but it's certainly a growing plurality, I think, if you just kind of judge the social mood and feel it out. And it's very concerning. And so, Duvid, what would you do to alleviate what people like Bear Trap are feeling? Let's give you the keys to the kingdom here. And
I'll let
how
some
would
other
you
people
alleviate
talk. I'll take a break and I'll let some other people talk.
I'll take a swing at it. The way I look at it is, so there has to be some sort of coherency into the direction in which government, I guess, or you could say society as a whole is going to go, as opposed agreed upon ethos. And if you have an ethos that is very schizophrenic and is despotic, I like using that word now, despotic government, and that despotism means that basically making up rules on a whim that don't really have any grounding to begin with, or not really enforceable by our current court system. And
capriciousness, I think.
What does that mean?
Okay, John, can you just skip to the last argument?
Or
where you
arbitrary?
some type of
Yes.
Abrahamic theocracy. And then I'm forced to ask, why, we've had this convo before, why can't you just accept where it ended?
What do you mean where it ended?
That this religion is foreign and always will be. So that's
depends who you talk to. I don't know, what do you mean by foreign?
No, it doesn't depend.
I think there's a lot of different.
It doesn't matter what you think,
doesn't
John.
hurt.
It matters what you can prove.
Okay.
So can you prove anything since we had the last convo like this? No. So you just need to accept it that it's a non-starter.
There is definitely some principles in there, moral principles that people need to abide by that you can't necessarily derive from secular science. Because what is it?
So again, it's
people
it's
who
like
believed
Brett, right?
who had
It's
the
like
faith.
Brett. So why was Brett, wrong? Like, what mistake did Brett make? Right? It's this positive assertion fest. It's like you're not listening here.
Well, if you look at the golden age or the age of
Yet
enlightenment,
again,
that
you're
basically
not
stemmed
listening.
from.
You're saying, oh, well,
from
maybe I can
faith.
change Jen's mind. I'm saying you can't change my mind. / why can't you accept that you can't change my mind?
Because basically, you have your definition of proof per se. I'm asserting something different as a moral principles that people need to live and abide by in order to increase social harmony that's been in play for thousands of years.
And I would argue there's not been a lot of social harmony as a result of this religion. And you can deny it, but then it turns into a fight, which kind of proves my point.
And I think harmony can only be discovered too, by the way, also, I would say.
Well, yeah, you come down to the question philosophically of, is the absence of a bad thing the same thing as the presence of a good thing? And the answer is obviously no. But if you get to thinking in this simplistic slave morality dichotomy, that it becomes very easy to just defer all the time. Well, it's right if you obey and it's wrong if you don't.
could say morality. You could say you discover it. Remember, like the fishing rod. It's bit by bit necessity, and then you polish it, and then it becomes moral, or it becomes a fishing rod, or it becomes a bicycle. But
Yeah.
like I said, discovered.
That's an argument based on a particular ontology. You're saying morals are discovered. Well, how do you know that they don't just exist latent in the universe like ideas?
No. I mean,
Trial and error.
you can only discover them. You can't tell someone a moral. They can discover it. They can hear what you say and then discover it themselves. What I'm saying, I guess it's sort of meta. What I'm saying, like you can only really discover stuff. You can't show stuff to people.
Fair enough.
You can leave breadcrumbs,
And that's the whole
People
idea.
have to
Is that you leave the
self-realize.
breadcrumbs, but when people start coming in and start saying, "Well, we have to do this and we have to do that, we have to do this and we have to do that," then it ruins the whole possibility for any type of intimacy.
Exactly. That's why I think historically, like
sorry, David,
left-
did you want to say something real quick? Okay, never mind. He was just leaning on the computer there.
No, I would say it's people have to make a realization, and you can help facilitate the realization, but the person themselves has to realize it, and their behavior won't change till they realize it. And you can't force a person to realize it, but you could facilitate it sometimes.
Exactly. It's the horse to water thing, right? Yeah.
So many metaphors. We want to be careful. you want to use metaphors about as often as you use puns.
It's like meta fives, huh? So many.
I think the more important point that I sense in this conversation that we need to return to is how do you maximize voluntary assent to a certain to these things, to these oughts, these shoulds.
Why don't we direct that question at John?
Or you stop making shoulds. That's the people that's standing in between people saying you should do this, you should do that.
You
That's
have
what
the
ruins
free
everything.
will. You have the free will to not abide by the laws that were inscribed by the Abrahamic prophets thousands of years ago. You have that free will, but there is consequences to going against the laws of Abraham. And so when you go against the laws of Abraham, you get what you have today, where you separate church and state, where people now it's metastasized to a point now, even talking about religion and politics is heresy.
What do you mean
Whereas
by
maybe
free
like
will?
20 years ago, it wasn't. Like we think about like the Republican bill about gay marriage, and I can't. No, I'm even censoring myself now because it's like because of the way our culture has metastasized to a point where we have lost a grand concept of something that is bigger than us, something that has its own laws, it has its own universe, and I'm not necessarily, when people look at religion now, it's like, oh, it's anti-science. It's not, like, no, it's not about that at all. It's like, if anything, it actually gets you curious into science and learning more about the causes and effects of the known universe in which God has subscribed, and which that we'll never know the totality about it. We can bring up the best model available when it comes to science, when it comes to providing abundance to material abundance to people. But I think what's lacking nowadays is a meaning, is a purpose, is a drive, and I think that's why a lot of people go into suicides and depression, is because they don't have any meaning. Their needs might be met, but they don't have a why in their life. If you have a why, you can pretty much overcome anything that's material. And
So not much of a plan to get people to accede to higher authority, more of a ramble of ises and oughts, and if we do this, then this will happen, even though anyone who studied history for more than 25 seconds would know you have no precedent for what you're asserting.
It's also kind of like saying we shouldn't have dropped the nuclear bomb after it's already dropped and it's already exploded. Like,
or you shouldn't take the mark of the beast.
Yes, they killed our God in our society, but like the damage is done. There's no like, okay, we have to go back to the way it was before because we can't now. It doesn't exist anymore.
Except energy is conserved. So it's not really possible to kill anything.
No, I mean like geopolitically and socially though, like what he's talking about.
Well,
yeah. Basically, anyone who asserts that they are religious in any public domain will basically be ostracized from the current institution.
And that's the karma. So the result of imposing Christianity on Europeans was that they wanted a separation of church and state, and now they really don't like to even say or hear anything about religion.
Well,
To what extent is
They
this
just want to talk about
to what
the
extent is
economy.
this the fault of Christianity?
I would
say
suggest
that
it's a large part. Christianity is majorly at fault for that.
So what's the cause of modern wokeism? Again, it's Christianity.
It's superficial interpretations of the Bible, and that the church is trying to mold to the morality of
whatever
the state.
excuses
But look,
you want to make.
we could zoom out even further and say human institutions after a certain amount of time become warped or disfigured to
Implying
other
it was
people's
working
goals.
well in the beginning? Do I need to go and read the Codex Thessalonius again to prove why that's not a fact? And
What's
no
not a
amount
fact?
of denial and historical revisionism will change that?
Are you talking to me?
Well, I'm just talking about you're saying as though there used to be some golden age which decayed.
No,
but
I'm
that
not
doesn't
saying there
mean
used
it's
to. That's
bad.
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying I'm saying what happens with human institutions. Any human institution, you could start Girl Guides tomorrow or a new thing or whatever. Over time, they become
Okay, you're just restating the law of entropy. You're restating the law of entropy. Okay.
or science
Of
or
what
whatever,
utility is this assertion? You're just restating the law of entropy. It's like saying people poop. It's like we know.
Yeah, no, I was
point?
trying to sort of explain in your sort of theory into what he was saying. I was trying to sort of bridge a gap there. I wasn't trying
I
to
don't think
disagree with either of you.
there's a way to bridge the gap. They're incompatible axioms.
What's that?
We have
Well, maybe we're
incompatible
talking past each other.
axioms. We have incompatible axioms. John and I have incompatible axioms. So no, there's no bridging of any gaps. No meaningful bridging of gaps anyway.
Okay, so what do you think I'm doing?
You're trying to say, well, we can bridge the gaps between what you guys are saying. I'm saying, no, we're saying completely different things.
You could try if you want to, Master Beater.
I'll just.
I'm open-minded.
Maybe I lost the plot. It's possible I lost the plot. I am a bit stoned and tired. So continue.
Give it a shot.
Let me smoke another bowl. I'm gonna hit mute.
Okay. Let me try this, John. Okay. Why? Okay. Well, as someone who's mostly of Germanic heritage, why should I worship the son
Not
of
this
a mountain?
again.
Okay, I won't
We're
do.
just
I won't
not
do that. I
having
won't do.
these debates anymore. We're not going to entertain them. It's just like with Vincent. It's like you don't entertain the debate. You stop at the front door. You
Okay.
say, no, this level of shit tier logic that you revel in is beneath me, and I'm not going to put the words together. I'm going to explain to you logically why I'm not going to debate you, but I'm not going to debate you because it's just not. It's beneath you to do. Sorry, these principles are shit.
I just hate Christianity. it's just disgusting.
So, John, frankly, I don't think you have any way to push back on what Gandalf is saying. So your approach is not pragmatic. So if you persist with this approach, one would say you're being irrational.
Okay. In what way? As I view it as you're putting science, you're putting your idol as your theory before God. You're basically putting your scientific theory trumps everything above God, which God gave instructions
your
to
thing
do.
trumps everything else. Ha 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 ha. Who's right?
I don't know.
Only
It just
one of us
depends on
is
what
right.
you're looking
So
for.
who's right and who can actually meet a standard of evidence?
I can make a standard of evidence, and by holding people to account to these rules, because nobody has really been following them for a long time. So, and when they were followed, it
encourage scientific
you.
discovery.
Says you. Says you. Well, what about all
No,
the
it
science
says
in
history.
India? What about all the science in India and China?
How's India doing?
Because it got
are they,
pillaged by a bunch
are
of
they-
Christians? That's not really supporting your argument.
I thought it was
Supporting
Muslim.
my argument.
That was Muslims.
It's
you
both.
didn't get the right people. Yeah.
Well, I'd
Christians
say
are like a
a lot
very,
of
very small
Christians.
minority, though.
There was a lot of European incursions into India under the auspices of Christianity. Ironically, I doubt you know much about the history of your own religion.
It's like okay, so it's not like I'm like anti-science.
Well, it
per
kind of
se.
sounds like
Actually,
you
I'm
are.
encouraged. Why?
Well, on the one hand, you're saying I'm a science idolater, but you're also saying Christianity is great in that it allows us to discover science. So you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
No, I'm not. How so?
I just explained it to you.
How so? Because the way I look at it is, it's
I
like,
don't care.
you're
The point
into-
is, what can you establish with rational arguments? Answer nothing. Consequence, nobody cares. You need to just deal
Well,
with
you
that
just
and
sound like an
internalize it and
atheist
realize
now,
that
so
we're no different
you
than
just sound
anybody
like an
else, John.
atheist. You
Who
sound like
listens
an atheist.
to you IRL?
A lot of people.
Really? About what?
Yes.
What kind of advice
just
do you bestow upon them, Your Highness?
Well, Her Majesty hasn't been listening to our complaints lately, but a lot of people are very upset, and I've basically been articulating that they don't expect any transparency from our government anytime soon. It seems to attract some people, and a lot of people get that. Whereas opposed, if you were to go up to Joe Blow and say, "Hey, everything is wrong," your Abrahamic religion's wrong. Here's this like weird theory that I made up that it hasn't really been quantified in the real world, and
Oh,
just trust
really?
me. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like you're the one who's saying, just trust me. I'm saying, look at all this
No,
evidence. You're saying,
I'm
just
not.
trust
I'm
me.
not. I'm not establishing an authority above God. You're establishing authority above God.
You're trying to speak for God.
You're saying God was a Jewish rebel rabbi on a stick who came to save my soul, and like because some book said it,
Not
I should believe
necessarily.
it.
Not necessarily. I have a different view of Jesus, in that he was a prophet. He didn't necessarily die on the cross and died for your sins. That is
Why do
a
I feel like
wrong
Christians miss the
metaphor
point of
of
Christianity all the time?
Jesus's life and
Well,
what it
what's the point
represented.
of Christianity? It's like,
I feel like people miss the point of it.
what is the point of it? I mean, there's so many different
The point
the
of
same thing
Christianity is that supposedly you're supposed to Jesus died on a cross for your sins, and you're supposed to basically use that as a scapegoat for your shortcomings.
Right.
But actually, the history is it wasn't actually Jesus that actually died on the cross.
Again, all this I don't know. I think the point is parables and lessons, like the boy who cried wolf, like I talked about last time. Like to get super detaily with it, you're missing the point. I think everyone, if you like that type of religiosity talk is ruining the reputation of God. If it were,
Well, it's ruining the reputation.
Why is that ruining the reputation of God? It's what it's
because
in the
then you start
scripture.
to speak for
It's
God.
what it's in the Abrahamic.
Like
I'm talking like what's from there.
The idea of having
Does that
God
offend
is
you?
to leave an open variable of an unknown, a constant unknown or unknowable is God, or and that it's supposed to, that's the good part about having God in your philosophy when you practice science, is that you know that there's always God. There's always it's a philosophical thing, and like the Bible is a collection of these things, and it's like Boy Scouts and the military, like for real. It's like a Boy Scouts manual.
Too many metaphors, and it's all over the place.
Sorry. That's I'm trying to communicate, and I'm just trying to be effective. And sorry if freestyling on a call here, I reach for stuff to explain myself, and a metaphor comes out. Otherwise, I'll just go.
I've just been reading metaphors all week.
We need more precision in order
We need
to look
less
at how it works.
Less apologetics, more facts. And what your feelings are about the history are irrelevant.
They're not feelings.
What
They're
you
facts.
think about the history is irrelevant. What you can prove about the
Comes from
history is
God.
relevant.
Yeah.
Well, I look at the last 2,000 years of history, and one thing we can see is that we've had the proliferation of slave morality and deracination, and Christianity has been at the heart of that for 2,000 years.
Because
So,
people
it's over.
people.
It's over, and only, if you got to be pretty clueless to not realize that it's over.
I just don't know what you have debunked from the theology
Not
of the
me that
Bible
debunked
or the
it. It's not me
Quran,
that debunked it. It's not about
and
debunking.
that
People left the
and
religion
that these
alone.
are
They didn't
illegitimate
want to do it.
lessons that you can
They didn't
learn
want
from
to do
because
the
we haven't
religion.
even scratched the surface.
They didn't want to do the religion. All right, so he's gone because you're not allowed to talk over me on my own stream. So better luck next time. It's always the same thing, right? It's like, it's not just Christians, obviously, but when people snap into this mode, when people snap into this mode of just like finger wagging, it's like, wake up.
No, because one thing that bothers me too about that too is because it always seems to happen. And I'm very sympathetic to Chris. Like I'm very Christian sympathetic. Like my grandparents were
Yeah,
born
so
again Christian.
you're part of the problem. Cool. Yeah, got you.
Well, aren't we all part of the problem?
No.
So, anyway, yeah. But that's the thing. I would never want to say that. Yeah, you don't say quoting the Bible and stuff. That's not the point. It's not the point. It's supposed to give you. It's a guide. It's supposed to be a guide to a compass and da 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 da.
How many times do you think you have to repeat that before it becomes true?
Huh? I don't know. Maybe I'll take another bong hit. Let me hit mute.
Yeah, you can't. You can repeat it a gajillion times; it'll never be true.
Good strategy there, Master.
Yeah, I mean, Christianity is literally the worst thing, or at least from my perspective, if not the worst thing, one of the worst things to happen to Europeans in the last 2,000 years. It's a goddamn disaster.
Oh yeah, people are full of bad ideas. I'm not disputing that. Wasn't my point. It was an attempt at one point by humans to put a bridle or a restraint on morals and stuff. Sure, maybe
by some humans.
Yeah.
Right.
Not
Again,
all
like
humans.
on what basis are you making this assertion?
On what basis am I making what assertion?
The one you just made.
That humans came up with religion?
Christianity was imposed to what? To what end? Civilization?
No, I said to whatever end it might have been. Doesn't matter.
It does matter, I think.
Okay. Well, my point is, in evidence, it doesn't matter because it's, like anything else, it was an attempt at something. Maybe it failed. Maybe
So it's
I mean?
like you're making apologetics. It's like, what is your point? You're doing apologetics. The fact that apologetics needs to be invoked just makes it look worse. So what's your point?
But I'm not trying to I'm not apologetic right now. I'm just saying that it's whatever it is.
When you say I'm just
people,
saying, that's an excuse.
People have bad ideas. Communism's a bad idea too.
Okay,
People have lots of bad ideas.
What's your point?
That's all I'm saying. No point. That's it.
Okay, well, try to make a point next time because it's hard to follow something with absolutely no point. It's just an assertion made out of nowhere.
Oh, it was conversating.
The idea is to have a thread. A conversation involves a thread that people can follow. If you're just interjecting random non sequiturs, it's like no one's gonna be able to follow that thread.
If we look at the,
I'm attempting to follow the thread. Sorry, I'll hit mute again.
Just admit it. Be a proud apologetic. Just say, I was apologizing for Christianity. Yes, that's what he was doing.
Yeah, that's
Master Beater. Like, if we're going to take a scientific, empirical approach to it, if we compare Europeans now versus Europeans before Christianity, we've basically become deracinated, and master morality, or at least the attempt at master morality, has been replaced by slave morality. We've gone from honor cultures that would duel and fight and stand up for important things to victim cultures that cry and moan about everything. That's the effect of Christianity over the last 2,000 years. Notice I'm just describing effects. I'm not talking, making excuses for anything. I'm just looking at what happened.
Yeah, but I mean, not that now's the proper time, and I'm about to call it a night anyways. But to you to say that that may have happened over the period of time, that at the same time that Christianity became dominant, that society deteriorated in that ways, but there were a lot of other things that happened in the
No,
same
I
time.
would argue the deterioration started at least 500 years before Christianity.
It's in Christianity is a group strategy that whatever reason a nation falls under, and then the difficulty of extracting yourself from one strategy and choosing a new strategy, that the trend is your friend, and in all likelihood once you adopt a strategy, the safest assumption is the person is going to keep on working with it, although it's inconceivable they could switch strategies. So that
Thank you. Exactly.
You apologize for it and say like, well, okay, the society that was using this great larger strategy made a lot of mistakes and did a lot of things, and then you apologize and try to separate out and say like, no, that wasn't Christianity's fault, that was human nature's fault. And you could do that really with any system, like multiple truth hypothesis, whatever you're defending, and just you're saying like, no, you're right about what you're saying, but you attributed the cause to the wrong sources.
Yeah, I think I'm saying exactly what you're saying right now. That's what I was trying to say. Basically,
You just don't have the technical jargon to express it in philosophical, logical terms.
That's why
and that's the purpose of Week in Review, is to teach people like you how to use the proper technical, logical, philosophical jargon so that people would actually listen to you and take you seriously.
You guys, that's why I'm here.
Conversations like this only intensify my hatred for Christianity.
Well, see, and to me
that's your own self-hatred. You're saying like you could have your logical or reasons. We're saying like it's really it's your father you hate. It's your parents' decision. It's yourself when you look in the mirror, when you say that is your strategy, and you're saying you're cursed to your strategy, and saying that you can't extract yourself while your hatred limits you.
Duvid, are you familiar with David Berlinski?
Not sure. It sounds vaguely familiar.
Mathematician.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but it's not ringing a bell.
He wrote a book that was kind of an answer to Richard Dawkins' book called "The Devil's Delusion: Science and its Atheism and its Scientific Pretensions." Very good answer to Richard Dawkins' God Delusion book. I recommend reading them both back to back, actually. To hear,
yeah, man, I got like you could see on my floor here, man. I got hundreds of books that I've already bought and haven't read, and like I pounded through like 20 books this last like 2 weeks, but like still I have hundreds. That like Gandalf.
You're never gonna read them all.
Yeah, I'm saying there's always telling me like to read a book, like saying like no, I mean you got an idea, express it concisely. Saying that you're gonna assign me homework. You're saying like I'm like I didn't ask you to be my teacher, and you're already assigning me homework.
Recommending a book I enjoyed.
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't think I actually read that one.
Cool.
Yeah. We need God, and we need a clear understanding of God. The problem with Christianity is it accelerates a process that arguably began at least 2,500 years ago, where we lost a proper understanding of God. And the crisis is one of, proper theology at this point. We need to worship God, and we've been worshiping a false God for way too long, and that is a disaster.
Yeah, I'm saying you could argue on almost all those suppositions. Just the way you start, we need. So say who is the we?
Yeah, it's an extremely weak argument.
Then,
I feel like no one
need.
I feel like no one is listening to what I'm saying. Nobody is trying to espouse a better manner on streams. Everyone's just clicking back.
It's just like a repeat too.
Declaring imperatives and these untenuous chains of non-logic.
Yeah, it's like a repeat too. Like people are watching and saying, like, is this a new episode or a repeat?
I'm at fault for repeating some stuff here too. I'm not. Yeah.
And it's like you're saying like the conversation as a social exercise. You can just memorize, waiting your turn to say lines, so much so that like it turns out that you're repeating yourself. It's like, oh, I know you didn't listen to me last time because you're repeating yourself. And the reason you're repeating yourself last time is probably because you didn't listen to me. And so you have to have a good conversation as to make progress. And then you're talking to the same people over and over again. That assume that people are intelligent, that you're intelligent enough to remember what you've said to these people before and how they've reacted to carry out a conversation over time. And then you do it in front of an audience where you know that there's different people, audience with different levels of understanding. It's actually quite a fine art. And then, just not like a LARP where you're just repeating the same act again and again. I mean, you could try doing that, but that's not really good content.
I just find it extremely interesting, at a meta level. I mean, Christians themselves give the games away. I mean, they literally call it apologetics. And every time I argue with a Christian, they never argue from like, well, what's the effect of this religion, upon like a group of people, and how is it impacted society and statecraft and culture over the course of centuries and millennia. Never get arguments about that. Always get some sort of recursive apologetics. That always happens, and I don't know why people. Well, I kind of do know why, but it's kind of frustrating that people don't look at Christianity empirically and scientifically at all.
Well, people generally don't understand science to look at things. So, like, relatively less than a quarter of the population, and probably even much less, like 5 or 10% of the population, is capable of looking at things scientifically like that. So we're saying, well, why don't people look at Christianity like scientifically? So like, well, 75% of people don't look at things scientifically. So like, what are you, you're like a Seinfeld. You're like, you ever wonder why people wonder? But we're saying it's not a Seinfeld episode here. You're saying we're doing some scholarship, and a lot of these things, it's saying like, well, we know the statistics, we know the trends, we know the nature that humanity divides a lot of ways where different characteristics, some of them are more even, but a lot of characteristics, like, no, there's a vast majority on one side or another. So when you keep on asking these rhetorical questions, you say like, well, you've been asking these questions for a while. Don't you know the answer? Don't you know the statistics? Don't you know the tendency of humanity? So he's like, wait, there's a right answer. He's like, no, well, there may be a right answer, but as far as I know, there may not be a right answer. But we do have statistics on the tendency of the breakdown and percentages of how humanity tends to react in such situations.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it's so obvious, but it's like Gandalf has trouble maybe with the idea that people can virtue signal to science without actually understanding it. But it's like multiple truth hypothesis, right? Maybe it's Gandalf that needs the MTH. And
I grant that.
You're like, people can't possibly be hypocrites. It's like, well, if you haven't inquired about what you're thinking, and most people don't, how do you know if you're a hypocrite or not? You can't assume anything. You can say what you wish was true, but that's a guess.
Well, even logic is saying, like, factually, most people have not had training in logic. Your average educated person, including a person with an undergraduate degree from college, may have zero training in logic, let alone, like the average Joe on the street, that doesn't even have a college education. But even formal training in logic, you could get through and get a degree in college without having. So then you're expecting, like, how come Christians don't use logic when you're, saying, well, compared to the rest of people who use logic, you say, no, there's no
it's
rest
like
of people
Gandalf,
who
you're
use
not
logic.
using logic either, because if you were, this phenomenon wouldn't be upsetting you because you'd understand that it's a logical thing.
Oh yeah, I've been guilty of that. And
But you're saying, like, I want to project my desire to, my good perception for logic and project that everyone else should share it, even though I can't explain my own logic necessarily. And a lot of my assertions aren't correct. So it's like, it is projection.
You're making a system, of like multiple category errors, but you're saying that like, oh, these people, believe in something because they're wrong, as opposed to the weight axioms at different levels. So people believe in Christianity because they have various axioms, and so like truth or hypocrisy may be weighted at a different factor, where you might weight not being a hypocrite at an extremely strong factor, and other people might say also it's not good to be a hypocrite, but it's not that big of a deal relatively to various other things. And you seem like so that most Christians, their strategy, even if they themselves don't have formal training and understanding of logic, that they know that the overall Christian strategy is actually quite logical, even so to say if it's false, that you say like Christianity is obviously a false religion, like like look at the logic, but from the person, but well, is it a good strategy? And the person, they might describe it in the way they do it because it's true, because it's not going to say I'm doing Christianity because it's a good strategy. They say they're doing Christianity because it's true, and that's just how they resolve their dissonance. So like a lot of these things that you actually make yourself look like you have lack of understanding, because these processes to me, Jennifer, a lot of people are probably like pretty clear. And also like the differentiation. Are you trying to argue that Christianity is a bad strategy, and to separate your arguments where it's like rhetorical, where really like you're trying to garner followers or change people's views, and or some sort of preaching when you're saying this is analysis here, and so like you're like preaching to some audience that doesn't exist here, like save that for when you're in church, and just do the analysis. And we can't move forward with the analysis because like Charles Moskowitz, all you do is moralize and want to say good or bad, and saying like the analysis, usually you have to forego any judgment of good or bad.
John Williams said something interesting in the chat that just I think might have brought a little more clarity, at least to me. It's inspiring the wheels to turn. Dull people think smart people have answers. Weak people think being strong is the path to persuasion. Look at people as what they are projecting, because it's not who they are.
There's different questions of identity and consciousness. So you could identify, you say, okay, this person's acting according to a group strategy, and they may understand the strategy at various levels, but then you could measure them, like how avowed are they to the group strategy, versus separate question, how well do they understand the group strategy? And at a certain point, people could benefit from the group strategy without understanding it, and they might benefit from the group strategy more if they understood it. So say people are in Christianity because it's a good group strategy, and especially if you're a society where the infrastructure is already laid out, that's very logical to decide I'm going to go for of the various life strategies that you could choose, that Christianity would be right up there with one of the better choices. But the dissonance for a person who's operating within that strategy is to defend the strategy or look at the strategy in a different way, or they may not even understand the strategy. So I chose the strategy because I want to have a network of friends and a family, and preserve tradition or whatever various things, and they may have never logically thought it out. They just thought like, of course I'm going to get married one day, and it's going to be in the church, and the priest and all my family is going to be there, and so on and so on. Where just kind of like a given that it was going to function within this framework. And then you have a philosophical conversation to people who don't have enough self-awareness to even realize these things. So you're attacking a person, like what about your group strategy? And they don't even know what a group strategy is, and they're going to get defensive. So you, as an intellectual, have to be able to assess the other person's self-awareness and philosophical level, so to say, to have a conversation with the person at their level, where you could speak to them as a Christian and understand that the person is probably going to stick with their strategy, even if you could conclusively demonstrate that there's multiple contradictions and problems with what they're doing.
Well, as Bear Trap said in the chat, and I think this is true, when you talk to most Europeans who believe in Christian, or say they believe in Christianity, the formulation goes something like, I believe in Christianity because I want to believe in something, and Christianity is, and I'm just most familiar with it. And, I've been guilty of, I believe, not seeing that most Christians are at that level of
because there's not that many
understanding.
strategies out there. And it's reasonable for a person to choose the strategy of Christianity, especially if you're like a Western or European and you're looking for, like, you know, you want to get married, you want to reproduce, you want to be part of societal structure. And Christianity's one of the top choices in group strategy. And so, like, even like over 50% of people are part of that strategy. So even whether it's true or not, the person, they have to resolve our dissonance and how we do that. But saying, like, really, you know, saying like, well, how come you're married? How come you're not married and don't have kids? Is it because you didn't avow yourself to the strategy? Is saying, well, why didn't you avow yourself to the strategy? Is like, well, I didn't believe it, but you recognize that, like, well, that's probably why you're, you know, on the outskirts. That's why you're not married. That's why you don't have kids. And these had you at a younger age just followed the plan, you would have reaped the benefits that the strategy has to offer, which, you know, generally is the production of a stable family structure. And so if you say that, yeah, honest Christians that you speak to will kind of say, like, yeah, like, I can't honestly, intellectually, logically defend these beliefs, but this choosing this strategy gave me a relatively happy family life with a social structure.
And that's pretty much pure utilitarianism. I get a family because I go to church or whatever, and therefore it's true.
Because they followed the plan. And saying, you looked around, you can see that's the plan, and you say you didn't want to follow the plan. And maybe you're right that the plan is dumb. But like, look at this guy, he didn't follow the plan, and you know, he wasn't capable of you know, reproducing, of building up a stable family life, largely because he didn't follow the plan. And so you could say maybe he was right, the plan was dumb, but the plan works. And so the guy said, I followed the plan and it worked. You know, like, I got a family now. And you're saying, well, the plan's dumb, it's still wrong. And they're saying, well, how come you don't have any family? And it's saying, it's pretty clear because you didn't follow the plan.
But why would I follow a dumb plan?
Because that's the strategy. Or because it works.
It works for what end?
Well, you're saying
to get a
if you-
family. That's, you know, the whole thing. Like, since they have into Christianity, they've been persecuting pagans. So, you know, get a job, family, be not killed, be accepted into society, take your pick.
But then sacrifice, like, you know, wanting to live truthfully? Seems like a heavy payoff. I mean, a heavy trade-off where with a lot of bad karma.
You use a word like truth, and then you say, like, these people don't live truthfully, and therefore they're bad. But you're saying, like, truth could be relative, and saying, you know, like, they want to, and you're saying if the truth is that this is the system, and they were born into it, and they don't have control over the system, so they accepted their karma and avowed, you know, and so they trusted the plan, and it worked out good. So they say, like, no, it was logical and rational, and they tested it. And you know, they could look at people like you and say, look at this guy Gandalf, he's real smart, you know, so much potential, so much talent, and why is his life not working out? And it's probably because he didn't trust the plan. So he's saying, like, you know, like, that's proof that Christianity is true by how poor Gandalf's life is working out. And it could be like self-fulfilling loops, but it's basically reproduction, evolutionary biology. Is that the more you trust the strategy, the group strategy, the easier time you have reproducing. And if you're going against the group strategy, it becomes extremely difficult to reproduce, because the system that takes care of children, that people are, you know, you want to reproduce because you're going to be successful in rearing children, and the system is largely what perpetuates you know, the rearing of children. So if you're successful in the system, you're going to be, you know, so to say, at the center of raising the next generation. So if you're on the outside and you're saying the system is bad and it's corrupting this kids, you're going to have a hard time reproducing, because what woman is going to want her kids outside of the system when you know the chances of survival outside of the system are very small?
Yes.
You say, but no, like, truth. And you're saying, like, what your truth found. like, yeah, there's problems with Christianity. There's other, faults, and like, like the average Christian will probably admit to having doubt. But then I don't think this Gandalf guy has better answers, and I'd rather trust the plan and believe in this with all his doubts than follow this guy who look how poorly his life is working out. And so you could attribute it directly to say that I think that this Gandalf guy is failing because he's didn't trust the plan.
Well, all that shows, I think, is that I'm just failing to trust the plan. It doesn't mean that I'm
there's
failing
punishment.
at none of that.
Wait, you're saying you fail at replication. I mean, God forbid you didn't permanently fail. But you're saying, I'm sure a lot of your brethren, people much less accomplished and IQ-wise, have largely succeeded and are already married with children. And saying like that most basic function of what it means to be a man, so many people with so much less talent and potential succeeded where you failed, and the most likely attribution to that why you failed where so many lesser than people than you have succeeded is clearly attributable to your distrust of the plan. Because how are you going to find a woman to want to bear your children in order to distrust the plan?
Why should I trust a plan who is okay?
Again, it's like, yeah, why are you thinking logic applies here? It's
it's
so
just
fucking annoying.
I know this is my
because,
block. This is my block. This is what it is.
It's because the trend is your friend. Is saying because if you're raising children into the system, and you're say it makes the most sense to align your children with the system, whatever it is, because the trend is your friend. And so you're coming on the side, it's like, but this, the emperor has no clothes. The system sucks. They're saying the system is a system, and at least if you get your kids into the system, they're going to be, hopefully as good off as anybody else who has their kids in the system. And because you see how difficult it is to make it outside of the system, the chance of success is almost zero. That's why people like you have, God forbid, a very little chance of replication, because what woman is going to want to go through all the dangers of producing a child for you to raise it outside of the system, knowing that the chance of success is almost none.
Yep, that's my problem. I think these things logically in a way that just is not,
Well, the logical from the other side.
Not to mention, you can attack that argument so easily by saying, well, what success are the Christians having with their marriages? The divorce rate is blah, 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 the health is shit. I mean, there's so many low-hanging fruit on that one.
No, but it's saying as long as the kid's still in the church, the kids are likely to relatively be okay. So even if you're...
Again, citation needed.
Well, yeah, probably brought the citation. It's like even if you're divorced, your children are still a member of something. They're still part of a stable social fabric, as opposed to someone who's left that stable social fabric. They lose all the benefits that was a part of it. And saying maybe you have the government, maybe you have what you could find in secular culture, which is close to nothing. And saying that like there's really no place for children in secular culture. When religious culture is generally, there's a certain nobody gets left behind element. So even if you get married within the system and it doesn't work out, that like somewhat you've succeeded, you've got children within the system, and the system will fight for your children even if you don't. And so there's a certain logic to that's what you get for following the plan.
If the church is so stable, how come a century ago it was at least publicly pronouncing that it is godly and communism is godless, and a century later it has an actual communist as a pope?
Well, I'd say it has a stability that's substantially more stable than a single person.
What's your point, Gandalf? You say, well, what's your point exactly? It's like you're trying to hold it up to the standards of logic.
Yeah,
it's
just like invent your own language and talk to yourself.
It doesn't care what logic is. It cares what it can use logic for to get what it wants. Until you understand that not everybody cares about logic the way you do, and what that means.
Well, I'm even giving logical arguments, and they're more
that's my struggle.
You're ignoring the logic of the evolutionary angle in saying that that you outside of the mainstream strategy are less likely to replicate. So the logic is the desire and success of replicating, seeing that trusting the plan makes it easier to replicate. You could give a bunch of points where like there's going to be a whole bunch of problems if you trust the plan, but at least there's a plan to trust. And so from a factual scientific basis, you are going to have a hard time replicating, because you're going to have a hard time finding a woman that is going to want to bring your child into the world to not follow the plan. What's your plan for your child? You say, unfortunately, I don't have one, because as far as I see, society's pretty messed up, and it's ran by corrupt people who are continuing to run it into a rut. So why would you want to bring a child into it? Why would a woman want to spend that effort and time to bring a child that's almost certain to fail? And so from your strategy, like the logic, you say you have truth, but your truth cost you a vision for your son. You say you don't have a vision for your son.
Well, on that note, I'm actually getting kind of tired, so my brain is just not firing on all the cylinders. I've been on here for a little while. I appreciate this. I'm sorry for my mental block around that. I just have to be much more self-aware about that.
Cool.
So
Well,
I appreciate that.
It's all good. Have a good.
You look at the group strategy angle. I'm saying like your block is because you're saying there's a logic to following the group strategy, and even if the people can't express the logic, or you've clearly pointed out inconsistencies or things that they don't understand, that there is the basic logic to say, Gandalf, you might be smarter than me, but I'm going to trust the plan. And that's probably the better decision that people should make. Like relatively, people are probably better off trusting the plan.
Yeah, and I have a Vata dosha, and that just doesn't work for me. It seems I'm just a weirdo. But anyway, I always appreciate coming on a weekend review
to convince people to, don't follow the plan. And you could be the smartest person in the world, and it's like it's like yelling at a wall, trying to convince people not to follow the plan.
And that's kind of been, I do get stuck on that. It seems. Anyway, I appreciate we can review. This was some fascinating discussions. My mind's been filled and raised. Thanks to Master Beater. Thanks Jen. Thanks to all the other guests. Thanks Duvid. All right. Have a great night, and I'm gonna go and retire to my bed.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming on. Nice talking.
Thanks as always.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably gonna call it a night. Also, I got to print out a few labels for these CDs, so if you and Master want to keep talking, I guess that's fine. If you had something to say, I'll stick around a few minutes, but I'm also probably gonna get to sleep.
Yeah, I'm kind of zonking out too.
Awesome. So we'll wrap it up. Thanks everyone for coming. It's been a long one. I thought it was very interesting, and appreciate all the participation. So thanks to everyone who came on.
All right. Good night.
Okay. Yeah, great. And so be in touch. Have a great weekend.
We'll see you all next Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, but that's just
Bye-bye for now.
I mean, so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?